Come on,
Ooh,
Jen
Jen
made at least as much
Yes.
sense as everybody else. Let's face it. Come on.
Made
Jen,
by-
Kai and I like you. We want you
Yeah,
to
we like you.
look into it. Just look into
Yeah.
it. That's what we're saying.
This one from Made by Jim Bob says, Jen, if, quote, level, unquote, on a sphere is technically a point parallel to center of mass, at what length or distance does level, quote unquote, become curved?
Sorry, was that for me? I missed that.
You
Yeah.
said
yeah.
Jen.
Oh, Jen. Okay.
Level.
Let me know if I have to say it again because it's a mouthful.
Yeah, maybe we should go through that one more time because there seem to be a whole host of presuppositions.
They said, if level on a sphere is technically a point parallel to center of mass, at what length or distance does level become curved?
Oh, I see. Oh my gosh. Yeah. So the idea is that if a sphere is, you got to think with the ant and the anthill thing, right? So the ant only sees the anthill. So for the ant, the whole life is the anthill. So it makes sense that would seem to be the right shape, but then it has no bearing on the actual shape. So a sphere, if you're small enough, it seems flat. That's easy enough. It's
You got it,
a
Ann.
perspective thing.
Thank you very much for this question. Will Stewart says, I figured it out. I like Jen more. Sorry, Mark. She is more interesting.
No, I like Jen more. I like Jen more too.
Thank you very much for
Me
this.
too.
Will
Me
Stewart
too, mate.
says, I figured it out. Oh, we got that one. Made by Jim Bob strikes again. He says, Mark, is the bending of space-time keeping the atmosphere in place, or is a force at the center of a ball pulling the atmosphere down?
No, it acts like a force, but yes, it's the bending of space-time due to mass.
You got it, Ann. Thank you very much for your...
It's like if you have a hole in a sheet that it'll bring everything towards it. Things will fall towards the center of mass.
Yeah, it's like bending love. You can bend concepts. Bro.
Yeah, you can't bend.
Science.
Well,
It's in time or
not
concept.
really a concept. It's called a phenomenon. So maybe
Oh,
the terminology. Right?
Okay. Cool.
This one coming in from Debate Night says, Kai made the claim that she can zoom. Oh, we got that one already. And let's see. Chris Gammon says, debate, my standard flat earth question. Airplane with unlimited fuel flying straight ends up where it started when it circled the globe. Explain that.
Yeah. So there's no such thing as flying straight. Okay. So we navigate using a compass. It's like, I don't understand why people laugh about it. It just shows your ignorance, bro. So like, you can't go straight. We navigate using a compass. It points north. You go east or west relative to north, right? So yeah, if you go east and you keep going, you're going to come back around to where you started. North to south circumnavigation, never been done. No such thing as a straight line in navigation.
You got it. This one from Mike Menzie says, Mark, what's the distance to the sun, moon, and the nearest star?
Nearest star I know is 4.2 light years. To the sun, I'm not quite sure. I'd have to look that up. And same to the moon, I think. No, I can't remember. I'd have to look it up.
238,000 miles.
Okay. Distance to the sun?
But we know nothing.
93 million. Diameter of the moon.
Oh, like I said, my
2,100
field is,
feet.
yeah. My field is computer science.
Yeah.
So
Well, my field's debunking the globe, man. You know.
yeah,
That's
no,
actually on our
get that.
calendar.
Look,
People
check it.
can-
That's on our calendar.
This is what we did all week, dude.
Yeah,
Eat,
yeah.
sleep,
No, I get
debunk
that
the
people
globe,
can
repeat.
memorize things and still be wrong. A lot
Wait,
of
bro,
people
you're-
that have memorized things are still wrong about what
But you're
they think.
trampling
Doesn't
on my-
actually prove anything.
I agree with you because all these people know how to
Yeah.
do is regurgitate like rudimentary things they were taught. But you're stumping on our joke here.
Oh, but you're
Eat-
special,
eat-
right? You're
Yeah.
special. You can regurgitate things, but you know what you're talking about. So you're special, right? You're
Well,
an
I was taught the
exception.
same thing. I was taught the same thing as you. I just broke out of it.
Yeah,
It's
but
not
now
that I'm
you're an
special.
exception. So you're
Well-
saying that people regurgitate stuff and it doesn't prove anything, but yours does.
Well, look, if you adopt my calendar, maybe you'll get where we are. It's eat,
Well, I
sleep,
want the
eat,
calendar that
globe,
works.
repeat, and then we rest on Shabbat.
Well, and I think Mark just
Yeah,
might be
just- I'm
cranky
just
because he's
pointing out
been
that
living
you-
upside down his whole life and all the blood's been rushing to his head because according to you, you're down under. You've been upside
Yeah,
down
yeah.
your whole life. So that must be
Yeah,
really
so
frustrating, right?
From
So
your perspective, yeah. From my perspective, you're upside down, so the blood's rushing to your head.
Cool.
This one coming in.
I got you.
Do appreciate your question. Mike Menzie says, Mark, what's the distance to the sun? Did I ask this? I did ask this, right? Yes. The distance to the sun, moon, and the nearest star?
Yeah.
Okay, sorry. My working memory is shot. Unfortunately, I woke up in the middle of the night and couldn't get back to sleep. Magellan, thanks for your question, says Loran, capital Loran, was shut down in 1998. Witsit, stop talking nonsense.
Well, it's a good thing I said that it predates GPS, and I did not claim that it was still in use. It has the exact same use case. They added a Z-axis to the Cartesian coordinate system used for navigation that's been used for years.
You got it. This one coming in from Jeannie. I didn't see a question, Jeannie. And same with Anomaly Bear. Let me know if you meant to attach a question to your chat. I didn't see one. But Magellan, thank you very much, says Austin does a bifurcated pulse, aligned plasma simplification, falsify the privation of an observed moderator on a toroid reification blue shift.
Clearly a troll. Clearly a troll. Pretty funny. I'm sorry that you guys' mind shut down after 3 syllables, dude. Give me a break.
Next up, Mr. Monster says, do you believe in circumpolar navigation? That a troll to you?
Oh, that's for us. There's no such thing as circumnavigation north to south, which is the only thing pertinent and relevant to this discussion.
Yeah.
You got it. Stupid Santa's whore energy says predictions in science aren't temporal. Witsit, learn some philosophy of science.
Oh, so science isn't temporal, meaning it doesn't fluctuate or change. You know, it doesn't change natural law, and that debunks the globe. Natural law. Yeah.
Thank you very much for this question coming in from Marty Leads Live says, do Mark and Jen think we have gone to the moon? And if so, what is their major malfunction?
Yeah, I think we've gone to the moon and there's no malfunction except for maybe Apollo 11 where there was a major malfunction.
There's a bit of a replication crisis, isn't there?
Oh, I like you. I like you. She's just being honest, right? Even if she disagrees with us, that's all that matters.
Yes.
Yeah, well, we're going to go to the moon again. There's one scheduled, so we'll all see
2 more
what
weeks?
happens.
They put it off
it's,
every time.
2 more weeks.
23.
I got that joke.
You're
Yeah.
based.
This is juicy. When is it? Do you know when it is, Mark? I'm curious just because it's
2026 now, I think. Or 2028 maybe. They push it back every couple years.
It's gonna be all girls, allegedly. So
2025, I think.
Okay.
wow.
Well, that'll
They
change
had
next
set the goal. So in the next few years, we will see. And you guys will, and we'll all find out. And
You want to bet $1,000 right now live that it doesn't happen on whatever the date is right now? You want to bet $1,000 they change the date again?
Well, they may do. I mean, it's not going down the road for a
Fair
pizza. It's a very, very technical process that if they rush it, people could die.
Well,
So,
they
yeah,
destroyed
they
the
may
technology.
They rushed it 7 times in the 60s, bro.
And they destroyed the technology, and it's a painful process to put it back together, according to Don Pettit.
Well, yeah, that's because the technology was old, outdated. It's not what we
They
would
But
use
it
got them to
today.
the
We
moon.
would
Yeah, and
use-
they haven't been back because of
Let's
Yeah.
give them a chance to respond.
So we basically would not use that technology. It's old, redundant, and quite frankly, just out of date. We would create something better. There hasn't been a reason to go back to the moon. And when other organizations like China have done moon missions, they've sent drones.
You got it. We must move into the
Why
next
would
one.
we send humans?
Quick Lemon says, Jen, where are your maracas?
Oh, the maracas. Yeah, where are they, Jen? Where are they?
Now let's just go to the next question. I don't even know what to say to that.
Is this some sort of innuendo? Okay, Soldier of Science says, Austin and Kai, what do you
They
think
don't.
of the Cassini or Voyager missions?
What do I believe about people claiming to go to a medium that literally can't exist scientifically? I'm pretty disinterested in it. I just watch Netflix.
And if rockets are going to space, why is your air not going? Good question.
They admit they don't even go to space, by the way. They say that they're still in low Earth orbit. So,
True.
oh man,
True.
so exhilarating 2021. Wow.
This one
Oh, but the
coming in
rockets are
from
coming.
Do Appreciate Your Question. Kango44 says, Flat Earth is the most intellectually dishonest position out there. 2 sticks is all that's needed to measure the radius of Earth.
And perfect example of how actually it doesn't determine radius, it's a circumference. Shows how you don't even understand your own religion. You self-projected your intellectual dishonesty because actually you were pretending that proves the Earth is a globe when a glober earlier admitted that it literally works on both, as did NASA on YouTube. It works on both. So that's ridiculous. Actually, Flat Earth is intellectual honesty summed up, because we have to admit we don't know everything, that actually we just know they lied to us. And now we're piecing together what we do know. We physically measure the surface of the Earth. It does not curve at the rate necessary for a radius value they told us. That's just a fact. You're going to have to live with it or pretend it doesn't exist.
Soldier of Science says, Austin and Kai, what do you think of the Cassini or Voyager missions?
Yeah.
I think you read that one already.
So
James.
sorry, you guys. It's really bad. It's kind of like, it's almost like I'm dropped into like the same like spot right here, like mentally speaking, like where it is. It just, Mr. Monster, thanks for your question, says, do you think God created the flat Earth?
Well, the necessary antecedent to creation is a creator. So yeah, I don't believe in everything came from nothing, but it wasn't nothing. There was a pre-existing energy which comes from a Catholic priest. So your atheist's worldview literally comes from a creepy psychopathic Jesuit priest.
Yes.
So
Georges Lamontre, I don't know exactly how to say his name, but he was a Roman Catholic priest. So when you want to talk about us believing stuff, you should look at the founder of your foundation.
Yeah, the creator created where you live, man. Just accept it. It gives you more power, not less.
All right, the last two. We've run out of time, folks. So to get these guys out of here on the time that we promised, I'm going to read these last two, and then we're going to wrap it up. Magellan says, Witsit, how does a radio-based navigation system differentiate, in parentheses, LORAN, L-O-R-A-N, between a y-axis and x-axis signal? Sorry, it's not physically possible.
It's not differentiate between the XY signal. That doesn't even make sense. The Cartesian coordinate system is how you map it out. The signals are how you actually determine location relative to a centralized location. So you take your Cartesian coordinate system and it maps out central to your location, right? So we have the Cartesian coordinate system for mapping purposes. How do radio propagation work for thousands of miles if the ground's not horizontal, though? So
this one coming in, seriously, folks, stop with the questions. This one says, what stars really look like? Says, the Potter's Clay, quote unquote, is a great flat Earth channel for the skeptics. You won't find evidence for a stationary Earth unless you know where to look. This one coming in from Ben Snyder says, Austin, we can see the stars rotating counterclockwise or clockwise depending on how far north or south you are on the globe. How do you explain this?
All right, I'm going to say it really slow this time. Okay. So clockwise and counterclockwise are not directions. Okay, they're relative directions. They're relative to one another. They are not absolute directions. East and west are absolute directions. Every single star in the sky moves east to west around the central points. Okay, perception changes clockwise and counterclockwise. These are two different things: actual directions, absolute directions, and just apparent conceptual relative directions.
Steve McRae's manager says, apparently G-Man, his channel has been raptured from YouTube. What will we do now that he's been banned? I didn't know G-Man was banned. Poor G-Man. Rum Runner says, sniper schools teach sharpshooters to compensate for the curvature of the Earth for long-range shooting. So are they all lying as well, Austin?
That is patently false. I actually personally... And everyone, all the Globers trip out and they like call my bluff. I literally know the people I say I know. Okay, I know tons of people from the military that shoot 1.5 miles. Okay, I just talked to one in person the other day. They're never taught to account for Earth curvature. Okay, now they're told that at a distance there may be some Coriolis, but they never actually have to account for it. They account for bullet drop, much more significant at those short distances than the Earth curvature, which just shows how detached from reality that thought is.
And if the Earth is spinning underneath the bullet, it should also spin underneath a drone or a helicopter. A helicopter should be able to hover over New York and wait for Paris to spin underneath to it. And this can never happen because the Earth is not moving underneath it.
You got it. And we've got to wrap up there, folks. So sorry if we didn't get to your question. I did definitely announce it on stream about 2 minutes ago. I said, like, we can't take any more stuff sending. But we do appreciate your questions. And we do want to say we appreciate our guests. They're linked in the description. So if you want to hear more, hey, what are you waiting for? You can find their links down below right now, whether you're listening via YouTube or the podcast. But want to say, Austin, Kai, Jen, and Mark, thanks so much for being with us. It's been a true pleasure.
Thanks for having
Thank you
us.
so much.
Yeah.
Thank you guys for being...
Thank you.
Thanks for being pretty cordial. Thank you, Jen, for being cordial. It was cool.
Nice to meet you. Talk to
You
you
Thank
soon.
you.
Stay
We-
flat.
Appreciate your guys' spirited responses. And want to let you know, folks, stick around. I've got a big update I am absolutely pumped for in that post-credit scene. I'll share that with you as DebateCon is more formally launching. This is our in-person debate conference coming up in January in Dallas, Texas. It's going to be huge. So stick around for updates on that in just a moment.
That was a flat smack of the globe, 100%. I listened to the whole thing. What's up, Joke Smasher? You said something? Jokes Smash. Yeah. Witsit and Kai made an amazing partnership. Good for them. It's pretty cool to see. They met here in this server, and now they having flat babies.
So where is the edge?
Who's to say that there is an edge, and why assume there is one? Is it because when we are introduced to the idea of a flat Earth, it's always depicted like this? In the currently most accepted model, Antarctica is not a continent, but a 360-degree landmass made up of ice that holds the oceans within. When we look at a Gleason's map from 1892 that states at the top that it's scientifically and practically correct, as is. We see this Antarctic ice rim. The Gleason's map is basically an azimuthal equidistant projection, which can be traced back to the year 1000. The AE map is also an official map of the United States Geological Survey, the USGS, and the official logo for the United Nations. The oldest known globe in the world is from 1492. This is something you need to keep in mind because many people argue that the azimuthal equidistant map is just a flattened out version of the globe, when in fact the globe is just a rounded version of this true world flat map. If the flat map came first and it has the ability to convert into a globe without any problems whatsoever, then that should tell you a little bit about how this globe deception was achieved. Now, back to if there is an edge or not. There is no proof that there is an edge past the Antarctic ice wall, but it is speculated by many that perhaps the plane that we live on is either extremely expansive or it's possibly endless. In these two scenarios, it would be logically assumed that more land is being hidden from the general public. In a 1954 interview with Admiral Richard E. Byrd, an American naval officer who specialized in exploration, he had this to say.
But strangely enough, there is left in the world today an area as big as the United States that's never been seen by a human being. And that's beyond the pole, on the other side of the South Pole, from Middle America. And I think it's quite astonishing that there should be an area as big as that unexplored.
Implying that there is more land past Antarctica. If that uninhabited land was on a globe, it would be in the Indian Ocean. A recent discovery of an old Buddhist map in a newspaper from 1907 seems to support the idea of a vast plain with much more land.
Where does the sun go if the Earth is flat?
Well, the sun neither rises nor sets, but travels in a clockwise circuit from east to west, and only appears to rise and set due to perspective. The sun disappears at the vanishing point of human perspective on the horizon where the ground meets the sky, and since the sun is not 93 million miles away, I repeat, not 93 million miles away, but much closer and smaller, the light emanating from the sun only illuminates about half of the flat plane at once as it makes its daily journey.
What's underneath the flat Earth?
This is obviously an unanswerable question since the assumed edge has never been known to be reached, but many people suppose that whether the Earth is round or flat, that either way, it still must be floating in the middle of outer space. But the idea of outer space goes out the window with the round Earth theory. Many religious texts support an immovable Earth that has its foundations on which it is laid and its pillars by which it is supported. We simply don't know, but we do know that the Earth is obviously fixed in place, as we can tell by our everyday experience of non-movement. What we see in the skies above are illuminated objects making circles around us just as it appears. Whatever this place may be, it's the center of all we survey. Some say that the Earth is the floor of the universe. In the ancient Hebrew conception of the universe, we are surrounded by the waters above and the waters below, known as the Great Deep. The deepest hole ever drilled into the Earth was a total of about 7.5 miles. The very core of the Earth is nothing more than wild speculation, if not another malicious lie. So what's under the Earth? That remains a mystery to us all. But another thing that you can research is what's inside the Earth. Multi-billion-dollar deep underground military bases known as DUMBs, D-U-M-Bs, right?
What about ships and boats disappearing over the horizon?
This is also due to human perspective. They don't go over the horizon, they go into the horizon, moving beyond the limit of our vision and past the vanishing point. But the ships and boats are easily brought back into view with a pair of binoculars, a telescope, and any camera with a good zoom lens. A great question to ask yourself is why can't we see noticeable curvature from 120,000 feet up? But many people claim that the supposed curvature can be seen from the ground by watching boats. It doesn't make sense.
And what about all of the pictures of the Earth?
They are all clearly computer-generated images. They claim this picture from Apollo 17 in 1972 is real, and they also claim that the 2015 Epic Earth picture is real. But NASA employee Robert Simon gave us a glimpse of how they do it when he shared his experience of creating the Blue Marble 2.0 in 2002. He is now called Mr. Blue Marble. He was interviewed and on record stating, "The last time anyone took a photograph from above low Earth orbit that showed an entire hemisphere, one side of the globe, was in 1972 during Apollo 17. NASA's Earth Observing System, EOS, satellites were designed to give a checkup of Earth's health. By 2002, we finally had enough data to make a snapshot of the entire Earth, so we did."
In 2002, Blue Marble 2.0. NASA's Rob Simon made this. Simon's job is...
It's primarily taking data and making pictures out of it.
That's what this is, a composite of data sets from several different instruments translated into a picture.
So we actually had to take clouds out.
They stashed the clouds for later, went onto the ocean. That came from an instrument that measures phytoplankton in the sea.
Where it was low, I colored it dark blue because they're low mostly in mid-oceans. And then where it was a little bit higher, it was like a little bit brighter green.
Then add the clouds back in.
There's a small problem with it because there's a very slight gap in between each orbit.
So some of those are painted on.
It is photoshopped, but it's has to be.
Then
there was another layer to sort of simulate the atmosphere.
And then there's this little bright spot.
It's called the specular highlight. So it's the reflection of sunlight off of water.
Those are the pieces, but you can't just slap them all together.
It just didn't look realistic. It looks kind of flat, or the clouds are sort of too see-through. So I just hit Command Z a lot.
There's artistry to creating the world.
what I imagine it to be. Unfortunately, I'm not an astronaut. I've never been to space, but I've looked at these images over and over again, trying to sort of get the essence of it. It is photoshopped, but it's has to be. It is photoshopped, but it's has to be. It is photoshopped, but it's has to be. It is photoshopped, but it's has to be.
Why are all the other planets round then?
When you compare amateur footage done with professional grade cameras and compare it to NASA's official images of planets and stars, it's clear that NASA images are all computer generated, no different than the photos of Earth. What have become known as planets are round lights that seem to be set over the flat Earth. The so-called planets and stars are not what we have been told they are, and comparing luminous objects that you see in the sky to the Earth under your feet is very ineffective for actually proving the supposed rotundity of the Earth. Since there are no actual photographs of the Earth and motion has never been experienced or proven, it would seem more logical for one to assume that we are on a flat, motionless plane and everything we see in the heavens revolves around us.
What about satellites and GPS?
As crazy as it may sound, satellites are a hoax. Have you ever wondered why there are never any damaged or fallen satellites? And why there are no satellite malfunctions due to constant heating and cooling? It's weird they don't melt in the thermosphere that's over 2,000 degrees. I find myself looking at the moon and wondering why we never see satellites pass by the moon. Did you know there are thousands of miles of fiber optic cables under the seabed that supplies 90% of the Earth's communication, internet, phones, etc.? And GPS works off of cell phone towers. It's called triangulation. Haven't you seen those really tall towers and wondered what they are? Satellite TV is just enhanced radio using ground-based towers. It's all ground-based, just like the old TV antenna. Science fiction author Arthur C. Clarke proposed the idea of geostationary satellites in 1945 in a magazine called Wireless World. And 20 years later, in 1965, they claim to have successfully launched the first commercial geostationary communication satellite. Today, there are said to be thousands, but the odd thing is that trying to prove it only leaves you fruitless.
Is outer space even real?
Yes and no. What you see in the sky, as far as stars and wandering stars, also known as planets, are there. How could we deny them? We don't know what they actually are, but they are there. Now, what we are told about outer space and what it is not true at all. Everything we believe about so-called outer space is due mostly to Hollywood movies and other media, including children's cartoons. Of course, NASA propaganda is the biggest culprit. As we have already gone over, there are no pictures of Earth, and even images of all the other so-called planets are computer generated. NASA has gone on record numerous times stating that humans can't get past low Earth orbit.
NASA's next spacecraft, already being built and tested across America, will do those things and more.
This is the spacecraft that's going to take humans to explore the solar system. It's the next big step for NASA in exploration.
Called the Orion Multipurpose Crew Vehicle, or MPCV, this next-generation spacecraft will enable America to explore beyond low Earth orbit
As we get further away from Earth, we'll pass through the Van Allen belts, an area of dangerous radiation. But Orion has protection. Shielding will be put to the test as the vehicle cuts through the waves of radiation. Sensors aboard will record radiation levels for scientists to study. We must solve these challenges before we send people through this region of space.
Plan that NASA has is to build a rocket called SLS, which is a heavy lift rocket. It's something that is much bigger than what we have today, and it will be able to launch the Orion capsule with humans on board, as well as landers or other components to destinations beyond Earth orbit. Right now, we only can fly in Earth orbit. That's the farthest that we can go. And this new system that we're building is going to allow us to go beyond and hopefully take humans into the solar system to explore. So the moon, Mars, asteroids, there's a lot of destinations that we could go to, and we're building these building block components in order to allow us to do that eventually.
And unlike the previous program, we are setting a course with specific and achievable milestones. Early in the next decade, a set of crewed flights will test and prove the systems required for exploration beyond low Earth orbit.
Low Earth orbit is supposedly between 99 and 1,200 miles away. The funny thing is that they say the moon is over 200,000 miles away. How did we make it so far in the 1960s and 70s if we can't do it today? Also, the International Space Station, just like everything else brought to us by NASA, is a fake Freemasonic hoax, completely fabricated and done with special effects, models, pools, zero-G planes, and various other camera tricks.
How is circumnavigation possible on a flat Earth?
Very easily. You can travel east and west directions to ultimately end up right back where you started. The face of the Earth looks similar to that of a clock. In fact, clocks were most likely designed after the true appearance of our world. If you follow a compass east for long enough, you'll make a full circuit. Same thing if you travel west long enough. As we've already gone over, the flat Earth map that was around before globes were easily converts to a globe, so everything you believe you are doing on a globe is actually taking place on a flat Earth.
How come the moon is upside down in the southern hemisphere?
This is another very simple explanation. When somebody is in the northern part of the Earth, or on the northern part of the Earth, they see the moon from this angle. When somebody is on the southern part of the Earth, the moon looks like this. They're looking at it from this angle. They see it from the opposite angle, and that's all it is. Imagine you tape a picture of the moon in the center of your living room, right? Depending on where you are in the room, the moon will be seen differently. When pondering this question, keep in mind that the face of the moon never changes. On a spherical Earth, we'd expect to see other sides, but we never have.
What about the seasons?
The sun is close and small, and it circles around and above the flat Earth in a spiral pattern on the Tropic of Cancer in the northern summer months, and then down in the Tropic of Capricorn in the northern winter months. So when the sun is further away from the North Pole, right, the center of the flat Earth, it's winter in the north and summer in the south. Since the sun is smaller than we are told and closer, it makes much more sense that we experience seasons in the first place. If the sun was 93 million miles away and had a radius of over 400,000 miles, we would hardly experience temperature fluctuation as we do.
What about gravity?
Gravity is necessary in order for a spinning ball Earth to work. People readily believe that you can't fall off of a spinning ball that's darting through outer space at speeds that you can't even comprehend, yet they will deny how much easier it is to stay on a flat surface that doesn't move. Gravity is a scapegoat for all that cannot be explained, and it has never been proven. The reason why things fall or float is because of density and buoyancy. If something is heavier than air, it falls. If it's lighter than air, it floats. Very straightforward. Your phone is denser than the air, therefore it falls when you drop it. Everything works because of density. No need to factor in imaginary components. Quote, "The law of gravitation is said by the advocates of the Newtonian system of astronomy to be the greatest discovery of science and the foundation of the whole of modern astronomy. If, therefore, it can be shown that gravitation is a pure assumption and an imagination of the mind only, that it has no existence outside of the brains of its expounders and advocates, the whole of the hypotheses of this modern so-called science fall to the ground as flat as the surface of the ocean. And this most exact of all sciences, this wonderful feat of the intellect, becomes at once the most ridiculous superstition and the most gigantic imposture to which ignorance and credulity could ever be exposed." Thomas Winship, Zetetic Cosmogony.
What about the Coriolis Effect?
They say that the Coriolis Effect is a result of the Earth spinning and is responsible for the deflection of an object moving above the Earth, rightward in the northern hemisphere and leftward in the southern hemisphere. The problem is that things like hurricanes and water in the sink aren't always predictable and have been known to spin both ways in either hemisphere. Also, another contradiction that proves the Coriolis effect false is the fact that no flying machine above the Earth has to account for it. If a bullet that travels 1,700 miles per hour has to account for the effect, then an airplane traveling at 550 miles per hour would definitely have to account for the effect. When you look for the answer, you'll find that we are told that since the atmosphere moves with the spin of the Earth, planes aren't affected. So why would bullets be? Especially when they go much faster than common airplanes.
Why can't I see infinitely far?
This is for the people that wonder why they can't see certain things that they believe they should be able to see if the Earth was flat. I've been asked on numerous occasions, why can't I see Mount Everest from anywhere on Earth? I've also been asked, why can't I see Spain from the east coast of America? Well, besides dirt, dust, dew, rain, fog, smog, smoke, clouds, mist, haze, snow, etc., your vision is limited by the vanishing point of your perception. Check your weather app on your phone and notice the visibility in your area.
Is the flat Earth a religious thing?
Yes and no. I say this because I myself am not religious. I'd rather not have faith in something, but know the facts to the best of my ability. And the facts are that the curvature and motion of the Earth have never been proven. The Bible, without any doubt whatsoever, supports the Earth that's fixed in place. The Book of Enoch, which is biblically endorsed and most likely belongs in the Bible, describes the flat stationary enclosed Earth in great detail. Many religions and civilizations preceding Judaism and Christianity support a flat and stationary Earth, such as the Babylonians, the Egyptians, the Mayans, the Norse, the Hindus, etc. This fantastic spinning globe Earth is very new to the people of the world, yet most of us carry on as if the theory is unquestionable, and we've been conditioned to laugh when the flat Earth is brought up. Whether you are religious or not, you can see the flat Earth for yourself.
Is the Flat Earth Society behind the resurgence of the flat Earth?
No, The Flat Earth Society is designed as a containment unit, gatekeepers that tell the truth about some stuff, but then lie about other things in order to make it appear ridiculous or steer you in the wrong direction. For instance, this is what FES has to say about gravity. In the Flat Earth model, gravity, rather than being a force, is the upward acceleration of the flat Earth. The Earth always accelerates upward at 1g, which is equivalent to the gravitational acceleration in the round Earth model. Like the force of gravity, the Earth's acceleration causes several commonly observed phenomena in our daily lives. If that isn't the biggest turnoff, I don't know what is. The Flat Earth argument has never died. It only died down. Real Flat Earthers have always been among us, but it wasn't until late 2014, early 2015, when Eric Dubé started making a lot of noise about the Flat Earth conspiracy and got people like myself on board. It took me 10 months of research before finally accepting the truth about where we live. Thanks to the many great Flat Earth researchers, content creators, and activists since then, more and more people are waking up to the massive deception every day.
Are all scientists, pilots, and members of the government in on it?
No, most scientists, pilots, and members of the government have been indoctrinated just as the rest of us have. When they work at their everyday job, they go about it as if the Earth is most certainly spherical. If indeed some of these people did know the Earth is flat, they most likely wouldn't even speak out about it in fear of losing their job or ruining their reputation. The average scientist goes about everything they do with the spherical Earth already factored in. For mainstream science, questioning our current model is a huge no-no. For pilots, computers do most of their work, not to take away from what they do because I personally appreciate it, and also pilots often switch out at stops, making it difficult to understand the real layout of Earth's land masses. As far as government members and politicians go, besides high-ranking officials at NASA, which isn't government at all, it's safe to assume that they are not in the know and they are not knowingly perpetrating this lie. Very few people compared to the population of the world are enlightened to the flat Earth.
NASA isn't the only space agency. Are all others in on it too?
The answer is yes. Here's a short clip on what you need to know.
The Vector, NASA's official logo. If you've ever looked at NASA's official logo, both their official insignia and their official seal, you'll see that the most prominent object in the seal is a red swooshing object. They call that the chevron or the vector. If you ask NASA's Public Affairs Office, this symbology is featured so heavily in their insignia and seal, they'll give you what really amounts to the standard facile cover story for the unilluminated. They'll tell you that that is a representation of a hypersonic wing design from the 1950s, which was the time the logo was created. Not exactly the case. Someone might want to ask the Russian Federal Space Agency, Roscosmos, that was formed in 1992, why they chose that same logo. And while you're at it, you can go ask the Chinese, who formed their space agency in 1996, why in the world they're using a hypersonic wing design from the 1950s as their official logo. Then you can ask the Japanese, the South Koreans, Taiwanese, Malaysia, Mexico, Iran, all of these countries, even Bulgaria. They all utilize the vector symbology in their space agency logos for their national space agencies. It gets even deeper. You can go look at the individual manned program patches for NASA. The Mercury program, for example, a blatant use of covert symbology. In every logo dealing with the Mercury program, you'll see what looks like a number 7 in their logo. And again, NASA's official story is that they put this number 7 there so that they could pay homage to the original 7 Mercury astronauts. Kind of forgetting the fact that only 6 Mercury astronauts actually flew into space because number 7 never did. Deke Slayton had a heart problem, so he didn't get to go up. So there were only 6 Mercury astronauts, yet there's a 7 in every single logo. That's in the official mission or official program insignia for Mercury, as well as the 6 individual mission patches carry this logo. And it carries on to the Space Shuttle program. If you look at the Apollo logo has a big letter A in it. At least that's what they want you to believe, but it's not. Again, that's just a simple way of explaining away the inclusion of this vector symbology in the logo. If you go to the Space Shuttle program, the original Space Shuttle STS program patch is a triangular patch that, again, hides the use of the chevronic vector symbology. And that also goes for many of the STS-specific mission patches. Every single one of the International Space Station expedition patches carry the vector symbology. The Russian Mir space station used the vector symbology. That was their official logo. You can even go deeper and look at military-industrial complex companies. Look at the logo on a company like Lockheed Martin, 2 vectors. The X Prize logo, Ames Research Labs, U.S. Space Command. When you get into the military realm, the United States Space Command, their official logo is the vector symbol. And when you look at the military's individual space-specific programs, all of them deal with vector symbology in their official insignias. And the question really becomes, who or what are these people paying homage to?
Let's look at NASA's Earthrise. Now let's look at JAXA's Earthrise. Do you believe this is real?
Well, then who's responsible for this deception?
You will find that the Jesuits and the Vatican have been intimately involved in all things space, including owning the earliest telescopes and, to this day, the largest owners of observatories and telescopes in the world. The Society of Jesuits have been actively spreading the heliocentric theory for 500 years, while trying to bury thousands of years of flat Earth cosmology. The Jesuits are rulers of all powers that we are aware of, and have been ruthless in their pursuit of world domination for centuries, no matter who is killed or what has to be done to establish a one-world order out of chaos. They rule over, or are deeply partnered with, people like the Rothschilds and many other international banksters, secret societies, especially the Freemasons, as well as Zionist Jews, and especially Zionist Jews in seats of power. They rule over all the alphabet agencies and government think tanks, including the NSA, CIA, FBI, Mossad, KGB, Roundtable, Committee of 300, Tavistock Institute, Lucius Trust Publishing, Bilderberg Group, and the Council of Foreign Relations, including representative government and legislation like the US Presidency, Congress, and the Supreme Court. The Jesuit order is said to have been established by Jews, again showing that the Jews are behind some of the biggest hoaxes in history, including the Holocaust. Freemasons are also spread out all over the world to further the different agendas that serve this Illuminati elite.
Why the lie?
Why the fuck you lying? Why you always lying? Oh my gosh. Stop fucking lying. Always lying to me. You lying so much. You making it hard for me.
Their desire is to convince us that we are only one of a septillion other planets flying through infinite space. A septillion? Where do they get these numbers? A septillion has 24 zeros. They want us to think that we are nothing more than a cosmic accident caused by a big bang that took place 14 billion years ago. Again, where do they get these numbers? How one could draw that conclusion is unknown. They want us not to understand our origin and go on believing that life is meaningless. They want us to believe that alien life is real and that they created us. Look no further than Ancient Aliens for the propaganda. Not to mention countless shows and movies they program us with. This isn't just about flat Earth versus round Earth. It's much bigger than that. Whatever they plan on doing needed the spherical Earth groundwork laid before they could proceed. They may either shock us with a fake alien invasion or a disclosure of the beings that have always been among us, passed off as life from distant galaxies. Who knows? Another reason to turn the Earth into a ball is to hide extra land. If this is a vast plain, and there are places past Antarctica, with more oceans and more land masses, then an easy way to get rid of them is to wrap our part of this plain around a ball, and make it seem as if there is nothing else and everything has already been discovered. The globe is full-fledged slavery for the inquiring mind.
I'd like to be an explorer, like the Great Magellan.
Oh, you're too late. There's really nothing left to explore.
What does it mean if the Earth is flat?
It means that the origin of man is deliberately being covered up from us. Man, woman, child, you are being deceived on a massive scale. Flat Earth, enclosed flat Earth, expansive plane flat Earth, or even infinite plane flat Earth with an infinite ceiling barrier, or possibly another plane of existence above us and below us. It means that this place was created, that you were designed, you were crafted, you are special and with purpose. A purpose being hidden from you on purpose. We are supposed to know our world and our reason for being. We've been swallowed whole by this economic fiat money system that controls absolutely everything and fuels this manufactured reality. Most of us know that we are slaves, and it's no wonder we desire to escape through movies, TV shows, and video games that happen to also further our programming and mental conditioning. We were never meant to live like this, and knowledge of our flat Earth is a step in the right direction. It's something that can't be taken from us. It's the fuel that we need to let these bastards know that we won't go down in ignorance. We will not willingly accept their one world authority that wants to rule over all mind and all matter. Embrace this flat world of ours and free your mind from the globalist mind control. It's time that we stand up for ourselves and our beautiful Earth. All I want to know is, who's coming with me?
Boom.
Space may be the final frontier, but it's made in a Hollywood basement. Space may be the final frontier, but it's made in a Hollywood basement. Space may be the final frontier, but it's made in a Hollywood basement. Space may be the final frontier, but it's made in a Hollywood basement.
Have you ever dreamed of going up to outer space, or maybe meeting other beings from another place? Have you ever wondered what it's like on other planets? Then you watch a science show and come to believe you understand it. You feel empowered by the knowledge and you feel enlightened, listening to Bill Nye and Neil deGrasse Tyson. But then you wake up and you start to see the obvious. Life is just a lie and this whole world ain't what we thought it was. NASA's missions to the moon were never completed. They just filmed them in a room and people believe it. I used to wonder what it's like to be an astronaut. Now when I see them acting, I can't help but to laugh a lot. They give us cartoons and they claim that we live on a ball, but it's flat and it's not moving or spinning at all. Why you lying to us, man? That's something that we want to know. After that, you're gonna have to pack up all your stuff and go.
Space may be the final frontier.
history has been rewritten by winners of wars. The Jesuit order, Khazars, Freemasons, and more. They pulled the veil over our eyes, and it's time to awaken. Through organized indoctrination, our minds have been taken. It's time we take our power back and we rescue our people. The Vatican and the bankers are like Resident Evil. They may have had the greatest plan that was ever concocted, but Illuminati never thought that they'd ever be spotted. They're manufacturing reality all in our heads. They tell us if the earth is flat, then we'll fall off the edge. But if it is a spinning ball, we won't fall off it then. And gravity is our imaginary magic friend. Why is water always flat when unmanipulated? Why are pictures of the earth computer generated? Why you lying to us, man? That's something that we want to know. After that, you're gonna have to pack up all your stuff and go.
It's becoming 100% crystal clear that you and the other space programs that are in operation are connected and are deceiving the entire world. More and more people are waking up every single day, and we are now able to see right through you. But what we really want to know is, why are you lying? Sincerely, me and the great people of this earth.
Space may be the final frontier, but it's made in a Hollywood basement.
The captain thinks the world is round, see? But we all know it's a flat, right?
Of course it's flat. Sure, I know the world is flat.
Well, so do I. Everybody knows that.
What's happening, people? Anyone out there got any globe evidence for us? No. Funnily enough. Oh well.
And ye shall know the truth, and the truth shall make you free.
Orion is getting ready to launch. My name is Kelly Smith, and I work on navigation and guidance for Orion. Before we can send astronauts into space on Orion, we have to test all of its systems. And there's only one way to know if we got it right: fly it in space. For Orion's first flight, no astronauts will be aboard. The spacecraft is loaded with sensors to record and measure all aspects of the flight in every detail. As the spacecraft and the upper stage begin their first lap around Earth, Mission Control in Houston is monitoring the progress of the flight. Orion's over 100 miles up and going about 17,000 miles per hour. Just as it passes over the Indian Ocean, we lose communication. This is expected. The communications link we have through satellites to Orion is momentarily lost, but Orion continues to receive and process data. Its computers can handle 480 million instructions per second. We are headed 3,600 miles above Earth, 15 times higher from the planet than the International Space Station. As we get further away from Earth, we'll pass through the Van Allen belts, an area of dangerous radiation. Radiation like this could harm the guidance systems, onboard computers, or other electronics on Orion. Naturally, we have to pass through this danger zone twice, once up and once back. But Orion has protection. Shielding will be put to the test as the vehicle cuts through the waves of radiation. Sensors aboard will record radiation levels for scientists to study. We must solve these challenges before we send people through this region of space. We must solve these challenges before we send people through this region of space. We must solve these challenges before we send people through this region of space.
Here's Apollo 12 astronaut Alan Bean being interviewed about the Van Allen radiation belts.
Any ill effects from the Van Allen radiation belts?
No. Now, I'm not sure we went far enough out to encounter the Van Allen radiation belt. Maybe we did. I don't know the distance to the Van Allen radiation belt.
The belts are 1,000 miles to 25,000 miles above the Earth.
Then we went right out through them.
No effects on your cells?
Didn't even know it. I don't think anybody, well, maybe somebody said you went through the radiation belt, but we didn't feel it inside, and we didn't get any, added radiation. Not on our mission, by the way. They hadn't been discovered yet.
So you see, he wasn't even sure what the Van Allen belts were, and when he was told, he basically says that the radiation belts didn't apply to his mission because they hadn't been discovered yet.
Okay. Okay.
Well, maybe somebody said you went through the radiation belt, but we didn't feel it inside. Not on our mission, by the way. They hadn't been discovered yet.
The guy just said, maybe somebody said we just went through the Van Allen radiation belts, but how is that possible if they hadn't been discovered yet?
Well, maybe somebody said you went through the radiation belt, but we didn't feel it inside. Not on our mission, by the way. They hadn't been discovered yet.
We must solve these challenges before we send people through this region of space.
Not on our mission, by the way. They hadn't been discovered yet.
And ye shall know the truth, and the truth shall make you free.
Jamelo. There's a name I haven't seen before. UVC verified, Jamelo. No, you're not. Jamelo, if you'd like to talk in here, if you go up to VC check-in, we'll get you VC verified, my friend. We'll get you access to talk in the live stream. Hey, DeMello, I see you typing in the lobby about the edge. Someone's told you a lie, my friend. As far as we're aware, there is no edge. We are not allowed past the 60th parallel south to go and freely explore Antarctica. If someone's told you about an edge, that's a Flat Earth Society. That's a lot of nonsense. Flat Earth is not a disk flying upwards in space where there's an edge that you could fly off of, or fall off of, or jump off of. That's all nonsense, my friend. Join the VC check-in, DeMello. We'll get you voice access to talk in the live stream, my friend. Explain everything, give you all the links you need.
Yes, good day. We're all waiting for you, my guy. Good day, old dude. Good to talk to you, man.
Hello, Kiwi. How you doing? Oh, there's Trace. Trace, I don't know up to you if you want to open DeMello's mic in here or not. I don't know. He's chatting in the lobby about the edge. It's up to you, my friend.
Can you hear me?
Yep. You're quiet, though.
Yeah. My mic doesn't go much higher than this. I maxed everything out.
You've worn it out with singing.
Yeah, I don't know what it is. It sounds louder in my DAW than it sounds in my Discord. It's weird.
How was your weekend, my friend?
It was pretty good. Just doing stuff around the house.
Drace, you sound great, man. No issues here on your mic.
Thank you. Did you guys hear QE and AI break things down for rolling my boulder yesterday?
Yeah, caught a bit of it. Not the whole thing, though.
That was so good. I had to go back and just clip the whole thing. I got almost an hour of great content there.
Play it.
Yeah, I'm waiting for it to finish uploading.
Oh, apologies. Okay, cool.
Play it when there's a break later.
Thank you, man. I appreciate that share.
While that's loading and we're not saying anything, I'm gonna play a little bit of nostalgia.
Always that same picture that every school had on their walls, of the same picture of Earth. And it's just sort of embedded into you from a young age. We're taught to just know it and not question it. What do you think about what we've said so far? You can be honest. You can say it still sounds like bullshit. I don't care. But just be honest with yourself. It's okay to question it. Like, it's okay to... The best thing you can do is question it. The stupid people are the ones that just say, oh, it's round and I know it and I'm not going to question it and I don't care what you have to say because I know it. Sometimes the most intellectual thing you can say is, well, I don't know actually. You think it sounds more plausible? Again, you can say,
ask my
you can say
question
no.
now. Is what do you think of the planets? Like, is Mars a real entity, or?
And then she gets interrupted by some numpty, but I wanted to get some clips of her. I wanted to put her in a song at some point, but I ended up just uploading the little clip.
Yeah, I like the wee clips. They're cool. Especially if folk aren't here anymore as well. I might just encourage them back.
I just really miss hearing Bambi. She had such a great voice, and she was just such a kind and nice person.
So you people are still denying the existence of the spinning globe. What's wrong with you?
Yeah, I don't need to deny something that doesn't have any evidence, so I'm just waiting for them to find some evidence.
That's a good point, sir. I agree with you.
Well, I realised I've had my cornflakes and my coffee, so I must be awake, and Earth's not a globe. Sorry. It was a dream. It was all a dream.
Have y'all tried to talk to DeMello yet?
Yeah, they're in the lobby. I'm trying to get them to VC verify. Well, you can open their mic and see if they'll talk if you want, right? Yeah.
DeMello, can you find your mic?
Hello, DeMello. Welcome to the server. What say you?
Hello, DeMello. What's poppin', peeps?
If the Earth isn't curving anywhere, DeMello, what is it?
If I don't feel myself moving, what is it?
Let's see the one asking about the age, because as far as I know, the age plays guitar for you too. Is the only age I know about. You know. Guess he's not going to talk. Oh well.
Give him the boots.
The boot. The boot.
What do we do if people don't talk? Do we boot them?
Give him the opportunity and then mute him. Like he's been muted now. He had his opportunity, so.
If you walk into the room and don't talk, we put you in the corner.
Yeah, I'll tell you about The Edge. It's a movie with Anthony Hopkins and Alec Baldwin from 1997.
Yeah, it's actually a decent movie with the bear and everything. Yeah. They have their plane crashes like in the wilderness in Alaska or something. I remember that movie. Yeah. There was also a pop band called, I think, 30 Seconds to Mars or something. They had a song called Closer to the Edge. But neither here nor there. Kiwi is a point of semantics. Did you notice that your name sounds like Kiwi?
Yeah, I've had to watch myself. I've gotten caught a couple times. I guess the original, one of the original guys around here, his name's Kiwi or something. Kiwi or something.
While my video is processing and it's a little bit slow, I can play a different video which has QE, Witsit, Battle Mod, and a few others. It's a pretty decent one.
Actually exists. So 3 points that I'm pretty sure anybody, could probably answer these. But like I said, there's no right or wrong answer. We'll start with point number 1, that the Earth has curvature that has been measured. Now, in your understanding of the knowledge of globe Earth, do you know if the curvature of Earth has ever been measured, either in ancient times or now?
I have no idea. I don't really look into that stuff.
Well, it's all good, man. Like I said, no right or wrong answers here. So, okay, well, we could assuredly say that the curvature of Earth being measured would just probably stand out as a belief in your mind, right?
Yeah, I guess like most people just follow the sheep cattle, and then they just believe everyone else.
Okay. All right, cool. So with that, we'd say that it's just a belief you have that the Earth has curvature. We'll move off to point number 2. Point number 2 being that the Earth is spinning on its axis, like it's turning. So how do you know that the people have ever recorded that the Earth has been turning, or that they know it is? Like what information do you have that you know that it is turning? Doesn't matter right or wrong answer here. Just
once again, I don't know that because I haven't looked into it.
Hey, dude, like whatever. Like I said, if you any information, even if you don't know, that's still fine with me. It doesn't matter. Okay, so we'll move that off into the realm of just something that you believe, the story that they told you about the Earth, which is, would you agree with that? Because I mean, you didn't present anything, so we'll just say that you just believe what the people have taught you. Let's say school or whoever.
Can I mention something?
With that, oh, 1 second, Unisical.
Sure, no problem.
I'm just gonna run through these points with your friend, and then we'll continue forward. So it's just a belief that you have that they told you that the Earth is spinning on its axis or it's turning. So we'll move off to point number 3, which is the vacuum of space is a medium that you could travel to, or that it actually exists. This is a big one, right? So how do you know that the medium of the vacuum of space actually exists? It doesn't, like, no right or wrong answer, came Zonda, just what you know.
So, I've come to believe that, or I would say no, because I believe that I know, in my opinion, that the Earth is a globe, and that the atmosphere keeps back the vacuum of space.
Okay.
That's what I know.
Okay, you're saying in this instance, on point number 3, which is the vacuum of space, you're saying you don't believe you know. So you're saying
I guess you could say I believe, because I don't actually have any data on it.
Okay, fair enough. Yeah, like I said, so long as we establish a foundation in which we can have a conversation, that's great. I mean, but if you're being intellectually honest, then that's still fine, right? Because I mean, you're saying this is just something that they told me and I believe it.
Yeah,
it's not something I checked out for myself. So cool, fair enough. So just establishing the 3 points of the globe. Point number 1 being that Earth curvature is something that has been measured. You're like, well, I just believe what they told me of the curvature of Earth. Point number 2, axial rotation, that the Earth spins on its axis, is another belief that you have in your mind about the globe. And point number 3 would be the vacuum of space being a medium that anybody can travel to, is also something that you believe that they told you via, the stories, satellites, whatever, astronauts. It's just something you believe is there because, you think that it supports an idea that you've always known, right? So understanding that these 3 points are all based on a belief system, that from the paradigm that has been given to you about the Earth being in space and in the solar system, something that you cannot verify, it stands out to reason that you've only been believing a story and you haven't verified any of these things for empirical evidence. So that's interesting, right? Because a lot of people wouldn't come to the realization of this, but you have. So that's how we can begin a foundation for our conversation. Now, is there any questions that you might want to ask, like on the flat Earth? Any questions you might want to have for flat Earth? I mean, we'd like to answer some questions for you now.
As I said at the start, if you know that the Earth is flat, are you saying that the other planets in our solar system are also flat?
Okay, so anything that's in the sky, like what they would consider planets, or what we would see up there, is basically just a story that they have given you. And we could refer back to point number 3 where we talked about the vacuum of space, because when we talked about point number 3, it supports this idea that any information that they've given you cannot be verified by you, the one interpreting the information. So if they told you that there's planets and Jupiter's a gas giant, or that Mars is a red planet, whatever, terra firma out there, whatever they say, whenever they give you that information, you cannot verify it independently. So anything that you hear, you're just going to take it on credit. Just, okay, I believe you guys because you guys got the technology and I don't, kind of thing. So at this current time, whatever they say that thing is up there that you're looking at, you're going to believe them. I mean, to you, it could be just a light in the sky, but it's attached to a story that they're giving you. You understand? I don't know. Does that make any sense? Like,
well, so you're saying that I can look up in the sky right now, and I'm looking at the moon right now, for example.
Sure.
Are you saying that the moon isn't there?
No, I'm saying the moon is there because that's what they call it, right? Okay. But the attributes that they give it is something that you believe to be true as well. So what do they say the moon is, Kame Zonda?
It's a globe.
That the official story is that it's a globe, and what is its physical attributes? What is it made of? Well, not
I guess rock.
Thoroughly. Yeah, right. Not thoroughly consistent, but like what the official narrative would be, like it's a giant floating rock in space, right?
Yeah, rock and ice.
Right. So that being the case, how are you going to verify shape or what it's made of, what it consists?
Well, I guess you could argue with that with most things, though. Like,
okay,
things on the news, I can't verify everything.
Well, yeah,
the news because it's the news.
Sure, we could put other things aside and just focus on the moon. Just the moon. How can you verify its shape? and what it consists of. What it's
Personally, I cannot.
Sure. That's the honest answer, right? Like anybody could say that honestly, hey, I can't do it. So if that is the case, then why are you, me, and everybody else who has been told his story just believing something that they have told us without verification? What would be the reasoning behind it? Because if we do believe that story and we can't check it out ourselves, then what is that called? Do you know the answer to that?
No idea.
If you believe something that somebody has told you and it does, you can't check it out for yourself. You're basically trusting them. You know, you have faith in this, whatever person told you this.
Okay, so then if they're saying that it's a globe, and I'm like, okay, I don't know that. What's to say that the Earth is flat?
Okay, so if the Earth is not measured to have any kind of curvature anywhere, then what is it?
I mean, it could be a cone, like
no. Well, we're talking,
and then it goes down.
Yeah, we're talking about overall shape here, but just a description of what we can measure. So if we can measure a short distance, right? I don't know, 25 miles, 30 miles, or something, and within that range, we don't find the curvature drop rate as it's purported by the metrics of the globe. So if we do not find any curvature to this ball Earth, then what is it? Because if there is no curvature, then there can only be one other thing that it can be. No curvature, then what would it be?
I guess you could say, yeah, as I just said, if I said it's a cone, theoretically it's still flat. Because
Right. So, and that's the thing. So, and I'm not sure if you're familiar with the metrics, Zonda. Do you know the metrics of the Earth? Like what its purported size is? The radius is all that. Do you know any of that?
I don't believe I do.
Right. So the radius is 3959, right? As far as like what the metrics are, a circumference of 24,901 miles. Just a bit of maths that are attached to the ball. So with the math that they
Can you pause for a second? I'll pause right here. Don't you see that there's something wrong when you just said that Mickey asked you, do you know the size of the ball you're on, or whatever you believe that you're on? Do you know the size of it? And you're like, no, I don't believe I do. But then why do you believe it's a ball if you don't even know the size of what you're standing on, bro? Isn't that just trivial knowledge, though?
Yeah. Hang on, Vlad. I got this, brother. Yeah, he's already established that so far with the 3 points, he has a belief system. So we're getting into the understanding of the flat Earth questions and like why we understand it to be flat and not a globe. So yeah, he's already established that in the very beginning of the 3 points. I don't know if you were privy to the conversation, but this has already been the foundation of our discussion.
I must have missed the point where.
Yep.
What do you call it?
He's already
he's. What really confused me right now. This guy believes into the ball, right? Whatever, and he just says, I don't know any of the dimensions of this ball I believe into. You know what I mean? That's what tripped me out.
Yeah. But with that, we're kind of showing him that the ball doesn't have any of the dimensions that it said, because it's basically busted once we start putting measurements to it. So
right.
Yeah.
He didn't verify it, right? So there has to be a certain verification involved with this matter that we're discussing, right? Okay.
Right. So we're getting into that. So the point is, with the globe Earth Zonda, we have the metrics that are given to us. And what can you do if you have maths to something? Well, you could verify it, right? Well, let's check it out, right? If they give you the size of the Earth, then what can you do with that information? Because now you have the size.
Nothing.
Well, yeah, you can do something. Because
not
if
from your home, probably not.
Well, not from your home. I mean, obviously you're going to go outside. Well, it wouldn't be.
You can go outside. You can do all these things.
Yeah,
but experimentally, chances are you can't do anything.
One second. You can't. It's not an experiment, by the way. I think you're using that term, very loosely. You're not applying it to something that it's a what is question. Experiment. That's. Vlad, you want to say something?
Yeah. He said you can't do this at home. I'm like, bro, slow down. what can you do at home before you go outside is you can verify the math that is correct. So they gave us numbers and stuff. Okay, verify it, redo the calculations yourself, right? You sit down and make sure that the inches per mile squared that they're telling us of rate of curvature, the rate of drop of this ball, is exactly what they did, right? So you redo the calculations yourself, right? That's what you do at home before you go outside. You know, you can do a lot of stuff at home before you go outside. Trust me. Just you know.
Okay. So
because he says you can't do anything at home, you know. I'm like, no, slow down. You can. There's a lot of things you can verify at home.
Probably not accurately.
What do you
All
mean?
right,
1 plus
so-
1 is 2, right? That's accurate, right? So if you're doing
but the thing is, I don't-
if you understand trigonometry, if you understand trigonometry, you understand how to find a rate of curve, the rate of drop on a ball. It's not hard based on the radius value, and they give us the radius value, so you do all this stuff at home. You know.
All right, so UNESCO, I think is the name. UNESCO, is that right?
Hello.
Hey, hello, man. So did you hear the conversation I had with Kame Zonda?
Yeah,
were you listening?
I've been listening in.
All right. So with the 3 points that I presented to Kame Zonda, would you agree with all those 3 points that they were all just belief systems in your mind as well? The curvature to be measured, the first point. The second point was axial rotation. It's just a belief. And the third one was the vacuum of space is a medium that you could travel to, or that it actually exists.
With the second point, I wanted to mention about, like, because I remember learning about it in school and university and all that stuff about, like, angular momentum, how that angular momentum is established because of the magnetic poles of the Earth acting against, like, acting against its axis, and that's what's causing it to rotate. If you did not have that axis, then chances are the Earth would not be rotating.
Hey, Maggie, let me cock block you for a minute.
What?
Yeah, that seems to be the theme tonight. So go ahead.
What?
Go ahead.
Define, first of all, what are the 2 types of momentum that are conserved? I already gave you. I shouldn't even gave you that.
I'm not understanding what the question is.
You invoked conservation of momentum?
Perhaps.
Yeah, do you know, can you give me how many types of momentum are conserved in physics?
I don't know.
Yeah, that's what I'm talking about. See, you don't know what you're saying. You're
Hmm.
using phrases and terms. Obviously, you don't know what you're talking about because you don't even know the 2 types and the subtypes of those 2 types.
Chances are it's because it's probably is 1 a.m. for me, and I'm very tired.
Oh, and you think they
No,
might? You think they might be trivial?
That's not an out. Come on, UNESCO. That's not an out.
I'm not saying it's an out. I'm saying that.
Well, I know, but you brought something to the table, and now it's like it's time to belly up to the bar, and I don't think you're doing that right now.
Yeah,
I think
I would kind of leave. If I were you, I would kind of leave the sciencey terms behind and just roll with what Mickey has to offer you.
Yeah.
Because, I don't think you want to go down that road. I'm just saying. Pro tip.
Unless
okay?
you do.
Thanks.
Unless you do.
And unless you do, then it's going to get real ugly real fast. Thanks.
Interesting.
Yeah, it is.
Yeah, it is.
Isn't it?
But you didn't think there was any meat to these potatoes? You thought it was just an easy knockdown, huh?
He's got a ringer in the hopper.
Yeah, I know,
brother. Not you, Miggy. Miggy's got a ringer in the hopper. He's talking to you right now. He's the ringer.
Am I meant to be scared, or I'm not sure.
No, absolutely not. No.
If you keep on saying more sciencey terms, you're going to get scared real quick.
You're going to find out how little you know.
I was just curious because, like, Ewan said whatever Ewan said, and I was curious if that's how compasses work. Because
let's not get off the beaten path here.
Well, no, but it's relevant though.
Yeah. We'll get back to your compasses here in a minute. It has nothing to do with conservation of either of the momentums. It's non sequitur. It would be like toenails having things to do with amoebas. Right? So thanks. Go ahead, Mickey.
All right. So, did you want to retract your statement, UNESCO, at this point? Because we could take a retraction, man. Obviously.
I'd go off and learn about it more than me instantly retracting my statement.
That's a
Well,
good idea.
Yeah, that is a great
What are we
idea.
retracting?
I'm not going to instantly retract my statement because of something that I've heard from people on the internet. I'm not saying that what I'm saying is right,
okay,
and I'm
so-
not saying what you're saying is right, but I'm just
Okay,
saying.
so I was going to get into it, but you inserted that information, so Quantum Racer jumped in here. But
having not heard what was initially stated, I do find it interesting that you would make a statement that you're not sure about and then stand by it.
Let me just jump in real quick.
That's weird to me.
Let me jump in real quick to kind of highlight to Crypto. He was talking about, we're talking about axial rotation, and then UNESCO chimed in to say why he thinks that it is possible. UNESCO, are you there?
Hello.
Did you want to go ahead and tell Crypto why you're not going to retract the statement you did?
Why I'm not?
Yeah, go ahead and tell him why you think that axial rotation is possible.
I'm confused with what you're asking.
Okay,
Hey, Meg, just move on. Can you get to the vacuum of space before I freaking fall over here?
Well, he was listening to the conversation, so obviously he is prepared for this. So now we're going to talk about point number 3, UNESCO, that the vacuum of space is a medium that you could travel to, or that it actually exists. So how has it been proven to you that that is the case? UNESCO.
Again, I'm confused. I'm confused with what you're asking.
Okay, so according to you, do you think that when you look up at the night sky that you're staring into the vacuum of space? Yes or no?
Probably.
Okay, so there's a 50-50 chance that you're looking into the vacuum of space? Is that what I'm getting?
No, I'm saying it is a vacuum.
All right. So that's what I'm trying to get at. So now with that information, how do you know it's a vacuum? Go ahead.
I'm not entirely sure.
That is the point. It's a belief that you have in your mind that the pressurized system in which we live is adjacent to the vacuum of space in which they tell you. So you have a belief in your mind. Is that correct?
I suppose.
Okay. Well, that's what we're highlighting with the previous buddy that was on here, Kim Zanda.
Hello.
And being an intellectually honest person, you would have to say that to be the case, because it can't be supported by anything in the way of evidence that you could verify. Correct?
Sure.
All right. So putting you guys that just joined here, and I'm going to unmute Ben H because I think Ben H was in your group as well. All right, Ben H, were you listening to the conversation? Because I'm going to kind of wrap this up for all three of you guys.
Mm-hmm.
So the understanding that you guys have right now, according to you guys, of the globe Earth is only just a belief. In every area that we've talked about, curvature, axial rotation, and the vacuum of space. And I didn't tell you that. You conceded on your own that it is a belief, that it can't be supported by anything that you have in the way of evidence.
But then how do you know that they don't exist though? Because if you're saying that we're believing these people because they're telling us, aren't you basically like them? Because if I believe you, then wouldn't they have the same argument that I'm believing you?
Because all I'm doing right now is falsifying the information that you guys are.
See, what you're saying is fact.
Absolutely.
No. Hold on a sec. You're presenting. Okay, so I see what you're doing here. You're saying that Miggy is the equivalent of NASA or whoever.
Well, if that's who
and
he's
so
saying,
therefore, I didn't finish. So and therefore, you're in a position where you have to believe one or the other. That's not the case. What Miggy is saying is that if they haven't proven what they're saying to be true, then you shouldn't believe it. That he hasn't made a claim yet. So you need to wait for Miggy to actually make a claim before you put him in the position of claim maker. Does that make sense?
But I'm not going to believe him.
I'm not asking you to believe him, and he hasn't actually given you anything to believe.
Right.
Yeah,
So
just falsified.
then doesn't that just make the whole flat Earth thing just flawed?
No,
Okay. So you have a fundamental problem with philosophy. You don't understand very basic philosophical concepts. But let's just start at the very beginning. If someone makes a claim, whose job is it to provide evidence for the claim?
I guess an expert.
No. If somebody makes a claim, whose job is it to provide evidence for the claim? The claimer or the person listening to the claim?
Claimer.
Exactly. So, what Miggy's trying to say to you is that these people who are claiming thing X haven't got evidence for the claim. This is not a claim that Miggy has made. He is simply pointing out the lack of evidence for someone else's claim.
His logic is undeniable. Crypto. That's my boy. What's it? You was eating chips on a hot mic, damn it.
So I'm still trying to puzzle this together.
Well, no, that's all right, man. Because I mean, like when you guys came in here, it was almost, I don't know what maybe you were thinking. It was just going to be some kind of meme or maybe just a weird chat or something.
This entire like theory is memed. Like,
it's not a theory.
Yeah, that's nice. Okay, so other people think it's silly. No one cares what other people think.
Oh, I'm not saying it's silly. I think it's interesting. I just wanted to hear people's opinion.
Okay, fine. So let me put you an example. Right, let's get rid of the flat Earth for now. Let's just park that. So me and Miggy are, let's just say, competing. I have the theory that there is a unicorn in my house, right? And I don't show you any evidence. I just show you a picture of a unicorn, right? And Miggy comes to you and goes, "Oh yeah, you know, crypto hasn't actually proved that. He's just shown you a picture." So this is what we're doing now. So would you say to Miggy, "Oh, you haven't disproven that crypto's got a unicorn," or would you be coming to me going, "Bro, prove your unicorn"?
Bro, I'm gonna have to see that damn unicorn. I'm a skeptic.
I mean, to say it's fact, I would have to see the unicorn in your house.
Yeah, of course. I would need to prove it, right?
Yeah, fact is that which is demonstrable, yes?
So it doesn't matter that Miggy questioning me having a unicorn isn't a claim. He's just said, "Well, I haven't seen evidence for the unicorn," but that's what he's doing with NASA.
Okay, yeah. So it's like, so they haven't proven to us that the Earth is round because obviously we can't go out there and see the Earth is round because obviously we're on said or globe or flat Earth. But what you're saying is fact for you is the Earth is flat, but how can you actually prove to me that it is?
No, we're not even at the point where we've made a claim yet.
Right.
So we haven't even got there yet. All
But
Miggy was
okay, yeah, sure, but you believe the Earth. Okay. So you know the Earth is flat. Yes.
It measures flat. That's what I'd say.
Observably flat. It's an
have you
observation.
actually seen the
Yeah.
Earth?
Slow down.
Right.
Yes,
What did I
it's
say?
an observation.
3 words. What did I say?
Can't really remember.
I said
We
it
haven't really
measures
made a
flat.
claim yet.
1 second, Spartan. I didn't say observe. I didn't say you look at it and it looks flat. I said it measures flat.
That's right. You went out and actually measured it.
But wasn't there? So if you're on about flatness, wasn't there an experiment done by flat earthers that didn't work involving a laser?
I don't care what other people did. It doesn't matter.
But they're your society, so you should care.
No, they're not my society.
Our society.
I'm not a member of a society.
So there's multiple societies.
Well, hang on. There's a tangent happening. There's a tangent happening right now. We're going off on a tangent. 1 second. Well, let me just bring this back. We're going off on a tangent now, Kame Zonda. I think we need to bring it back to what we're talking about and understand the falsification that just happened here. All three of you guys. Well, and I'm including Ben H because he was listening to the conversation. But I'm pretty sure he's going to agree with, not being able to produce any verified evidence. So understanding these points is paramount in what you're thinking that you believe in right now. Because it's been falsified. You proved it. By your own admission, it's been falsified. By your own admission that you said is just a belief that you have. Do you
Well,
understand that
I
point?
just said it with the flat Earth. I believe the Earth is flat. I
Well,
believe the Earth
it
is
doesn't.
open.
Okay,
I don't
right,
know. I don't actually know.
We'll
I
get there.
understand, Kim Zonda. I understand that, but with the understanding that you had of the globe Earth, you understand right now that it's a belief because it's been elucidated to you. So now you know that it's just a belief that you have. Can you go ahead,
And
Battle?
he walked past that to say, "What about Bob in this documentary this other guy produced? It made it look like you guys did something wrong." So cute.
Yeah, but I just wanted to address the fact that it has been demonstrated to him that what he has is just a belief.
There's no proof for it.
And there's no need to cling to it religiously, because if you just hang on to it because you only believe and you can't demonstrate it, what does that say? I mean, that's got to at least ring some alarm bells in your mind.
It's like that poster, that movie star on your wall, and you can't get rid of it because you still believe one day you're going to date her.
Right. Right. That's a good analogy, Mike.
One of these days, Raquel, me and you, baby.
Silence is good. I mean, yeah, I'll take that. But it's just more or less for you guys to come to that realization. And then we can start moving forward with some questions and having an honest discussion between us instead of it being something where
so
you're
like, I mean, I don't know the Earth is round. I don't know the Earth is flat.
Fair enough.
So, like, I'm not gonna come to the realization that I know by fact that the Earth is flat or the Earth is round because I cannot see it for myself. So,
but that understanding though came down to it should be paramount in your investigation, because when you're looking, even just looking into it, I'm not talking about full blown research, but just looking into the topic like you're doing right now, having a discussion, that should be paramount in how you proceed forward. When you start thinking about what we're talking about here, when you actually think about, well, yeah, that's just a belief I hold in my mind. I can't try to justify it now because it's, it would be wrong of me to do that because I only believe it to be true. I don't know. Do you understand? Like, so instead of being a bit combative, you can just kind of bring those walls down and be like, okay, so what do you guys have like in the way of evidence? And we'll show you. So do you want to know?
I mean, you could show me evidence, but like that's not fact to me.
Oh, you just hang on. You can't you can't hover over a crystal ball and know what I'm going to show you, Camp Zonda.
Right. Yeah, but
you don't even know what I'm going to show you.
Sure, but how do I know that that's not you falsifying evidence?
Because
you could go out and verify it yourself.
Yeah, you could go verify it. That's the difference. I'm not going to give you a belief just like you just left or thinking about. I'm going to actually show you something you can demonstrate to yourself. If that's not
go out. Yeah, you can actually go out and do this observation and prove it to yourself without even having to listen to anyone here that it measures flat. You can do that.
They just know most people aren't going to go do it.
Well, that's because they're lazy.
Well, let's not jump the gun with what they're going to do or not do. Let's at least give the opportunity.
No, I'm just saying they know most people aren't actually out there trying to do it.
Yeah.
He started it, Dad. He started it, Dad.
We got to at least offer them the opportunity before we gun them down. Like, I think they should at least hear out what we have to say on the matter. So now that you know that the globe Earth is just a belief, the information that we could present to you could be quite compelling. Without waving your hand over a crystal ball and then saying that you can see what I'm going to present to you, maybe just let me present something to you and then look into that afterwards. How about that?
Sure. Go ahead.
Okay. If you can go to live stream voice text, then I'll start dropping some information in there. How about that?
Wait. Okay. Wait. Is there a link here?
Well, in live
channel, the voice. Did I say the voice?
The voice text channel.
Okay, I'm in there. Yeah.
Here, I'll tag you in there so you know you're in the right lobby.
Yep, I got it.
All right. So what I'm going to drop to you here, it's called specular reflection.
Ooh, good.
Couple of images. Couple of images here for you to take a look at. Now there's gonna be some questions that you might want to ask, but I just want to present this to you so that you could look at and kind of maybe ask some questions while I'm presenting it to you. But with what we're seeing here with a specular reflection, it cannot be possible that you could have it on anything but a smooth surface, and the angle that you see should be a flat surface, all straight across. So do you see the water?
It looks pretty flat to me.
Right,
Yeah,
right.
convexity
You're being honest
would-
here, right?
would
I mean, go ahead.
Convexity would distort the image. It wouldn't be possible on a convex Earth, whether it's curvature or depression. Either way, it would distort the image. There'd be no symmetry.
Right.
There's
So why would that be? Why would that be the case that Battle Spartan just said right now, that it would distort the image if we did live on a ball Earth and there was curvature in that water? Why would it distort the image? Zonda. I'll let you kind of just critically think about what we're talking about here.
Well, I was confused what you saw.
Okay, so with the images that we're showing you,
yeah.
If the Earth was a globe and it was bending like the way they say it is.
Oh, are you saying that those images should theoretically be bending?
Well, think about it.
It'd be all
because the Earth is so big.
No, not theoretically. We can demonstrate that if it was
okay, sure. I'll retract
we can demonstrate with a convex mirror that it would be a distorted image with no symmetry, meaning there'd be no equal reflection
with the slightest convexity.
Right.
Yes.
I mean, but the Earth is so big that
right. Well, it's not.
That's why I said with the slightest convexity.
Right. So that answer has been the one that gets popped up the most when we present this information. But what is the problem with what you're saying? I'm going to let you think about that, Zonda. What is the problem with what you're saying about it being too big?
Well, because like you can get a rubber ball in your hand, and if you magnify it so far, like as if you were basically a human size on the globe, it will be flat. Okay, and that's where that photo has been taken.
Well,
so what's the difference between?
Hold up. Here's the thing you can't do with that rubber ball, whether you magnify it or decrease it, you can't get a specular reflection like that off that spherical object. Sorry.
Okay, so what do we have in the way of knowing what size the Earth is instead of saying it's just too big? What do we have in the way of knowing what the size is? We have the metrics, right?
Yeah, we know you presented measurements earlier.
Right. There's a known radius, circumference, diameter. All these numbers already established for the globe. So
and they've been measured, right? Like people.
Well, it's not measured. Yeah, it's not directly
they were
measured.
Calculated based on a spherical assumption.
So these numbers have been given to us to actually test the globe to see if it is what it is or not, and that's why people don't. When they do that, they're not going to find that there is any curvature. But we do have these numbers that have already been established. So when somebody says the Earth is too big, then we say, well, if it's too big, then how come they give us these numbers? Like they wouldn't be able to. So
who's giving these? I'm curious, who's giving these numbers?
Okay, so the Earth has been established to be a set radius for thousands of years since Al-Biruni?
Yep. Long before Aristotle.
Long before Aristotle.
Eratosthenes.
Bro, the numbers are coming from the globe Earth model. Those
right.
are the numbers.
Right.
What's to say that they're actually the numbers?
So
yeah, that's our point.
We doubt them as well. We doubt them too, bro. So we're on the same side.
So if you're doubting them, then why are you using them?
Okay, dude. Right. Let me get
destroy your model.
Come on, get everyone in here cock blocking.
No, but what's going on is that no one's actually addressing the point. So let me just get really. If I tell you that I've got a blue unicorn, yeah, and then turns out that it's green, do you see a problem with that? You'd say, well, that's not blue. So we're taking the model, we're taking the numbers, and we're seeing if those numbers are true.
Okay,
that's it. So if you doubt them and we doubt them,
you're saying the numbers that you've been given compared to those images shouldn't exist.
More than just those images.
Yeah, he's on point. Okay, so now we're back on track. So that's where we're at right there with the images that are being presented to you. Because the answer was in your mind when you saw it, and you're like, what if the Earth is just too big? Well, now we're going to go back to the metrics because that doesn't pan out if you think that. Because there is a curvature drop rate, and there would be curvature to distort that image if it was a said ball, but it's not. And so we have this specular reflection that shows clear images of the background of the mountains in the far distance, and so on, and the different specular reflections that we see in the different images that we have been presented to you.
Well, the mountains in the background, it's quite difficult to see if it is curving or flat because they're distorted. So, like, if I look at the middle part, that's obviously the flat part. That's easier to
Right, but what we're
what
we're saying though, Kamzanda, is that the mountain in the distance wouldn't bounce off with the angles that it does into your reflecting into your eye, because of the fact that the curvature wouldn't allow that image to appear on the lake the way it does.
Yeah, the reflection of the mountains, bro.
Yeah, that's what we're concentrating, not the mountains. It's the reflection that's reflected off the water into your eye, the observer's eye, or the lens, or whatever he's using to take that image. Do you understand that? That's what's important. That's what's key here. Because if there was a said curvature,
what's key here is he's trying, no matter what, he's trying every little thing to try and say, well, what about this? What about, he's got a case of the
he's all right, God rocking. It's all good.
Tell him why the reflection wouldn't exist, why it wouldn't go to his eye and it'd be off in the sky, bro, if we were on a sphere. The angle of incidence equals the angle of refraction. So the image wouldn't be delivered perfectly to your eye on a spherical object because it'd be refracted at an incidence angle that would project it up into the sky. It would be diffused or distorted. It has to be delivered to your eyeball. This is how we see light.
I'm gonna drop a few images here that show like light being hit over surfaces that are not, clear. So the image wouldn't be, observed by the person to be what you see. It would be distorted.
Miggy's got this topic down. If the rest of us just stay out of his way, he'll be able to do tricks on his bike all night.
Do you see what I'm
bike well? Sorry, bro. Sorry.
That's all right. Do you see what I'm presenting, Cape Zonda?
Mm-hmm.
So that is the case here, and that's what happens when people start thinking that it's too big or it just doesn't work, because you would not get the reflection on that water bounce into the observer's eye.
Okay.
It's compelling, isn't it? And that's really what all I want you to kind of look at. I don't want you to jump into it and be like, oh yeah, I believe Earth is flat. I just want you to think about the information given to you. Because at first it was like, okay, what do you guys got to show me, and how can I do this myself? And the thing is, here's the evidence, right? And you could go out and do this yourself. Find a really calm day where there's a lake that you can have something in the background, take a clear image of it, and voila, you could do it for yourself. You can even find known distances from your where you're making the observation to things in the far distance to actually get an estimate of how far things are away and how they're being reflected on that water. I mean, that would even increase the information for you to actually understand that this couldn't happen on a ball Earth. It can only happen on a flat level plane of existence. That's the only way.
Okay. Yeah. So I think I'm done here. But one last thing before I mute.
All right.
What would need to be shown to you for you to change your mind? It's always been curious to me.
Okay.
Actual
Ask
evidence.
yourself that.
Yeah, actual evidence, bro. It should
So,
be
for
clear
example,
by
you would
now.
need to, I think it's Virgin are doing like space shuttles.
No, what I don't take a space, bro. Check this.
Or would you say it's simulation?
Listen,
Check
Virgin,
this.
how old are you? Virgin Galactic still
One
owes
second.
people money, bro. Quit with the fairy tale crap. We need empirical proof.
We have
Scientific evidence that we can test and repeat.
So you're saying that if they put you in a rocket and showed you the planet, you would.
How old are you? I don't want to have to keep asking. How old are you?
Is that what I said?
1 second, please.
My age
1
doesn't.
second. I'm not talking. I'm not coming through. Camazon, how old are you?
Why is that relevant?
Because I think I'm older than you, and I've been hearing about Virgin Galactic since the 90s.
Right.
Okay.
They've been talking about it for 20 odd years.
It doesn't help that a couple years ago.
Never
it
happened.
Check
I
check
think
this,
that's
my
where
man.
you're
I don't
delaying
even
it.
need you to send me to space, bro. You don't even have to send me to space. all I need you to do is go out and find the geometric horizon or the Earth curve, right, based on the radius value. Literally, if you can just go substantiate a physical obstruction of convexity of terra firma or Earth curvature that's consistent with the radius value that they told us, and you can go do this all around the Earth and find this geometric horizon, boom, I'm convinced.
All right, we didn't put one second, Camzonda. We didn't put a stake in the heart of the vacuum of space just yet. We only talked about how you had a belief that it actually exists. So the stake in the heart to the vacuum of space as to would demolish your any idea of a fantasy medium that you could travel to would be gas pressure without a container. If you could demonstrate that, then you would have all the space you wanted, the vacuum of space anyway, and rockets to the moon and everything. But if you can't demonstrate gas pressure without a container, then you have absolutely squat, nothing. So that is the stake in the heart of the idea that you can actually travel to this fictitious medium that you consider to be where men are flying around the Earth in a tin can, the ISS. So can you demonstrate any way possible that you can have gas pressure without a container?
I'm sorry, wait, what was the question?
Can you demonstrate gas pressure without a container?
No.
No, you're being intellectually honest, right? You can't do it. Okay, so the Earth is purported to be an open system, meaning that the high pressure that we have here on Earth is adjacent to the low pressure of the vacuum of space. And whenever we have such things adjacent to each other, what do you think happens? In any instance here on Earth, like just the laws of nature, what would happen? Gas pressure next to a low pressure, a high pressure system next to a low pressure. What happens in that instance?
I don't know.
This is literally how the weather system works. Is that if you have high pressure and low pressure, okay, one goes to the other. Okay.
Which one goes to the other though?
Well, high pressure goes towards a low pressure.
Correct. That is correct. So,
the atmosphere would go away from the Earth if it was a round ball, which has been perpetuated by the media for 25 trillion years or whatever it is.
Okay, Zed, I think you're a new person in here. You might just hold back.
I've been here for
sorry, yeah, Zed's with us.
Yeah.
But yeah, you're right.
Just hang back for a second.
Yeah,
even if it's with you guys.
Zed's dead, man. Zed's dead. That's the problem.
What?
Zed's dead.
Yes.
Okay.
So
that was my point. So what he's trying to tell you is to cut it short, so we're not here for the next 35 minutes with, just.
I'd muted.
So, what Mickey's trying to tell you is that what they're describing, their story, when they're put up on the stand, they're saying it's a vacuum of space. That's a second law of thermodynamics violation. So either the second law of thermodynamics is false or they're lying. Your choice. Thanks.
Really, at this point, there's more evidence of Bigfoot.
Hold on a second.
Than the Earth being a globe.
Wait a second. Let him take that in. Don't jump to another topic. Either the second law of thermodynamics is false or they're lying.
Yeah, I wasn't changing topics. I was simply saying that
let's just chill right here. Let's just drop anchor.
There's just more evidence of Bigfoot than there is of a globe. That's all I was saying.
Thanks.
I mean, if people don't get it, it's like.
Cape Zonda, do you have any response?
I'm confused. I wasn't talking about vacuum of space.
No, you said Virgin Galactic going into the vacuum of space.
We're back to that now, are we?
No, the point is that space couldn't exist
Okay.
there. That's where we're at. The part of the fairy tale that says that there's space, a near perfect vacuum of 10 to the negative 17 torr adjacent to a pressurized system in which we experience every day and know to be true because that's how we're alive. That could never happen.
All right, so I just want to bring forth the point that he said, if I can show you guys that Virgin Galactic goes into space, that's what you said, would you guys believe in the globe? So
no,
we're talking.
In it. No, I said if you're in it, not if you saw it.
So it doesn't matter who's in it. The point is, it's going to be going into this fictitious medium. So we're talking about the medium that you're describing right now. If we could go there, then would you believe that it's a globe? But you can't go there. That's what quantum was telling you, right?
But then if you did, you'd be like, oh shit, you can.
You can't go. Okay, so I don't know if you can hear me correctly or not.
Well, what if? Like,
can I go through another? Look, I like my analogies because I
If
think they
is
help
the
elucidate
biggest
the.
two-letter word in the dictionary.
Thanks, mate.
Yeah, but
Yeah, I like analogies because I think they help to elucidate faulty ways of thinking. So, I'm just going to go through this as Camazonda quickly. Camazonda, if I took you on a dragon to World of Warcraft,
What
would you
color
believe
dragon?
in World of Warcraft?
What color's the dragon?
Wait, say that again.
If I took you
Oh,
on a
you're so
dragon to
cute.
World of Warcraft, would you believe in World of Warcraft?
Yes.
Okay, but does that mean that World of Warcraft exists?
If.
Yeah.
Oh, it
Yeah.
does. Okay, so World of Warcraft is real. Is it?
Well, if you've taken me there, yes.
So do you see how pointless your question is?
Yeah, if.
No.
You're
What do you
saying
mean, no?
if, bro. If.
This is what you're asking. You're asking, if I take you to a place that may or may not exist, will you accept that it exists? Well, if you took me there, it would have to exist.
Okay,
That
yes.
isn't proof that it exists,
Then I
is it?
apply that to you. Like, if Virgin put you in a rocket, and
Think about the question.
No, let me speak.
No,
let me
don't,
finish.
no.
Don't
You
repeat
And then if I
it,
put you
dude.
into a rocket and put you in space,
You're not understanding. Stop
then
talking
you
and start
repeat it.
thinking.
No, I'm
Stop talking and start thinking.
He said no.
You don't want to think. Okay, fine, whatever. Clearly, dude, saying that you might be able to go somewhere that may or may not exist is not proof that it exists.
Well, give me
This
the
is
simple
fundamentally
answer.
silly.
If I was taken to space, I'd probably believe in it, but I haven't been, so here we are.
But I mean, realistically, even if you were, you would just be delusional and still believe.
You're
it.
self-projecting because you don't even know anything about this. Hey, have this. Watch this. Watch this. Where does space start?
Hold up, bro. Did you hear what I said? If you took me to space, I'd probably believe in it. This is what Ron fucking told you. But you haven't taken me there, so here the fuck we are.
Where even does space supposedly start? Do you know?
I'm not going to debate it, bro.
No, I'm just making a point, man.
It's a fucking fairy tale.
He has no idea where space even supposedly starts. And you're coming here pretending that we're delusional because we don't believe in it. We know every single little specific detail of the fairy tale. You think we're dumb for not believing it. Do you see the irony there?
If you only knew.
If you're saying a rocket,
Yeah, I do. It's pretty ironic.
Listen, bro, you ain't taking us there yet. You haven't proven space, so we're not even going to debate that on your if.
I just want an honest answer to my question. I don't feel like he really understood it.
Okay, how do
Does World of Warcraft exist?
How do planes work then?
Does World of Warcraft exist?
Listen, planes.
If you take it
1 second, please. Can I just get him to answer this honestly? Does World of Warcraft exist?
If you taken me to it, yeah.
Exactly. So does that prove that it exists?
If we're going on the theory that you've taken me there, yes.
Think about it.
Yeah, but we haven't
gone there
taken you
yet.
there.
Please, Battle Spartan, 1 second. If we haven't gone there yet, how is posing this question?
Retard level.
I know he is, but I'm doing it for everyone else listening as well.
Can we not use ableist language, please?
So how is asking the question?
There is no we, bro.
Oh, for fuck's sake! Right, listen. How is asking the question evidence that that place exists?
Because that's you're basically giving me an example, and I'm answering the question. If I was put in that situation,
right? So we haven't gone yet. So how is me asking you this question proof that World of Warcraft is reality? Oh, he bailed. Right, okay.
He bailed.
Oh my gosh.
I mean, I would say that World of Warcraft is real because trolls exist.
Oof.
That's one of the worst cases of the yabbits I've ever seen.
I think that's one of the times that Crypto's analogies weren't hitting home with that guy anyway.
I was just wondering how many minutes we were going to spend on if. How many different ways can you emphasize if doesn't prove shit?
This dude just randomly screamed like, "Well, how do planes work?"
It was real simple. if he just answered Quantum Eraser's point. If he would have just answered that point, he would have seen the light. But I think he diverted into.
I don't think he would. He was already dodging it. He was already dodging QE's point by saying Virgin Galactic, bro. He didn't get it.
So, okay, then how do planes work?
Hey, what color's that dragon, damn it? I want to ride.
I don't know, mate. Red.
I brought up the second law after Virgin Galactic.
Yeah, it was after, wasn't it?
Yeah.
Yeah, but he said Virgin Galactic again, didn't he? You remember?
Here's a good one. Virgin
Well, he
Galactic.
could say toilet drains. That wouldn't matter.
Yeah,
It's a question
Yeah, no, of
still
course,
stands.
of course. But that's my point, is he doesn't know why it's not a rebuttal to your point.
Yeah.
Virgin Galactic is still a virgin. It's never penetrated space.
You guys are a bunch of fargan bastages, man.
Yeah, that's a four-way highway. That's a four-lane highway.
It's Friday night.
For example, I can,
right to your parkway.
Yeah, I can get in the fast lane and pass your parking ass. But that's not a part.
All you guys come in drunken stupor and friggin' cock block Miggy. I was rolling, right? I was like, God.
I know you were laughing, man. I bet you was like, man, he's just dying right now.
I'm really not sure. Am I okay to speak? I'm still not entirely sure how these things work.
Okay.
Go on.
Well, one piece of advice for you before you start: just make sure you actually like respond to what's being said to you, relevant to the discussion, right? Like, don't just scattergun thinking about what you can come up with to ask next as soon as someone gets done talking. Really take in what they're saying so we can have productive combo.
Yeah, I've been in this Discord before. I've been here for a few months.
I feel like we're just being
here
long
one
trolled.
time. No.
Oh, you were co-piloting for him.
I wasn't co-piloting for anyone. He joined well before I did.
All right, then. So, is there anything you want to bring to the table right now? Any conversation?
Could I get a microphone check, please?
Yeah, we hear you loud and clear.
Yeah,
Thank
that
you.
helps. Can you get another microphone check in like 5 seconds after Mickey's done introducing the topic again?
Could you get another microphone, please?
Breaker.
Mic check.
And that is finally over.
This type of person, this type of activist, is commonly referred to as the presuppositional apologist. By far, bar none, absolutely excluding none, the presuppositional apologist is the most difficult combatant on a political or ideological stage that I have ever encountered. You see, the reason why they were the most difficult wasn't because they had a large degree of evidence that they were working by. It wasn't because they had sound definitions that they were providing, and it certainly wasn't because they had a lot of good observations. It was in fact because of the complete opposite of them having these things. In an ideal world, we would look at a particular phenomenon and say, okay, we can see this particular phenomenon in some capacity, whatever it is. And then once we can see that phenomenon, we would say, okay, we can now draw a definition of this particular thing. And once we've drawn a definition of this thing, all our observations and definitions and studies and whatever else become a base of evidence from which to work by. And from that evidence, we can make conclusions. In contrast to this, however, the presuppositionalist does the exact opposite. You see, as the name implies, they presuppose a conclusion, whatever that conclusion may be, and then they work backwards from that. This is the reason the presuppositionalist was the most difficult ideological combatant I have ever faced, because, simply put, they didn't need evidence to come to their conclusion in the first place. And because they didn't need it in the first place, that means that whether or not evidence exists in the future or doesn't exist in the future is quite honestly irrelevant, because they never used evidence in the first place to come to these positions. So when faced with someone like myself, who is trying to use evidence to change a person's mind on some given point of view, it fell on deaf ears. Because, again, whether or not I had evidence was irrelevant. What the presuppositionalist was using in place of evidence, however, was, as Ben Shapiro inevitably popularized, although the atheist community did this long before him, was feels over reals. The presuppositionalist, for all the difficulties that they have given me over the years, taught me one very good lesson about politics. They taught me that politics is not a simple, straightforward process of choosing a target, whatever that may be, and then crafting an argument either for or against that position, and then deploying that argument so much as if every engagement is a debate. In reality, if you're going to be a political thinker, someone who wants to really consider what's actually going on, what you need to be doing is criticizing both yourself and those around you, friend and foe. And when you do this, you will notice that politics is, in fact, a game of pattern recognition, because almost everyone uses the exact same arguments to justify wildly different positions. This is why, when you look online for commentary about, say, feminism and social justice, or a whole host of other political issues, and the commentator themselves understands what religion is and what it does in social dynamics, you will inevitably see that commentator say, what these people are doing over here in the feminist and social justice camp looks exactly the same as a religious group. And then oftentimes say, hey, I'd much prefer to work with the religious people because they're at least a little bit more honest.
Okay, Glad. I accept your invitation.
If the moonlight energy is re-radiating, we already dealt with it. It's not. So that is a false premise. Should cause that.
This, can we also use this though to prove that as another way?
If we can use this, we can prove this as another. This isn't a scientific hypothesis. It's not an experiment. However, you could possibly demonstrate something via another route other than an experiment. Follow?
Do you have any ideas?
I don't. It's your claim. I really don't. All I know, this isn't a scientific hypothesis for the reasons I just mentioned, and it's not. Therefore, it's not an experiment, not a viable one anyway.
What if you wanted to prove that it's causing a cooling effect, not that it's not re-radiated sunlight?
You could possibly. It wouldn't be an experiment. You could demonstrate that somehow. Sure. Yep.
So say I do demonstrate it. How would I then make an experiment out of it?
You can't. It's not science. Sorry.
QE for people like me that are dumb. Why can't we make an experiment out of that?
Because it's not a viable scientific hypothesis. I don't know. Have you been on mute or deafened for the last 5 minutes?
I feel like you do have a presupposition between a cause and effect. I guess I'm not understanding that.
There is no presuppositions in hypotheses. Hypotheses are suppositions. That's your problem.
And yes, QE, I've been fiddling with getting a mic going for the past 5
Who
minutes.
is it? Oh, rolling my boulder. Okay. I didn't know who was talking to me, so I just blurted it out. Doesn't matter.
Yeah, why would it matter?
That's another problem. You have a presupposition where hypotheses are suppositions. There's a difference between suppositions and presuppositions.
That's why they're two different words.
So I guess a supposition would be that I actually did measure a difference at one point, and then now it's a supposition, right?
Supposition is you have it's tentative, it's provisional, whereas a presupposition is you already believe it to be true. So I suppose, yes.
Then I misspoke.
It's okay.
So wait, are you saying like a supposition is like a fact and a presupposition is falsifiable?
No, so I'm going to say it again. A supposition is provisional. That means you're getting ready to test it. Whereas a presupposition is something you believe to be true already.
I see. Can you falsify the presupposition, or it's not?
Yeah. Yeah. You can falsify presuppositions, yeah. Because if they believe them to be true without evidence, then it's horseshit. Whereas a hypothesis is not believed to be true because it's a supposition. It's a preliminary step to get to experiment. Now, those are natural cause and effect relationships, but not everything falls into that category. So it could be true without it being an experiment. Follow?
I mean,
so based on
things are
the
true whether
supposition
we
that I make,
experiment on them or not, right?
I can't listen to two people at once, man.
the supposition that I have is based off of my
I already
experience.
I'm not going to deal with it again. I've already shot 4 or 5 holes in it. It's not going to recover. So you can do if I do this and if I do it, you don't. The only way you're going to do it is to post another hypothesis with a viable, independent, and dependent variable.
Since I was fiddling with things, can I get the like cliff notes of the past 5 minutes? Well, what are you guys
No,
talking about?
I'm not going back over it.
So why is moonlight not a viable?
I already told you. I'm not going to tell you again.
Moonlight.
Moonlight's moonlight. I already told you why it's not a viable scientific hypothesis. I shot 4 holes in it. I'm not going to do it again.
Traveler, what are you trying to argue about moonlight?
I'm trying to demonstrate and then have an experiment that says moonlight cools.
And you think you have like a bona fide experiment to do that?
Well, that's what I'm trying to develop.
Impossible.
Now, like I said, you could demonstrate that without it being an experiment and still be true. I think you missed that part.
Would that be proof?
Yes.
That's what I was going to say. I mean, you can be happy with that as well. I mean, you're doing more than
trying
90.
to say that for a while.
More than 99% of Americans who are just sat on the couch doing fuck all. You could be really happy with that. You know what I mean? I'd encourage you. What a wonderful thing. It's just not an experiment, according to you.
So like the like important thing is that you can make an observation and record what you saw, and what you saw is true.
No, that has to be an observation of a phenomenon.
Naturally occurring phenomenon.
Isn't everything that you observe a phenomenon?
No, I can observe a tree. It's not a phenomenon. It's a concrete noun.
Okay, so if you want to like observe the changing of the colors of the leaves, that's a phenomenon.
Now that could be one, yes.
See, I speak your language, Kiwi.
Just not the first one.
So watching it grow, watching the leaves change, watching it die, watching it get chopped down, all of those are phenomenon.
It has to be
but looking at it is not.
It has to be an occurrence, not a concrete noun.
Verb.
Yeah, I can look at a tree, but I can't make a viable scientific hypothesis out of. Okay, I observed a tree. Okay, what's the cause? Well, you didn't.
Okay,
It's
so
non
what if I
sequitur.
go? What if I go measure the height of all the trees on my back lot? Is that an observation?
Measure the height. Height's not happening.
Yeah, like from the dirt to the highest leaf. Is
Now,
that?
now for plant growth, yes, you could come up with a scientific hypothesis for that. Sure.
No, I'm talking about experiment. Observation. Sticking
Yeah.
with the observation.
Yeah. Hypothesis will lead to an experiment. It's called plant growth theory.
No, but just the
No. How
no
the
experiment.
Fuck no.
No experiment. Just observations.
You can observe. You can have an. I'm telling you, you can do an experiment with that type of thing. That's an occurrence. Plant growth.
And it's better than just an observation. You should turn it into an actual, hypotheses. Yeah.
You could do it. Yep, a number of them, right?
Yeah.
That's what makes plant growth theory an actual scientific theory, right?
See, one time Brenda said a shoe is a naturally occurring phenomenon. And that's not true because a shoe isn't doing anything. Now, if a shoe were walking itself, you bet your fucking ass that'd be a naturally observed phenomenon that I would like someone to explain as well.
No, you're wrong.
What?
Yeah, you're now that statement is correct, but you're wrong.
Not natural.
It's not natural.
Oh, you know what? That's true. Okay.
Not that you weren't wrong. You were just you went down the next lane, whereas you could have killed it beforehand. How about that?
Right. Yep. I embellished. I always do that.
So wait a minute. What if we like try to look at the shoe wear patterns? Is that natural or not natural?
I got the shoe in the archives.
Like if we just try to figure out how shoes wear out, is that
no? Because that's not natural. That's a human wearing the shoe out.
Exactly.
It is a human wearing the shoe out, but the human is nature, right?
No.
Humans in nature don't have shoes.
That's a fallacy of division.
So you're saying like if we took
No, I'm saying it's a
barefoot,
fallacy of division. That's what I'm saying.
you're saying if the people were barefoot and we looked at how their feet were
No.
out, that would be natural.
I'm saying it's a fallacy of division. You know what a fallacy of division is?
I have never heard that before.
Look it up. It's also known as a false division, faulty deduction, or division fallacy. Description: inferring that something is true of one or more of the parts from the fact that it is true of the whole. Example: atoms are natural. Everything is made of atoms. Therefore, everything is natural. That's a fallacy.
So would looking at how barefoot people's feet are out be natural or not natural?
No, it's created. It's man-made occurrence.
The bare feet aren't man-made though, right?
Oh, for fuck's sake!
The wear on the foot is man-made. The man puts the wear on the foot.
All right, I'll accept that. I get it.
You'll accept it. Oh, that's cute. Good for you.
Yeah, no, I mean, like, I see your point. I concede.
Great. That means you have 3 brain cells instead of 1.5.
Damn, he's just piling on.
Glad is not a. He doesn't.
I don't mince words. Well, it's a waste of time. Listen, Roland. Listen. You know it's flat. You're just coming here to do something else, and that's fine. We have fun with you. We like to play around with our food before we eat it, but we do eventually eat it, if you know what I mean.
Yes, indeed you do, and no, I don't know it's flat. It's definitely not flat.
It most certainly is. How do you get an elevation angle from a curved adjacent?
Tangents, spherical triangles,
Tangent.
trig,
Okay.
all the things you've heard before. People have told
Okay,
us
yeah,
to-
everything I heard
dozens of
before, that includes ink molecules are alive. Okay.
Whoa,
So,
what?
when you
All
look
right,
through it,
if you
yeah, I
want.
heard that from a Evo Baltard. So back to the point.
He said ink molecules
show
are
me.
alive.
So, yeah, they said that ink molecules were alive. Yes, they did. Okay, so now back to the point. So I said, how do you have a curved adjacent? Right?
You take
You
the
said
you take the limit.
tangent.
Take
So
the limit. Take the limit.
So okay, thank you. So show us the tangent that the sextant shoots out when you look through it.
You've seen it before. The
No,
on the
I
horizon.
want the tangent mirror. So
Look
throw
at how
us a-
fucking reasonable QE is being.
visual of a sextant?
What the hell? I'm now at the point where I'm like,
I
yeah,
am
don't
not
even talk to
prepared to
these
throw up
people.
visuals
This
here.
dude is
So
fucking
the Earth
insane.
must be flat.
I've never heard him be so
It
reasonable.
is, well, the Earth's not flat because of that. The Earth's flat because you're a moron.
Agreed. He was having a really good day.
Must be.
Good catch, though. I'm a moron, and I don't understand what triangles are.
What's a triangle?
Oh boy, 180 degrees. What do you want? 3 lines, 3 angles, 180 degrees.
Yeah, that's
oh my god. Yo,
you said one with
my clinical advice is to
degrees,
stop
so I
talking to him.
listen,
That's
you
it.
know 99.9% more than your fellow baltards. I'll tell you that much.
That's shameful.
Isn't it?
And that's
so you
only
got
a
that
triangle.
more or less. So you said, did you say 3 straight lines?
I did not. I said 3 lines.
Oh, do they have to be straight?
What kind of triangle are we talking about, my friend?
Talking about a fucking triangle. There's only one triangle.
Oh, wow.
Other adjectives like spherical or...
No, there is no spherical triangle. It's an oxymoron. There isn't one.
Why is it an oxymoron?
Well, because you said all the angles. Remember, I asked you for the definition.
Okay, sure,
you said,
sure. Yeah. You're right. I agree.
Thank you. Can I finish my statement?
You can.
You were correct in stating, like I said, you did a great job. You actually more or less defined it, even though it was like a scattergun, but you got it. You said all the angles of a triangle must add up to 180 degrees. Well, that is true because that's the most important property of a triangle. Then you said, well, QE, can't you put an adjective in front of that monkey and say spherical triangle? Well, if you do that, then all the angles in that spherical adjective triangle will not add up to 180 degrees, making it not a triangle, making it not a spherical triangle. Thank you very much. I'll be in the area all week.
Oh, yeah. I you know what? I don't disagree with you.
Now, people say spherical triangles. That doesn't make it true. People also say atmosphere, which is a contradiction.
Let's not go there. Let's stick with geometry.
I'm just giving an example of stating something that people say, rather flippantly, that is also a contradiction. So spherical triangle is as atmosphere.
Well, no. Spherical when they say spherical triangle, they're trying to jump from Euclidean geometry to some other kind, right?
Well, they can't because, like you said, the angle sum property of a triangle is 180 degrees. So I don't give a fuck what type of fairy tale geometry that somebody dreamed up. It's not a triangle.
You should care about the geometry that people dreamed up. It's all been dreamed up. Euclid dreamed up the triangles and all the...
I don't think so. I haven't studied too much of Euclid. I could really give a shit. I know what a fucking triangle is. I know that it's...
Because Euclid dreamed it up for you.
He didn't dream it up. I mean, I can demonstrate a triangle.
Holy crap, dude.
Yeah, so can
You
I.
think triangles didn't exist?
We both went through the same kindergarten, QE. We can both demonstrate triangles.
Well, I'll tell you what. We
Do
have
Glovers
PhDs
really
at...
fight you on this definition of the triangle thing?
Yes. That's okay. I have a good time with them. It's like they're a fungus, and I'm fast acting, tenactin.
Fast acting, not just... Oh, okay. All right. Well, there's other geometries that have been dreamed up over the years, and whatever. They may or may not be real.
He doesn't want to admit he's wrong.
But so is Euclid.
Yeah. So here we go back again. Okay, I can demonstrate what a fucking triangle is.
Well, I mean, give me a beach ball, and I can demonstrate all kind of spherical things too.
Oh, really? You can't demonstrate a fucking triangle.
Touche, my friend. I cannot. I agree.
Too funny.
Dude,
would it
you're
matter
too
what you
easy.
could do
You're
on a
too easy
beach
to get along with, man.
ball? Therefore, you
No,
can't have a curved
you could draw a smiley face on a
adjacent.
beach ball. Does
Yeah.
that mean that there's a large smiley face on the Earth?
Did he just say that
No,
QE is too
it
easy to
does
get
not.
along with?
Yeah.
Yeah, there you
Yeah.
go. So take that analogy and run with that, all the other arguments.
He already conceded there, AI. Down, boy, down.
He's telling AI to get down.
Yeah, just because I could draw something on a beach ball does not make it present
You're
on
gonna
the
get
surface of the
you're
Earth.
gonna get him going now.
No,
You know what, Roland? I think you may be one of the most honest Globers. Could be.
Just last night.
But I'm still but like deep down, I'm
Oh, this happened last night?
Yeah, but how
Was
are
this
you a
last night?
Glover when you can't get an elevation angle with the curve?
Oh, wow.
I'm having a hard time with that.
How promising.
I
Okay.
don't get elevation angles from curved adjacents. I get them from those obnoxious tangent lines. So
You can't do that because
in truth,
you can't do that.
I don't
You
regularly.
can't do that. That's non sequitur. That doesn't follow. Define an elevation angle. With citation, please, not what you make up.
Well, you'd have to give me time to go
ahead.
do that.
Or do you want me to just kill it right now?
Yes, kill it right now. I know.
Kill it with fire.
Yes, not just kill it, but with fire, so it can't come back.
Wow.
Hold on a second. Oh.
Ay. You know, we've done this before, QE, with the elevation angles.
I can't remember.
I know. We all run together, right?
It's too old.
Yeah.
I'm getting too old, and I've been down this road too many fucking times. So, 49 minutes after the hour, measurement of elevation angle. From radartutorial.eu. From radartutorial.eu. Oh, I'm sorry. 49 minutes after the hour, measurement of elevation angle. Elevation angle is the angle between the horizontal fucking plane and the line of sight, measured in the vertical plane. From IGCSE 2021 edition, 16.02 angles of elevation and depression. An angle of elevation is the angle from the lower object to the higher one, while an angle of depression is the angle from the higher object to the lower one. Both angles are measured with respect to the horizontal fucking plane of the object.
I love that. I love the horizontal fucking plane.
Don't you like that?
I do.
All right, there you go. You're debunked. Why aren't you a flat earther?
Yes. Because of how I define horizontal fucking plane.
Oh, you define.
There you go. There's the answer. So what you do in your mind is you call it a tangent when all you know of a certainty is that it's a horizontal plane.
Yeah,
So
I mean, have you seen?
Hold on. You observe and experience a horizontal plane, right? Then you infer that it must be a globe, and therefore you infer it must be a tangent line. So you're jumping logical categories there, and you're misplaced. So again, you can't put a ruler on a beach ball and say, therefore, when I go out into the world, I'm on a tangent line.
Wait. Why can't I put a ruler on a beach ball?
You can, but you'll be a numpty dipshit.
Oh my goodness, bro. Did I not
And
have an entire
horizontal-
logic string?
Sorry, horizontal plane is not synonymous with a tangent line. Like he said, it's a category error.
Correct. By the way, neither is it synonymous with the horizon, which a lot of Globers seem to make the mistake.
I would never tell you that the horizontal plane was synonymous with the horizon.
Yeah, you just did.
Only a numpty dipshit would make that.
No, you just did. Implicitly, you did that.
Maybe implicitly I might, but explicitly, no.
Implicitly, you did, which is it's more than enough evidence to hang you from the neck till dead.
Yeah, which by the way, fair point, comes around like this as a conclusion. The horizon that we see is the left to right axis, right?
Apparent horizon, no less.
And the horizon plane that you're standing on, if you quote unquote assume it's a ray line from your feet, which you would have assumed was a tangent, but you agree it's a horizontal plane in practicality.
Is this
so you'd end up with
is this the paper towel?
you'd end up with a z-axis, right? And an x-axis that are horizontal to each other in just one big plane. Now, the only thing of a certainty that you could then conclude is that the horizon plane, right, we're encompassing it all into one and mixing the categories, that plane is below your feet, which is true. And there is an angle from your eye line, which is above the plane, to the plane below your feet, which is also true. You could call that a depression angle, a dip angle, whatever you want to call it. But that's what we all experience. Nobody experiences any curves anywhere. So again, you can't put a ruler on a beach ball and then pretend you're on a tangent in real life.
So you mean like if I'm standing on the beach and I look left, right, forward, whatever, that it doesn't make any sense for it to be a globe, because if I'm looking left, right, I should be seeing the same curve that I see if I look from my feet forwards. Is that?
No, not even close.
Well, dude, I'm trying, man.
When you look left to right, you don't see any curve.
That's
and when
right.
you look forward, you don't see any curve. You never see any curve standing
I've
on the
never
earth.
seen a curve. All right, nothing's around. No ships.
By the way, that's agreed upon. This is already established, agreed upon in all camps that talk about this subject on any kind of non-asinine level, that the Earth is experienced on the base level from the vantage point of the observer as flat and stationary.
Yeah, if I'm at the beach, and looking out over water, flat, stationary, and nothing around, just me, beach, water, flat, desert island. So you're right, flat and stationary. I agree.
Yeah, but if you hold a beach ball in your hands and rub it, then you can pretend you're on a globe.
That I could, I guess, or if like I'd been taught things and knew critical thinking and then used all kinds of other observations, then I could also do it without rubbing the beach ball.
New critical thinking?
Like what?
I think he meant KNEW.
Oh, the famous things. Ships bottom up, sextant, elevation angles.
So
Sextant elevation angles. That's flat Earth proof.
Oh my goodness, dude.
I gotta say that these guys
like
jumped through.
2015 called. They want their disheveled.
Yeah, you get an angle. You get an angle.
Really? 2015? 7 years ago? That's fucked up.
2015. That 2015 argument.
Like for real, you get an angle from a flat baseline, and then you look at a beach ball and say, "Oh, I must be on a globe."
Bottom up. Well, that's a cause and effect relationship.
At least your hands are
effect relationship. What's the hypothesis? And then post the experiment validating your claim. Yeah. Good night.
Yeah, by the way, I will submit to the audience that the only experiential claim that the average globe believing person has, whether they be, nominal or a zealot, is the bottoms of things disappear, and they can't fathom any other cause except an obstruction in between point A and B.
So that means it's a false cause fallacy. They haven't demonstrated it.
The only reason it's a globe, it's because it's not.
Of course,
Absolutely.
we have all kind of. Of course, there's all kind of.
Oh, you were there last night too, Dempsey?
demonstrations of that geometric horizon.
Oh, yeah, I was there for the whole thing.
Keeps on blocking boats and buildings and shit. Not where it's supposed to be.
That I almost agree with AI, except there's a second thing that I have experienced.
What's that?
And
Ooh.
I mean, you guys, you'll reject it straight up.
What's his name?
I know it'll be rejected straight away, but in terms of just raw, my own personal direct experience,
we don't reject stuff straight away. Stop over talking me. It won't be rejected. It'll be deconstructed and then spat out with fucking virulence.
Yeah, fair point. Let's criticize that as well. The only thing that you can reject out of hand, right, is claims that have absolutely no evidence whatsoever and or an incoherent logic string on its face. If someone makes an incoherent statement, you can dismiss it based on the logical structure alone. You don't need to examine any of the premises.
Good point.
Fine.
Or
So
points.
the two direct things that I have personally experienced is like looking out over water, bottom up type stuff.
I already fucking just went over this. So
Oh,
why would the fuck would you bring this back up again? Okay, let's go through this step by step. I put you on mute so you don't continue the diarrhea of the mouth fuckwittery circle jerk. It's like you're pulling crazy Ivans every 5 seconds.
Now he's testing QE.
Now, this bottom up obstruction is your proof, your direct proof of a globetard. That's a natural cause and effect relationship. So in order to validate that, you would have to come up with a hypothesis. So give me a hypothesis, identify the independent, dependent variable, and then the individual, doesn't have to be an individual, the institution that has demonstrated that via experiment.
I have not any of that for you.
Then it's horse puckery. Number 2. Go ahead.
Oh, laying on the ground in my backyard looking at the night sky for a couple hours before bedtime.
All right. What does that prove?
Yeah, that proves nothing. It's just a direct experience I had.
Direct experience?
You
had a what?
Whoa. Yeah. You said you had a direct experience from what we were hearing, for what you were saying of the Earth being a globe.
Oh, yeah. Both of these things were direct experiences that I feel like I've had that meant it was a globe, but I didn't mean they.
So how's it a globe from just looking up at the night sky? This is dumber than your first one.
Oh, I don't know. I didn't mean to offer it as proof to other people.
Well, then that's what you were saying, that this is my direct experience that it's a globe-tart. So then you gave us the second one that it doesn't prove or disprove any fucking thing.
Yeah. What you need is to take those observations, all right, at least, at the minimum, put them into a logic string where the conclusion follows from the premises.
Yep. You can't do it.
So I'll do it for you. I'll do the first one for you, and you can try the second. So the first one goes like this. If the Earth was a globe with a big hump of Earth curve in the way, things would disappear from the bottom up as they go beyond or below, right, that curve, right? Now, the next part is important. Things do, quote unquote, disappear from the bottom up. Now your next sentence is crucial. If you say, therefore the Earth is a globe, you've committed a logical fallacy. If you say, therefore the Earth could be a globe, you're in the realm of saliency.
Yep. Very good.
But nobody does that. Nobody says, oh, therefore the Earth could be a globe. They axiomatically just spurt out, it is a globe because of this logical fallacy, which is literally defined as a formal fallacy.
Yep. So you got
now,
two
it
fallacies.
would be true. Yeah, and it would be true if the initial premise necessary for the conclusion to follow was proven, which is the Earth being a globe. You can't use assuming it in a fallacy to then prove it. It makes no sense.
Yeah, well, the first part is that the argument's void as soon as you invoke a logical fallacy, and you got two of them. Like he said, affirming the consequent, form a logical fallacy with the first one. That's number one. Number two is a false cause fallacy, spurned by the affirming the consequent.
Yeah, so knowing that, now we'd like to know how looking up at some lights in the sky gets you to Earth's a globe.
Yep.
I mean, that was actually a pretty good job, dude. I'm on my heels.
You should be. You should have been on your heels as soon as you come out of the womb.
Nevertheless, here I am. Yeah, I don't know. I feel like
I'll give you a hint. I'll give you a hint.
I feel like there's
I'll give you a hint.
a lot more that I was taught. A lot more that I was taught in school. And and you could call that
You were taught,
and you could call that indoctrination, and I'll concede that. And then the stuff I'm saying was consistent with the indoctrination. So that's kind of why I
So
no.
So they consistently indoctrinated you.
Sure.
Well,
yeah.
listen. To be fair, okay, if you were actually going to try to attempt to explain it to me with a logic string, the only logic string that you could come up with, in my experience, I haven't had one contrary, is just another affirming the consequent fallacy. Now, to be fair, there are many of these in the globe model, paradigm, whatever you want to call it, right? There's plenty of them. If it was a globe, then this would be. This is, therefore it's a globe. That's where they go wrong. They teach all the kids, therefore it is a globe, without proving it in the first instance. Because that logic string doesn't follow the conclusion necessarily. It could
AI
be,
did
but
a
it's
job
not
last night.
necessary.
It's
I
sufficient.
agree.
They don't understand the difference between sufficiency and necessary.
Yes. Awkwardly, I agree with both of you.
Right. So you have a collection. You have a collection.
Yeah, I don't know what this awkwardly means.
Logic. Yeah, you have a collection of logic
Poor
statements,
guy.
which are either fallacies or where the premise
Yeah, he didn't have a
isn't
chance, man.
proved in the first instance. So there are some that aren't fallacies, but you need that initial premise to be proven first. So here's what they do, and here's the sleight of hand. Check it out. They find a coherent logic string, right, which would actually follow if the initial premise was true. And they present that as the stone cold evidence. But the initial premise is proven where? In the previous formal logical fallacy. They borrow the conclusion from a fallacy to put into a non-fallacy. And so you end up with a big circle of fallacy.
Loving the deconstruction here.
I'm going to go on a limb and just admit that the shape of the Earth, that it's a globe, has never been logically, mathematically proved to me. It's a totality of evidence kind of thing, not a proof. That's why I'm
totality
No,
of
no. Wait a
incoherent
second. Wait a
logic?
second. Hold on. Evidence is proof. So you said the totality of evidence and proof are synonymous.
I think evidences are a collection of facts. Evidences are facts, and then the meaning that you derive from them is something else.
Negative evidence is proof.
So wait, like we found, John Smith's DNA. We found John Smith's DNA at the scene of the crime.
Deny it.
Doesn't prove.
Define it.
Define what?
Define both. Citation, please.
Define proof and evidence?
Yep. That's how we can tell the difference.
I don't. I can try to get back to you, but I do not have anything.
Nah, that's okay. I'll do it for you.
Can I read them, though?
Yes. 1 second.
Awesome.
Six minutes after the hour.
I see it. Evidence, adjective from Merriam-Webster.com, an outward sign, indication, or B, something that furnishes proof. Testimony, specifically, something legally submitted to a tribunal to ascertain the truth of a matter. From OxfordDictionaries.com, proof is evidence or argument establishing a fact of truth or statement. From CollinsDictionary.com, prove, 1, test by experiment. Well, that doesn't mention evidence, so I'll ignore that. From Merriam-Webster, proof synonyms, confirmation, evidence, validation. Sound damning to my statement there. And then, yeah, okay. So yeah, I think evidence. I think, geez, boy, that's rough. I think of the word proof and prove. I think of them as math and logic, and evidence. I think of more epistemological grounds.
Incorrect.
Oh, it's not automatically incorrect. I mean, you
Yeah,
certainly have math
well,
and logic.
it doesn't matter. It's a red herring fallacy. Proof is evidence. Evidence is proof.
But you agree that there are math
No, I
proofs and
don't
logic
agree.
proofs,
No,
yeah?
math is no. Mathematics is only domain specific. It's only descriptory. That's all.
And logic?
Depends on what type of logic you're using.
Formal.
Formal logic.
Yeah, can formal logic prove things?
What's formal logic?
It is concerned primarily with the form of the logical argument.
So you're talking syllogistic logic.
Sure.
So yeah, but the premises could be false. The statements can be logical, but invalid.
This is true. Yeah.
Yep.
I would awkwardly argue that the black swan is a case in point.
A case in point of what?
Faulty premises.
Really? What's the fault? You've got conditional statements. If the Earth is a sphere, radius 3959.
And light travels in straight lines.
No, we're not talking about light here.
We're looking,
No,
so we are
just
talking
the
about
argument. Just the argument.
But we're looking.
There's nothing wrong with it. It's the premises are right as the rain. Yeah. That's a sound logical argument.
With faulty premises.
What's the all right, what's what's the premises of the black swan?
Earth is a globe, curving away at whatever 8 inches per mile squared, and that light travels in straight lines.
Nope, there's nothing about light.
Well, of course, it's omitted purposefully.
It's not omitted. It's not part of the argument. It's a geometric argument.
But the black swan is you're looking at something, so light.
No, the black swan argument is not looking at something. It's an argument. The evidence is when you start looking at something. You got the wrong emphasis on the wrong syllable. Yeah, it finally hit home. Did the penny drop for you?
Oh, the penny has dropped so long ago. Elevation angles, yeah?
It should have dropped then.
It's the year of the sextant.
No, it's the age of the sextant.
Yeah, never mind the year of the dragon or whatever. It's the year of the sextant.
So back to the logical consistency argument. It can't be. All the premises are all true. Conditional statements are true. The only thing you could say about the evidence from a geometric argument is a category error, and it implodes the whole fairy tale spinning ball space monkey religion. The guys haven't got a hold of this in over 2 years, which is fucking scary. The moment you say refraction in response to the black swan argument.
Whoa. Have I said that word?
No, but you're getting to it. So the moment anyone says refraction in response to the black swan argument, the prosecution fucking rests. But that's all you guys do because you're like automatons. You're numpty dipshits that are fucking clueless. That's why.
But I didn't use that word.
You got close.
Maybe, but I didn't use it.
What did you do? How else? What else did you do? Think about it.
But I want to go back.
To say I didn't use it is being disingenuous. I mean, in a way.
In a way,
you
but
have to use it.
I want to back up to the evidence proof thing. Evidence submitted in a jury criminal trial proceeding.
Yeah, we're not talking about that.
It's not, but that's not proof, right?
That's subjective. We're not talking about that.
Well, what do you mean it's subjective? The evidence.
What do I mean?
Usually...
So in a court, it's reasonable doubt, right? Well, this isn't a reasonable doubt. We're into empiricism here. So There's no subjectivity to it at all. It's objective. Follow? Just like the black swan argument, it's objective. It's all geometric or geometry. That's all it is.
Absolutely.
I agree with you that the criteria to convict is reasonable doubt or whatever.
Yeah.
But that's not the criteria used to submit evidence before the court.
Yeah. Well, if you submit
Who cares?
evidence, hold on a second. If you submit evidence and it does not affirm proof, then it wasn't evidence to begin with. It was only in name only.
But both sides, the defense and the prosecution, submit evidence.
Who gives a fuck? That's a red herring, dumbass fallacy. You got to come up with something fucking better. What are you trying to debunk here?
I'm not trying to debunk anything.
Oh, what's your point?
That the evidence and proof aren't synonymous.
Oh, they're not.
Yeah,
so you're
perfect.
going against the definition. Hold on a second, AI. Just wait a second. You fucking read out the definition that said that they were synonymous. Now you're going against that. That violates the law of non-contradiction.
Those were interesting definitions.
Yeah, they were from Merriam-Webster. What's your
weren't
definition?
like definitions before the
Yeah,
court.
they are definitions. Merriam-Webster provide the definition. Yes, they're definitions.
What court, dude? What court are we in?
I mean, QE wouldn't accept everything from Merriam-Webster, so
It
I
doesn't
don't
say,
know.
that's all or nothing fallacy, by the way. So your argument's void on that point. Next.
It is? I mean, is Merriam-Webster
Yeah,
a
it is.
trustworthy source or not?
Yeah. Your question was it is? Yes. It's an all or nothing fallacy, making your argument to that point void. So yes, it is.
I'm genuinely curious to hear like all or nothing fallacy and argument appeal to authority fallacy.
Argument.
Seem like a very narrow.
That doesn't appeal to authority. Never came up. Argument.
No, it
the
didn't.
all or nothing fallacy is just how it sounds.
Drace is here. Drace, what's the all or nothing?
Well, what the argument more or less is, or what the argumentee more or less puts out, is if a source states something and you cite it, then you must believe everything from that source. So if Joe fucking Coffee Monkey Baltard says 2 + 2 is 4, then everything, I agree with that. Then I must agree with every fucking incoherent bullshittery that comes out of his mouth. That's where the fallacy is, and you employed it.
This must be related to the appeal to authority fallacy because
No,
Joe
it's not.
Schmittery,
It's not.
Nope.
he could be an
It's
expert in math, but then make comments about all sorts of other things.
Not.
This is the calmest bullshitter
That, but
I've ever spoken to and heard speak to others
So
in this arena.
offer up a source.
Yeah,
and
for sure.
then, if that source says other things,
Kudos for him to
about
keep
the
it
same
alive this
subject
long.
matter,
I
I can
mean,
say,
Yeah, he was just being stubborn.
I only believe this one
He
thing.
went 12
But look
rounds.
at QE being reasonable.
Topic.
Yeah,
Like,
I know.
it's like because the thing that I like that I'm like I hate when QE does that, right? I do the same shit over at Geos. You know what I mean?
The problem is
Like,
the
and the bottom line,
dictionary versions of some of those define level as adhering to the surface curvature of Earth's water.
No, it's
so
a
obviously they're
contradiction.
wrong.
No, that's a contradiction. So let me see if I can find that. They contradict themselves. Merriam-Webster does.
yeah. But I'm glad that this is playing because this shows that well, it's not that we're maniacs all the time. Like, look at it's super reasonable right now.
Yep. Cool hand Luke, calm, cool, and collected.
But the mental gymnastics are here are gold medal like worthy even.
You have to listen to the conversation right before this one with a different guy.
It may. Well, I suppose it would have been recorded on a Helios thing or whatever. I think that was Drace's recording.
Yeah,
of just that conversation.
I missed that conversation, so I didn't even know it happened. I just came in and it was popping.
Yeah, everybody was fired up, and QE came in and kind of like destroyed the guy before this one as a kind of like a pretender clown of some sort. But then this guy opened his mic and yeah, he's been here, rolling my boulder. Yeah, he's been here for a while.
Oh man. Hmm.
But the other one was let me look the name because I tagged him a few times.
Yeah, rolling my boulder used to be called Sisyphus, and there's actually a fallacy called the Sisyphean fallacy. That was my first interaction with him, teaching him about fallacies and that specific fallacy. But he still apparently, like, all of the things I taught him, went over in excruciating detail. He still commits those fallacies as if, like, I never did anything and he doesn't remember it.
Yeah.
Yeah, the one before him was Honey, with a 0 in the middle. That was kind of funny. He came in and the first thing he said, "You flat earthers believe the air is a pig's box," and then yeah, AI was speaking to him. It was a cool conversation, but obviously the guy was just giving his BS argument. He was presented with information, and his argument was, "I'm not gonna look at it." Nah.
The idea, like the idea of any human being whose mind works in a way that they can make a statement like you believe when they've never spoken to you before is a problem.
Yeah,
it's a problem.
It is a problem, and then AI very calmly. You know how AI is. He wants to, take the conversation step by step, breaking it down, whatever the conversation is, and he was giving that process, and the guy was like, "Nah."
Yeah.
Basically, he said that's not what it means to me. That's what I was hearing.
Yeah.
That definition, I don't jive with that definition. What do you mean you don't jive with it, man? Like, that's the definition. It doesn't matter if you jive with it. How else can I communicate to you something if we can't even understand what we're saying? Like, that's the definition, bro.
Well,
you know what these dudes said to me earlier? Go ahead, Gospel. Sorry, you were first.
Yeah, I was just going to say the sad part is, even if those words weren't synonyms, it wouldn't have benefited him in any way. It was not even a really good red herring. It was like an artificial Swedish fish red herring. Off-brand.
That's funny.
That's colorful.
So what I keep trying to express to people in here and everywhere is that I want to talk to real people. Like, guys, you know what I mean? Is oh, have you been talking to AI, artificial people? That right there is the response. That is the reason I'm saying what I'm saying. Because somebody would legitimately say that to me and be dead serious in lieu of the point that I'm trying to make. So, okay, the point that I'm actually trying to make with this example, I was in GeoServer, right? First of all, no, okay, let me not shit talk. Here's what happened. I was telling them that because they were saying reality is complicated, and I said, no, it's not. And I said, if you have 2 or more senses, working on something, 2 or more senses. You're wondering about something in reality and you have 2 or more senses, you can probably figure it out. If you're only, what I basically told them is it's impossible to solve. I can't even say it how I said it. It's just that with 1 sense, you're not going to be explaining a phenomena. In fact, what you think it might be because you might have just looked at it or blind and just touched it for the first time. It's not enough information to make a definitive decision.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? And so, you know what the fuck the response was?
I don't.
5 senses. I thought there were more.
Oh boy.
Wait.
And then he said, and then they
more than
said,
5, according to them.
And then they said, because when you look on
There
Google,
are,
it
but
tells
it's
you there's
besides
7.
the point.
Right. So basically, what he.
Sorry, go ahead, Elijah.
No, you're right. But the point, but look at this. Instead of saying, yeah, you're right, they've introduced that there are more senses. Okay, point still stands. You can't use just one of those to determine anything.
Yeah.
That's the point. But we
Yeah, that's
argued
like-
for 30 minutes.
That's like
Wow.
saying I touched something, but I'm going to ignore the touch of it because I smelt it, and I'm going to go with the smell over the touch of it.
Nah,
Right?
I'm sorry. That's no.
No? Okay. My bad.
What I'm saying is you've only experienced something through 1 sense. Either you touched it, heard it, smelt it, but if it's only that 1 sense and you've never experienced it before, i.e. you smelt it and then gone, what's that smell? Oh shit, it's blueberry pie, because you've tasted it and touched it. Now, that caveat aside, having experienced something already, you cannot use 1 sense to determine anything. And I said, give me an example of where you can. And all they did was say there's more than 5 senses.
Yeah, a really good example of that personal anecdote. There's these flowering bushes. Not hydrangeas. I'm going to screw it up if I try to name. It's not hydrangeas. It's a big bush. Has flowers. Has a strong smell. It's an edible flower, but I can't remember the name of the flower. Whatever. I'm very unfamiliar with it. I kept on smelling it about a month ago, 3 or 4 weeks ago when it was flowering and everything. But I didn't know what I was smelling. I kept on smelling a smell, and I was like, man, they must have sprayed something. Something must be going on. It was really disgusting chemical smell. And then I found out later on, oh, go smell that thing. And my wife was like, yeah, it's those flowers. I went up to the bush and I'm like, oh my gosh, that's the thing making that smell. I was imagining chemical spray. It was a flower that I didn't really appreciate the smell of, but out of context because I didn't know what it was. So
their argument for that is that your senses are fooling you. That's what they were saying, and that's you putting an assumption on what it actually was.
Yeah. I'm just giving an example for what Elijah to back up what he's talking about.
Yeah, but they want to isolate each sense, but your senses are not doing anything by themselves. You are the one having the experience and utilizing
we
your
interpret.
to interpret the experience.
Only ninjas has 6 senses.
Well, some people argue that we have 11 senses. Some people argue that we have 13 senses.
No, Gospel. I read it when I was young about ninjas, and it's called Haragei. Do you know what's that sense?
Oh, you're talking about extrasensory perception, as in, like what is colloquially known as ESP.
That was written in a book. It's not proven.
The sense of presence.
The sense of the feeling danger.
Yeah. Oh, well, that's even a different sense. So there's a sense of presence, but that's theoretical, and there's possible other causes. Well, I guess that's kind of besides the point. What causes the sense? There seems to be a sense of presence, but that's not even within the scope of the normal 11 to 13. Maybe is it within the 13 list? I'll pull up some lists. It's interesting. People, five senses. There's the five main senses. Is this annoying to talk about, Elijah?
No. Sorry, no. My mic is open. Sorry.
No, it's fine. I was just making sure I wasn't going away off in the weeds.
Yeah, someone else has sent me a message. I'm sorry.
It's all
I
good.
was laughing at them.
The census topic, I was fascinated at.
Okay, and this is where I'm trying to grasp this idea. So if my sense tells me that I'm not moving, but I read a book that tells me I am moving. This is what I'm saying, the difference between feeling something versus reading something, and how, am I supposed to ignore the idea that I don't feel that I'm moving to entertain this idea that I'm reading a book that tells me that I am moving? And that's what I'm saying about ignoring one of my senses to entertain another sense. Is that making sense? Never mind. I'll leave it alone.
Is it like watching a screen, a big screen that is high definition and it's showing you a rainbow, and you see the rainbow with your eyes, right? You see the rainbow, but is it actually a rainbow? It's a projection in a screen. It's not the rainbow or the object itself. Like you see a flower in the TV, but you can't smell it, right? But you can see it on the screen. I'm just saying that they had this argument. I was listening to you, Elijah, earlier, and they kind of want to, in a way, isolate one of your senses. Let's say, oh, if you see something, and they mentioned the horizon, it's a you see the ground and the sky converging, right? But that's your senses fooling you. That's the word they use, fooling you. But you're not a fool, because you are looking at a distance, and then you see this observation, and we label it horizon. That doesn't mean that your eyes are fooling you. That's just what you're observing. Coming to a conclusion of what that might mean I don't think that's your senses fooling you.
If you don't see the globe, James, everything is fooling you.
Yeah, that they try, but you see how they trying to isolate one sense and trying to say, because you've seen this thing or you don't see this thing or whatever, and then you come to a conclusion because of the observation.
Yeah, you
that
could
means
say that
your senses are fooling you.
You say that it could be this, but you never make a definitive statement saying that it is. That the Earth looks like it's converging because it's a globe. Like, that's what they're saying. They're giving a statement to say that because they're seeing something, they're making a definitive statement with that thing. They're not saying it could be a globe because I see it looking like that, or whatever. If they entertain the idea that the Earth is a globe and they're saying they're seeing something, like ships going over the curve, you know what they say? But they don't say it could be a globe. They're saying it is a globe. That's why the ship is going over the curve.
I have taken it upon myself to unmute DP for the record. DP, can you say hello? It's a great time to get in the conversation, DP.
Tu restes en ligne, le Mac?
What? Would you say that again, please? Is that a Scottish accent there, DP?
Hopefully he can reply whenever he can.
Yeah, I mean, I heard something. It sounded it was either Scottish or a mouthful of marbles. It's
Yeah,
really hard to tell the difference sometimes.
that's what it sounded like to me, and I saw his icon light up. So, DP, try to say something.
Purple burglar alarm.
Can you help me with these guys? So these guys presented these photographs of the boats, and they say that the boat looks like it's floating in the air. Therefore, your senses are fooling you. And I reply, bro, I know for a fact that the boat was built to float on water, right? Or in water, float on the water. So I know that it's not floating on the air.
Correct. And you can really, especially in that last one, you can see the horizon is, the boat's on the water. You can actually exactly trace. But because you know what a mirage is, now if you didn't know what a mirage was, in that the water is miraging the sky, the water, just leading, anyway, just in front of the boat, all that water is miraging the sky. Well, if you didn't know what a mirage was, you might come to a false conclusion.
Yeah,
but it wouldn't be your senses fooling you. It wouldn't be your senses fooling you. It'd be your preconceived notions of interpreting the data that would be fooling you.
Yeah, and I told them it might be that you're getting some type of information that is not the what is actually happening, right? Or you are preconstructing some ideas in your mind, and you might be fooling yourself, or someone is fooling you, but that doesn't mean that your senses are fooling you.
That reminds me of them gluing they glue a quarter to the sidewalk and watch people try to pick it up, and they can't because it's like super glued or whatever, super glued to the sidewalk. It'd be like saying that your senses are fooling you. Be like, no, the quarter's there. It's just glued. Like I thought I could pick it up. Well, it's something.
Yeah. Some guy invented glue a long time ago, and another guy grabbed that invention and added a coin with the glue, put it on the floor, and they made that. They took those steps to fool you. That's not your senses fooling you.
Yeah. DP. We did hear a little bit of you saying something, but we'd so appreciate your ability to continue the conversation. Intellectually dishonest, yeah, for sure.
I told them you want to pretend, because this guy brought this argument about the boat floating, and I said you want to pretend that you are a fool and you're being fooled by your senses, but that's not what's actually happening, bro. Because I know the boat is floating on water. Hopefully, DP can speak to us.
Yeah. Aw. Didn't even get a chance to get VC verified. It would have been so easy. Oh well. Badoo. Such a big boat.
Look at the other example that we're presenting for, your senses being fooled.
Which one? The oh, okay. Oh.
I mean, I don't think nature is doing this to us, right? It's like a man-made thing.
Yeah, this is referred to as an optical illusion.
So that's what they say in optical. They told me that. Oh, have you ever seen an optical illusion? So your senses are fooling you. Like, no.
No, you see what you see. Now, it's how you interpret what you're seeing. So I guess, so for instance, pareidolia. You know about pareidolia?
Can you remind me?
Yeah, it's like when you see a rock and you're like, oh my gosh, it kind of looks like a face. And you're like, actually, maybe that is a face, but it's actually just a rock. Or it's a cloud and it looks like a unicorn or whatever. And you're like, actually, that might be a unicorn. Anyway, pareidolia is when you see a thing that isn't the thing, but you think it's the other thing. But it's actually just a rock or whatever it is. It isn't the thing you think it is.
Can I say something to that? It sounds made up so that when you look at a rock that's actually a face, that they can say that's not a face, that's a rock.
Pareidolia is a thing. It's a pareidolia happens every time you look at the clouds that are actually clouds, and I say every time you look at the clouds. You can look at the clouds and be like, that one looks like a horse. That one looks like a mountain.
My clouds always look like racetracks now, like drag strips.
Well, yeah, there you go. But yeah, there you go. Those are good examples of pareidolia. Especially the electrical outlet that is a thing. It's an electrical outlet, but you're like, it looks like a face, therefore there's some kind of special meaning behind it. The tree one is an excellent example. It's a face. This means that it's somebody. So then what people do is they make the observation, they see the thing, it looks like a face. That's all fine and dandy. But then what people do is they then add to it, yep, somebody's soul must be in the tree. And they go an extra step further besides, oh, look at this natural occurrence that looks like another thing. Isn't that funny? This happens with what do they call it? Like food porn and just stupid things where people are doing weird things with other things. And whatever the case, cheese grater. Oh, it's smiling. It's alive. We're all connected.
The guy was happy when he made it.
Yeah, that's it.
He put his soul into it.
Yeah. So when pareidolia is a thing, and then it can lead people down really bad paths. But I would still say that your senses aren't deceiving you. You're just interpreting information that you see. There are two circles, two holes, and another hole that are similar in the tree specific, the tree one. Oh, look, two nostrils, two eyes, and a mouth. That interpretation is just an interpretation. It doesn't discredit the fact that your senses took in the right information. Now, one of the best examples that I would provide on your senses deceiving you, there are these other optical illusions. Pareidolia is not a good example, but the blue, gold, black, blue dress thing, or whatever it was, silver and blue, or gold and black, or whatever the color combinations were. This is a famous one that has been appropriated to the ends of New Age mysticism extravaganza. I'll throw that word in there because good. They've done some really amazingly ridiculous things with the gold dress phenomenon. In fact, I saw the title of an article the other day that was stating that they've added new categories of scientific understanding of neurology as a result of that viral image.
Are you saying that if I see it one color and somebody else sees it the other color, I'm crazy and they're not?
Who's to say, first of all, but second of all, I think it stands to reason that there ought to be a definitive way to know. There maybe there oughtn't be, but it seems to me that there ought to be an objective way to know. For instance, on a computer, you can hover over a pixel and it can give you the hexadecimal code, and then you can type that code in and just stare at a big block of that color. I don't think that once you do that, I would be interested to know, what's the deal with how many ranges of different colors? Are there actually gold pixels and blue pixel, whatever the color differences were? Is it just one picking up more than the other based on the way that your eyes are? Is it a brain thing?
We have a special announcement coming from CNN. We should probably think about getting some money together and sending it to the war effort. They announced that the people are in the streets eating pigeons.
What kind of pie was it that they made? Was it pigeon? No, was it crows in a pie? What's the different? There's a bird pie from like
magpies.
420 blackbirds baked in a pie. Blackbirds. Okay, so blackbirds would be different. I wonder how different in flavor from pigeons. I have a feeling that most birds are going to taste pretty much the same, except for duck and chicken taste drastically different. But
yeah, one lives on water and one lives in a chicken coop, so there's a difference.
Yeah. Gooses tend to taste very similar to duck, but they also share a similar lifestyle. And I've had quail. I have had quail, and quail tastes much more like chicken. So it probably is just lifestyle dependent. I've never had an exotic bird. That's something I've never done. But I'm not going to feel sorry for people eating pigeons. That sounds like a decent meal. Good for them.
Okay. See, there you go, everybody. Because I wanted to eat the mourning dove that's sitting. It decided to
those things are pretty chubby.
Up the drain pipe of my house where it bends to go to the gutter. They put a nest there, and that nest is on the back wall of my bedroom. So I just hear all the time. So yeah, we're gonna have doves. Those are pigeons.
Oh yeah. Okay. Pretty chubby birds. Seem like they got a lot of substance to them.
Yeah, because they don't do anything but stare at you like, please stay away from me, because if you don't, I'm going to dive bomb you. And that's what they do. So we just look at them and wave as we walk by.
All righty. What do we have here? We've got hashtag banned member. VC verified. Interesting. Hey, is Chris, good job. Good job so far on the lyrics. Man, that was super. I was looking through. But yeah. It looked really, really close. I pinned your thing because it's really good. Good stuff. Did you see that down there, Drace? What we're working on?
Not yet. I'm very excited to hear it though.
Yeah, it's at the bottom of the server, and the FE lyrics development.
Very cool.
Yeah. Exactly. One is angry, the other is scared. Yeah.
Yeah. Don't use this outlet. Oh no, you're going to plug something into me.
Yeah, I mean, you can take it pretty far. You're going to be like, the gray ones are more masculine and the white ones are more feminine. Like,
he's yelling at the white one.
Oh, nice. Wow, gold. Perfect. Wow.
I like them smiling right at the very end. They all smile.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, there you go.
They just had to make those holes off center on that hook. They couldn't just make them center.
Yeah, I'm not sure what the
It takes more effort to do offsets than it does to do something in a line.
advantage would be there, if there's any type of engineering advantage. Thought about that before on those. I have one of those. I guess that's what you call ubiquitous. Almost everybody would say, "Oh yeah, I have one of those." That'd be a great name for a operating system, actually. Ubiquity.
A picture he posted, I blew it up just now, got me dizzy. The one on the left looked like the green cylinders falling over.
Really?
To me, it does. Be right back.
Oh, I guess the part that blew. Yeah. So this is all about the shading and how it's deceptive because it's the exact same color.
Yeah, that took me a second.
Yeah, I didn't realize what the illusion was, but now I get it. That is pretty remarkable that it's
Yeah, your brain does this when it thinks it's in shadow. It makes a distinction that like appears there, but like there really isn't any.
what you're staring at here is a mirage.
I think it's kind of indicative of how, like, when you expect to see something, you're more likely to see that thing.
Yeah. I guess what you'd also have to do is you'd have to strategically provide the same ratio of dark to light in the two different regions.
It's kind of interesting when you think about how we see things, because it's not like we are seeing the raw input. There's almost like a filter over it of our preconceived ideas that like meshes all of it together. The two eyes and the two visions become one in this holistic view instead of being these two frames that you're looking through. So it'd probably be very, very confusing. Besides it, like I think it part of that is what gives us our depth perception and I think it's useful. Not or having this is in a way, and I think that people use it as a defense mechanism as well because they can influence how they see the world through their beliefs. They defend those beliefs super hard because that's how they see the world. It's a part of who they are. If you want, I can resume the bot. We also got C joining us. Welcome, C, VC Verified. You wanna ask any questions or tell us how you found the server?
Chilean pesos. Or Chilean. Chileans pesos. So maybe it's chi and not C. I don't know.
I don't know. Looks like he's got a Bob Ross profile picture.
Yeah, I was seeing that too. After all these years, I finally decided to update my profile picture.
Well, if Chair doesn't want to speak, then I'm just gonna put it back on play until anybody wants to speak.
Okay.
So let's go to Merriam-Webster and listen to them contradict themselves in one sentence. They contradict themselves. So each tenet, each claim has to be evaluated on its own merit. Hold on a second.
It does start to seem circular.
they've lost
If the source's claims must be evaluated on their merits, then how can it be
Every
a
single
source?
one. Yep. Every single claim from a
But then
source
how can
has
it be
to
a source?
Say again?
Then I just don't understand how that can be an authority on the subject.
Well, because like AI said, that Merriam-Webster is an authoritative source. Doesn't make them right about everything, but they're authoritative source on definitions. I mean, duh. I mean, do I need to go into why?
But then if they're not right about everything, and if some of the words are wrongly defined,
yep,
how can I trust the subset that you use?
You can't.
So then why bother citing them?
You can't. Well, because not everything, you're using another all or nothing fallacy.
Okay, but how do I know that the
but-
words that
but-
you
no,
cite
it's not a
are
but.
correct? How do I know the words you cite are correct?
It's not but. Well, you have
Okay,
to evaluate it based on basic reasoning and no law of non-contradiction violations. That's how.
So we have.
Let's see if I can find
here.
this thing.
Enam asked some questions.
Hello, guys.
There's also looking for that. There's also logical differences between categories of
Stop.
things.
Yeah, okay.
And between subsets
Yeah,
within the
I gotta
same
pause.
categories, like an adult and a child, right?
Okay, Phenom. Sounds like you're up.
Oh, hello. I'm here to learn about flat Earth and why people think the Earth is flat. Because I'm not
Okay,
really.
so where we left off was you asked me, are all the planets and everything flat too? Because Earth is flat, right? And I said, so you think lights that you can't go to are flat?
No, I'm asking you. I don't have a thought.
I have nothing to do with the sky. I live on Earth. So you're asking me about shit that happens in the sky. So what do you want to know about it?
Well, okay, here's another question. Do you think there are other planets apart from the Earth? Even if you can't see them from Earth, do you think there's other things out there?
Your question includes a fallacy.
Correct.
What's the fallacy?
You're assuming that Earth is a planet.
Okay, so if Earth is not a planet, what is Earth? What is Earth?
Earth is Earth. Earth is where we live. Do you live somewhere else?
No, I live on Earth, but I'm pretty sure that Earth is something. Like, it's not just Earth, because if Earth is Earth, what are the lights in the sky?
That's a fantastic question that you already answered in the question itself. Earth is Earth, and there are lights in the sky. That is the answer.
Okay, so lights in the sky, right? Let's focus on that.
Yeah, you can, but you can also recognize the question: what on earth makes you think that the Earth is like the things in the sky?
I don't think that the Earth are like stars. I think the Earth is like planets, like round, like planets. I don't understand how.
What on earth makes you think that the Earth is like the things in the sky? Any of the things in the sky?
Because they're round.
What on earth?
Because they're so.
I have to keep asking this question.
Sorry. I did not. I thought you were using the expression, but you're actually asking me. Okay. Like things on Earth, things that have been taught, things throughout history, documented things proving that people have traveled around the Earth and the Earth is round.
I told you that's a no-no.
No. We'll use it. I'm going to take each of your examples. We'll do them one at a time. So you said people going around the Earth. Is that what you said?
Yeah, I did.
All right. So who's gone around one of the things in the sky?
Not around, but it has been said. Well, no, people have gone to the moon, which is something in the sky.
Okay. Yep. There is a claim that people have gone to the moon. Can that be verified or validated?
Yes, if you have a good enough telescope and you use it, you'll be able to. Or if you have a good enough laser and you bounce it off the moon, you'd be able to see the equipment that they left up there.
That is a story that has actually never been validated, but again, the moon is a good example to go to answer the question that I asked, except for the fact that it hasn't been validated. In fact, most of the story around the moon landings and stuff like that have been debunked.
How have they been debunked?
In a handful of different ways. One of the most What's that?
Can you give me an example of how the moon landings were debunked?
Yeah, one of the most primary ways is unless the moon is sitting in our air, you can't go to the moon.
I'm sorry, could you repeat that?
I said unless the moon is sitting in our air, you can't go there.
What does that mean? Are you saying that people cannot go to outer space because things in outer space are not in our air?
Yeah, you can't go to a place that violates the second law of thermodynamics.
He caught on with that one right away, so that's good.
All right, so you think you see things like rocket ships and stuff. Where do you think they go?
Where they appear to go, in a parabolic arch back downwards to the Earth.
They appear to go to. You know, there's an International Space Station, right?
Do you know exactly where it is?
No, because it's in space.
That's not what they say. They say that you can see it up in the sky.
Okay, if you have a good enough telescope, I'm sure you'd be able to see it.
No, bare naked eyes.
Where? Who has said this, and in what location?
Yeah, they say that you can see
Every
the ISS.
Glober has said this. That comes in here.
See the ISS. So look, chat's going pretty fast. You do have VC verified, right, Finham? Yeah.
What?
So check out live stream voice text.
Okay.
There's a post from 54 minutes after the hour. It's 2 posts back by Drace. So you just kind of ask the logical question: should an object of equal size or near equal size, we'll call it near equal, appear exactly the same? Should it appear exactly the same at drastically different orders of magnitude, different distances? Like, you look at a mountain, whatever, think of a big thing that is around where you live. Does it look the same from 1 mile versus 10 miles or 20 miles? Or does that mountain start to get like so tiny?
It becomes tiny because there's a distance between me and the mountain. That works with literally anything.
Yeah, for sure. I agree. It's called perspective and so on and so on. So with the 7.2 mile maximum height of a commercial airplane, it's probably 727 or something, whatever it is. But oh yeah, 747, whatever. There it is. It says it in the thing. Mm-hmm. Versus the ISS and how big they say it is. 7 miles versus 253 miles. Isn't it peculiar that they would look nearly the same in the sky?
I don't think so, because I think
nah, mate, your feet are flat. What are you talking about? Talking shite. The world's flat. Everybody knows that.
Yeah, he's right. Yeah, don't interrupt. You sure about that?
All right, I'll try to be sure about that. I'm sorry, my bad.
Anyway, can you repeat the question? I was lost by that distraction.
Yeah, I had said, isn't it peculiar that they look so much the same with such drastically different distances? And you said no, not really.
An airplane and the International Space Station?
Yeah. One's 253 miles allegedly, the other's 7 miles, confirmedly.
I don't think they would look exactly the same. I think one would look obviously significantly That is a significant distance away from me, so smaller. And then since the International Space Station is obviously further away, it'd be visible if they say it's visible, but it'd be significantly smaller than the aeroplane. That's what I think, because there's a great distance between me and them, and then each other.
Yeah, I agree. It sounds like you understand what perspective is. The issue is it doesn't work out that you would be seeing it in much the same way to the airplane because of perspective. Therefore, it starts to call into question the claim that it is actually 253 miles away. Does that make sense? So let me rewind a little bit. We're talking about things in the sky. The most important thing about the ground, and specifically referring to Earth, that we can look at and feel and touch and measure and make observation, all that stuff, is the fact that water seeks its level.
Right.
So that natural law, that thing that we observe 100% of the time, that's the most important thing. So you have to find out, okay, water seeks its level. The question is level straight or is level curved? Now, according to the globe, level must be curved. But according to our physical reality that we can look at, test, measure, we can see.
I'm sorry, am I the only one that heard that?
No, hey, lost connection sounds like.
What happens now?
No problem. We'll just continue. It's not a problem.
Got it.
I have a question. Are there any globers, like people who believe the Earth is round, in the server, like in this call right now? Or is
are you looking for backup or what?
No,
there's globers here.
I'm just asking.
But they're not going to back you up.
No, I'm not looking. I don't need backup, bro. I know what I believe, but it's just, I mean, I don't believe. I know what I know. It's just, I'm trying to see what kind of community this is.
We have a bunch of people from both sides and people on the fence who come here. There has not been a glober yet who has brought a valid argument to support the globe, and so we still are looking. Do you have one?
Well, my argument was that there is proof, or that there has been documented proof of people traveling around the world, tests, things like that.
Yeah, that's the same as me saying.
Because the only proof that I've been provided.
Just a moment.
Oh,
it's the same as me saying, for instance, yeah, I can walk around my house and I can document that I can go in a circle around my house. Therefore, my house is a sphere. Do you understand how that is not logically valid?
But that doesn't make any sense.
That's what you just told me.
No, the difference is
people travel in a circle on the flat Earth, and that means it's a sphere.
That's not the same thing.
That's what you just said.
No, I said people have traversed around the entire world.
Yeah, in a circle all over the flat Earth.
So you believe the Earth is flat and it continuously goes what? Straight?
I don't.
No.
You
believe it's flat.
I don't have a claim on what reality is beyond what is observed and measured. And so we measured the waters, and we measured the lands, and
you've measured the entire land.
No, not all of it.
Then if you haven't measured all of it, then you cannot claim the shape of the actual planet.
We could do all of it because they claim all of it is curving, and if most of it is not curving,
there are satellites.
Then you do not have the leftover curve left to make any balls.
Okay. First of all, no, that literally does not make any sense. Second of all, do you realize there are satellites in the sky that take pictures of the Earth and you can see the Earth is round? And sure, you can say, oh, those images are doctored, but But you have just told me that you measure the Earth, you measure the land. But you did
Yeah,
say
we
you
use
did. No.
lasers.
Let me finish.
We use
Let me finish. I
lasers
did
to
let you
test.
finish, sir. I did let you finish. Please let me
No,
finish my
you're
sentence.
galloping right now. You cannot just jump from one thing to the next.
But this is my
That
sentence.
is
You told me to
against
let
our
you finish.
server
I'm
rules.
letting you finish.
Yeah, you're jumping from one thing to the next, so I'm going to address
It's a part of my process. I'll get to my overall point when I finish with my sentence if you'd let me do that. Thank you. Anyway, you told me.
Then try to make a single coherent point and not get galloping. Otherwise, I will just mute you and talk.
Well, you can't. Well, muting me and talking is just like what? That's bitch behavior, bro. You can't like what?
No, I'm just.
That's not how you have a debate.
It's
You let
against
me.
the server
You let me
rules.
give
Read
my
our
point.
rules, and then maybe you won't have such a problem.
Well, if the rules say you can't have a proper debate, then
You haven't debated anything yet.
because I'm trying to make my point and he keeps interrupting me.
No,
I'm sorry.
I asked you to make your point. Please make
And
your
I'm
point.
making my point, but you keep
Make
interrupting me.
point, and then we will address that point. We don't need to have many points in a row or some bullshit.
You
Just
can't
one
dictate
point,
how
and then
many
we'll
points
address it.
need to be made in the sake of debate. The whole point is to get to my opinion, what I'm trying to express.
Go ahead and
This is
express
not an
it.
opinion.
Let me read the rules first, so I don't have an issue with you constantly interrupting me instead of letting me get to my point, which you keep telling me to get to.
Go ahead and read them then.
Okay. English, please. Please be civil. Try to post the correct channel. Don't spam or advertise. Regional politics are allowed, but please do not force your beliefs. No racism, no spoilers, no explicit content, no trolls. Follow Discord terms of service. Breaking any of these rules. Okay. So none of these rules say that I can't delegate to get to my point. Voice channel etiquette. Live stream. Refrain from continually interrupting or you will be muted. You're literally breaking your own rule. You've interrupted me multiple times.
No, listen here. I am
No. You listen to me.
because
You
you
have
are
broken your
breaking the
own rules
rules.
that you told
Calm
me to
down.
read. You've
Take a chill pill. Okay, let me read you the rules. Galloping will not be tolerated. The gallop is a technique used during debating that focuses on overwhelming an opponent with as many arguments as possible. That's why we will strive to cover single topics to their logical conclusions. So if you make a claim, we will address it. If you want to make a string of claims, that's not possible here. We would go over each one. If there's no objection to your claims, because they're rooted in reality, then you can continue to make a logical syllogism. But if you want to make a fallacy here, that doesn't work.
I was not making multiple claims. I was repeating what you had said, and you kept interrupting me.
Do you really want to lie? We record this.
Send a recording. On multiple times, I said,
I don't need to send any recordings.
And I quote, you
Calm
said.
down.
No, because you're literally what? You're ignoring your own rules.
He cannot control himself.
Yeah,
Hey, my friend,
You're literally serving me and interrupting me.
My friend, when you join someone for lunch, you go to someone's house, right? You don't put your boots on the table after you walk outside for the whole day, right? You have to take it easy, have a back and forth conversation, just like you're sitting at a table with someone. I'm pretty sure you don't act like this with other people, do you?
If he told me to let him speak, I let him speak. And then I tell him to let me speak, and he doesn't let me speak. So of course
but we are going in circles about this point. We already passed this point. Now, if you have some point to bring up or you have any questions, maybe we can move forward, and it's okay. This is just talking in the internet. No need to worry. Just keep it on one subject at a time and bring it to a logical conclusion, then move on. It's okay.
Okay. Anyway, my point was that I said there are satellites in the sky that have taken photos of the Earth. Okay, stay with me. Not in the sky, in space. And you said that you, as in the flat Earth community, or maybe you personally, have measured the land and the seas, but not all of it. So if you have not covered all of the Earth, how can you dictate what the shape of the Earth is? There you go.
Okay, your first point.
Those are two different arguments, by the way.
What do you mean?
Yeah, the satellites in space is one point, and then measuring the Earth is a different point.
No,
Do
but
you want
that's
to
not my
expand
point.
on?
He's the one who said that. I'm just quoting what he said to see where I'm coming from.
No,
Yeah,
you're doing it
you're
out of
saying.
order as well. I told you that before, and then you brought up satellites, which is a red herring to what I was saying.
You get that, right? So if I say, hey, I measured the table, and you're saying, hey, but there is things in the ceiling, light in the ceiling, but I'm talking about the table. Let's measure this table. Let's see the dimensions of the table, right? How big it is, how large. Let's talk about the table, and then you're saying, no, light in the ceiling.
Okay, I don't think that's the same thing, but I'm just gonna forget the satellite bit and focus on the measuring bit just for your sake. Anyway, you said that you measured the land and the Earth, but not the entire of the. No, you said you measured the land and the sea, but not all of it. So if you have not measured all of the Earth, how can you dictate the shape of the Earth? That is my question.
Let me give you an example. Okay, so we have a bunch of flat spots on the Earth as admitted by globe believers. You have a bunch of salt flats, which are verified to be flat. We have a bunch of underneath all of the oceans, there are flat plains. So that's just what the globe believers have told us. So most of the world is flat according to the globe believers. And then they want us to believe that the water curves into this sphere on the outside. So what we did was we went out and we tested that claim. And so we used lasers of different wavelengths and different electromagnetic waves like radio, microwave, and infrared to see if this curve was actually there to block things. But turns out it wasn't there. And so the Earth wasn't a globe, as we were told.
Would you like to look at the evidence for that?
Yes, please.
All right, we have a channel in the server called Laser Test. Laser Test, that's one of them. There's multiple over there.
I have one question for the Glober. Is there anything you witness beyond the sky science within your reach on the ground that tells you that you're moving?
Is this in connotation to the fact that the Earth is spinning?
I ask you a simple question, yes or no. Is there anything that you witness on the ground, not the sky, anything you witness on the ground in your purview that tells you that you're moving?
Yes, my legs. What do you mean? My legs move, I move.
Oh, but that's great. So if your legs are moving, you know that you're moving. That's great. Awesome.
Yeah.
Next question is, if you stop moving your legs and you're not in a car and you're not in a train and you're not in a plane, you're just standing, is there anything that tells you that you're moving?
Yes.
Please tell me what that is.
If I'm in a car or a plane, is there anything that tells me I'm moving?
No, I said if you're not in a car or in a plane or any of those vehicles, those things, you're just standing still on your 2 feet, not moving. Is there anything that tells you that you're moving?
No, because I'm not moving. I'm standing still.
Thank you.
There you go. Welcome to Flat Earth.
What?
What about, and I'll be more specific. What about anyone or any test, any method that you know of?
Wait, can you just give me? Can I just ask?
that you can provide to us that detects the axial rotation of the Earth?
Okay, before I answer that, can I just go back to the last guy who was asking me if I was moving? Do you mean by as in the Earth is moving, or me physically moving with my own body? That is my question. Because
No, bro. Listen this. If you have to caveat it with the belief that the Earth is moving, clearly that would be begging the question, wouldn't it? So
no, because he keeps saying I'm moving, but then if I'm standing still, how am I moving? I know the Earth is moving because when I'm standing still, the wind
the
is still
begging the
blowing
question part.
and the
That's the
clouds in the
begging the
sky are
question
still
part.
moving.
That's the begging the question part. How would you know that the Earth is moving?
Because the
only
clouds in the sky are still moving and the wind is still blowing. Of course, I know the Earth is moving.
No, hold on. Listen to me carefully.
Wait. Are you going to talk about what he just said with the clouds? Are you going to address that, or are you going to try to convince him another way? Because I want to stick to what he said. If
No,
you're going to do it, go
I
ahead.
really wanted to hear about the cloud. Well, the clouds thing was one thing. We didn't even introduce clouds into the equation, nor did we introduce wind. I only asked him if
am I taking a red herring, or
stands still, right? Is there anything beyond? Is there anything that tells you that you're moving beyond the things that have been told to you by man? That's a question. It's just
the things I see with my own eyes.
Pardon me?
The things I see with my own eyes tell me I'm moving.
What do you see with your eyes that tells you that you're moving?
I see clouds moving. I see wind blowing. I see trees.
I didn't introduce clouds. I said nothing.
No. What do you mean?
I didn't introduce clouds. It's a clear day.
I see with my own eyes. That's what I see with my own eyes.
It's a clear, calm day, my friend. There's not a cloud in the sky. What do you witness that tells you that you're moving?
We don't live in the same country. There is literally a cloud in the sky right now.
Okay. Elijah, if you want to go ahead, my dude.
Yeah, so you are aware that the clouds go in all directions, right?
Okay, yeah, sure.
All right, so then it can't be the spin that's causing all of those directions. That's you can't use that as a proof because there's multiple directions. I could see if it was going in one direction due to the spin of the Earth, the movement of the Earth, then it'd be like, okay, I can see why you're saying that. But you have no way to justify that looking up at the clouds is how you know you're moving in a particular direction if the clouds are moving not in a particular direction.
Okay, fair enough. But I make the assumption that if the clouds are moving in whatever direction, I must be moving in whatever direction. And I say that I'm moving in one direction. Because why would it be moving in multiple directions if it's a round Earth, round ball?
You tell me why those clouds are moving in two different directions on your spinning Earth.
I don't know. I don't have the science knowledge to answer that. I just know it's because the Earth.
So you just made an assumption and you made it up.
Well, I didn't make it up. It's why it's.
Okay, so you come out on Monday morning and you see the clouds going one direction. You come out on Tuesday morning, they're going another direction. And on Wednesday morning, you come out and there's no clouds present. Therefore, you draw the conclusion that your Earth that you're standing on is moving, not the clouds that are moving. You're assuming that you're moving.
Yes.
Because the clouds are moving. Wow. I'm literally, I have nothing left to say to that one.
Yeah. What do you do on a stormy day when we have like 35-mile-per-hour winds and the clouds are going by so fast and we just pick up speed?
Here's my question. Here's my question for that. Where do you think like things like the wind, gravity, the weather? Where do you think that all comes from? I'm not saying it comes from the Earth spinning. I'm asking you where do you think it comes from?
Weather comes from convection from the sun and the moon.
The sun and the moon.
Heat.
Causes
convection. That's where we get our weather. That's the end of that.
Wait. So the sun and the moon, right? And you know about the sun and the moon, correct? Like you know things about like facts.
Yeah, it's bright when it's clear. A clear day, it's really bright. When it's cloudy, it's just light outside. When it's not there, it's dark. What else do you need to know?
He's going to leapfrog to the sun and the moon now. He gets to leave the idea of clouds alone. And
he's not. We're bringing him right back.
Okay.
What the fuck are you talking about? He brought it the sun and the moon.
We're keeping you accountable to your arguments, my friend. That's what we're doing.
From.
Yeah, okay. And
now you know where weather comes from. Now you know where weather comes from.
That's how our conversation works.
Okay, so now get back to where we were at.
So I can't ask questions.
No, Venom, do you understand that if one day you see clouds moving to the west and another day you see clouds moving to the east, that doesn't mean your globe is switching directions of rotation?
I didn't say it was.
Well, you claimed it was because you saw clouds moving, that means you're moving, and by proxy, that's what you're claiming.
Yes.
Guess what?
That's incoherent.
He just said two opposite things at the same time.
No. Wait. I wasn't paying attention to that spot. I'm not claiming that the Earth is spinning in two different directions. I'm claiming that the Earth is spinning in one direction, and that's where the clouds are moving.
What about the clouds that don't move in that direction?
Of the clouds, I'm not sure about that, but I believe that's why the clouds are moving, because the Earth is spinning.
But that's your belief that is not founded in reality or anything scientific. It's just baseless belief. Do you understand that?
But do you have any way to prove that that's wrong?
Yes.
Okay, prove me wrong.
It's well understood how weather systems work. Temperature and pressure mediation as high pressure moves into low pressure. You never heard of this?
No, explain it to me. Explain it like I've never heard it before.
So when the sun heats the ground as the light scatters into infrared, that heats the air, and then the air rises. As the air rises, it creates a low pressure zone. The low pressure zone then gets pushed into by the high pressure zone because of the second law of thermodynamics. High pressure always moves to low pressure. And so that's where you get the cold wind from. And that wind, by the way, carries clouds. So that has nothing to do with rotation. Do you understand that now?
Yeah. Yeah.
Good. That means don't invoke clouds for nothing.
So back to the original question. Go, hold on, relax, brother, because you're gonna eventually begin to get the same energy you're giving. You're very hyper, and so you don't want. Listen, I'm talking right now, and you're interrupting me.
Yeah, but the same guy did that to me, and no one seemed to bother. But like, no.
Well, that's the thing. Number one, you're muted, so thank you. Number two, you don't want to be doing the same thing, and then both of us are yelling. That's not the answer, is it?
Bro, what was the point? That? Anyway,
that's not the answer, is it? Right? We can, because I'm asking you to calm down, and you're saying, well, somebody else didn't, and I'm just trying to get you to calm down so that I can say what I have to say to you.
Okay, say what you have to say.
Okay. Now that we've gone through all of that, what informs you that this Earth is moving that you're standing on? That was the original question.
All right. What informs me that the Earth is moving is just basic things that I've learned in school, in life, in the world. People say that.
Be more specific.
People say, or scientists say, that the Earth is moving. It's spinning, right? It's always spinning.
Okay, so scientists say, is that?
Are you serious? I didn't stop talking. Are you serious? An accident?
I'm just asking for clarification. Is that what you're saying? It's
no, like I wasn't finished. I wasn't finished talking. I just turned on Syrian accidents. My mic cut out.
Okay, please continue.
Yeah, pressure. Oh, okay. It is known in science and in the world that the Earth is spinning on an axis. The Earth spins once a day, and that is why the sun rises and the moon descend. Like that's why we get the sunrise, and then the sun goes down, and then the moon comes up, and that's why it happens in different places in different places in the world. That's why I believe the Earth is spinning. Because if the Earth wasn't spinning, like the Earth was in the same position let's say that no. Okay, let's say the Earth is in the same position the whole time. The whole time, the sun and the moon are still there. So why are the sun and the moon not visible at the same time in the same places all the time if the Earth is not moving?
Okay, first of all, the first thing was a begging the question fallacy, and then the secondly, why is the sun and the moon moving when the Earth is stationary? It's because the sun and the moon are moving.
What? You're telling me the sun and the moon are moving around the Earth?
Yeah. When you look in the sky and you see the sun and the moon move, what are you seeing?
I'm saying that the sun goes up and the moon goes down, right? Because the Earth is spinning. So when the Earth spins, the sun is visible.
I'm not asking you to repeat your story. We've all heard this story a billion times. I'm asking you to tell me what you see.
I see the sun rise. I see the sun set. I see the moon rise. I see the sun go down.
Both the sun and the sun and the moon then are moving, and you agree with me?
No.
That's literally what you just described.
Yeah, but I believe that the reason they're going up and down is because the Earth is spinning.
Yeah, that's your belief.
Yeah.
Not what we observe in reality.
Yeah, but can you prove to me that the Earth and the sun? I can't prove to you that the Earth is spinning, and that's why they're going up and down. But can you prove to me that's why? Can you prove to me that the Earth and the sun are moving around? Not the Earth and the sun and the moon are moving around the Earth.
Easy, because the Earth is stationary and not moving. Otherwise, we would be able to detect that.
So you can't.
No,
that's right. You can't be detected.
Show that there is no effect.
So you can't.
Motion, and therefore the assumption that the Earth is moving, and therefore the things that we see moving are actually stationary is invalid and not right.
Actually, explain why. Why was I muted? You just told me that the Earth is spinning because
you were muted for talking over him.
But when he talks over me, he doesn't get muted. That doesn't make any sense.
Because he's stopping you from talking. You need to stop talking when he speaks.
No, because when I'm speaking, he interrupts me because he wants to speak.
It's not a democracy. Okay.
Okay, shut the fuck up. Anyway.
Whoa.
So I said it's not a democracy. Okay, it's not perfectly equal, and this is true of all Discord servers. It's not the function of how Discord works. You understand that there's rank and roll, right? Oh, you can't. I can't hear you. Why is that? Oh gosh, it might be because I server muted you. Oh, how peculiar. There's such a thing as rank and roll. This is called Discord. Welcome to the internet.
Maybe you said shut the fuck up to moderator. Oh my god.
Welcome to the internet. So sorry, hard guy. You're a Discord moderator. You muted me. Thank you. Well done.
You spiraled so bad.
You're pretty much done at this point, my guy.
I have information for you. Be muted or no muted, water will not curve in reality. That's the problem.
Yep.
You know?
I didn't hear the last part. Can you repeat that? Please?
Moderators, servers, technology, whatever.
Yeah.
Whatever word coming from my mouth. Water, it's not curving in reality. How about that?
I'm not getting the last two words.
He said water doesn't curve in reality no matter what you pick. Discord, phones, your toilet, anything. Water's still flat.
Well,
you can be angry, you can say shut the fuck up, you can do whatever, but water doesn't curve in reality. What shall we do?
Water does curve because the Earth is round.
Oh, really?
Yeah.
Really?
He has circular logic.
Of course,
that means that you was in reality. That means you was outside. You check it and it's curving.
Well, no. Okay.
Did you really think about that statement, or are you just like pre-programmed to say things like that?
I'm not
water curves because the Earth. Well, you have yet to prove that water curves because that doesn't happen in reality.
And you just interrupted me.
Water, my
this is a Discord server, and I'm going to talk over.
My friend.
Yeah. He keeps touching the hot stove. Jeez.
I like what he said. I'm going to talk.
I detect feelings. Is that what I walked into? Feelings? Global feelings? Oh, okay.
Yes, you walked in. We had him in check-in. He had feelings, and I knew it was going to be good when we brought him down here.
He can leave whenever he wants too. That's the best part.
Oh, levelist.
Well, when feelings calms down a little bit, maybe you can come tell us all about how water is curving because the Earth is curved. That would be nice.
Yeah, it's also funny because he claims that even though I showed him and we presented evidence contrary to that claim, and he's believing it void of evidence. So
What got me was the argument that the
so now I'm
world
unmuted?
is spinning
Nah, no one
because
cares.
you're on. Because what? Oh, you're back.
He can't.
Sorry.
He couldn't
He's a
control
little
himself. He got
child.
muted.
He's like, "Oh, I'm out. I'm out." He just runs out.
The other two of his friends, one's playing noise, and the other one, as the other one got muted, he was unmuted himself so he could make noise. So they both got muted.
Yeah, it's too bad that people can't just say, "Show me the evidence." Oh, you're right. Yeah, Earth is flat. It's too bad that you're so devoted to your story and your fairy tales that you're not interested in saying, "Show me the evidence." Oh,
He literally said he grew up and he was told these things. And I simply was asking, or we were simply asking, do you observe anything that tells you that you're moving? And he resorted to using clouds. Clouds are in the sky. They do not define our movement. Our head tells us if we're moving or not. Just like we get in the car, we know we're moving.
The point is this: I'm coming in your house, and I know what are you think, and I know what you know, but I never saw what you know. I never asked you what you know, but I will tell you what I think about you. Venom, that means ask these people what they know if you want to ask something.
He deafened himself so he can't hear us.
Oh.
Poor kid.
He's literally sitting in the corner with his hands over his ears and his eyes in his mouth. So
no. His thumb is in his mouth.
He's mad. Yeah, he's sucking the thumb right now.
It's hard to block your ears and suck your thumb at the same time.
All right, who y'all talking about?
Venom.
Oh, Venom. Okay.
Venom. Yeah.
Phenom.
Is he worthy of a new nickname? Oh, he's not in the VC anymore.
Well, he's here. He's just deafened himself because he couldn't handle the criticism.
He doesn't like the
okay, I'm on
truth.
mute. Okay, I didn't know I was mute. I didn't know I was on mute. Anyway,
if you're just gonna say whatever you want, you're gonna get muted again. So you're gonna answer questions and have a conversation.
Yeah,
Well, I was
and
having
you
a
will be privy to me
conversation,
giggling too. Go on.
you guys break your own rules and then have an issue when I break the same rules.
Can I ask you a question, my friend?
No.
Friend, are you capable of having like a back and forth conversation?
Well, I
Or
was.
Or
but then
are
I
you
keep
here
getting
to
interrupted.
express feelings?
You see what I mean? I keep getting interrupted.
Well, I wasn't even done speaking, so I don't know how you
You said if you could
see
ask
what
me
I
a
mean.
question, and I said no. So why'd you ask me anyway?
Oh, that
Oh,
means
God.
why you are here. Can I ask you a question?
Yes, you can. Yeah, sure.
Oh, he can.
Yeah.
Oh.
Because out of all of you, yeah, he's the only one that's actually been respectful.
Also, I wasn't respectful when I just asked you the question
No,
very
wait,
nice and calmly.
my bad. And wait, where's the other guy?
Venom, I have a question. Okay, great.
Go ahead.
What do you think why I'm here? What do you think why I think that Earth is flat?
Ooh, I don't understand the question. Can you repeat it? Like, why you're in the server?
What do you think that I think that Earth is flat?
Why do I think you think the Earth is flat?
Yeah. Because I think that Earth is flat. Now, what do you think why I think that Earth is flat? Why I have that in my mind?
Because someone told you the Earth is flat, they gave you their reasoning for it, and you agreed with the reasoning, so you think the Earth is flat.
That's wrong.
Why?
Very interesting answer.
Yeah, that was an interesting answer.
Bro, why are all of you talking? No one was talking to you. You said
Okay, great.
Conversation. Like what?
It's wrong. It's no, I'm not because of that here.
Okay, please tell me where.
Okay, great. Some people did it, but I did it with my eyes. But some people did a lot of observations, because this Earth has this globe. Because I lived on the globe 45 years, you know, and then I decided. I find out that I'm not living on the globe. But 45 years I thought that I'm living on the globe. Because globe has a dimension. A dimension is like 25,000 miles around, And then you have radius. There is 3,959 miles. And then when you put that math in the reality, that means that on the 1 mile you have the drop of 8 inch, and that it's going squared. When you're going 2 miles, it's 32 inch, and then it's going more and more. But you have that drop, because you must have its sphere, But listen to the devil now. When we check that in reality, there is no drop anywhere.
Because of gravity.
Because of gravity.
Because
gravity pulls the ground up and makes it flat?
What?
No, like
holy shit.
No.
Literally in your paradigm, just to show you that you are actually pre-programmed, like I told you before.
See
Gravity
what I mean?
would actually make a drop on your ball if you thought you lived on a ball. See how ridiculous you sound?
Anything, I hear sarcastic comments and people interrupting me. You guys are able to have the conversation. You're asking me if I'm able to have a conversation. Like,
Okay, great. But do you know you are saying that you're speaking with me? Do you know that when you answer like that, that is not that has no any sense? You cannot say something like that, because if you say something like gravity, you will say that gravity is making the sphere, but not is making the sphere flat.
Also, please stop accusing other people of interrupting you when they are already speaking and then you start interrupting them to claim that. That's just so incoherent. I don't want to listen to it anymore. So if other people speak, I will start muting you if you cannot contain yourself.
And that type of thing happens every now and then, probably every day.
Oh my God.
So we don't make a big deal about it here, is what he's trying to say.
No, but like you make a big deal about it when I do it. But
Oh, no. That's what do we want to talk about next?
It's fine. You do you. It's fine.
He had to have the last word. Okay, go ahead.
I didn't have that. Wait, what?
Just so you know, lying is also against our rules.
Who changed my name?
I did.
Yeah, and he can make it whatever he wants to. It's funny. It's for us, for our entertainment. That's why. That's what we do to have fun.
Here, let me clear. I'm sorry, Jenny. Let me clarify something. You have a lot of attitude. So that's how it's going to be.
Yeah,
Fine.
he don't want to hear you.
We'll do this then.
Click.
It was time to give up on that one. Not worth it. He put him in the corner for 10.
North also muted himself because he couldn't deal with. They're talking all to each other. So
I love it. I think he was pulling stuff up on Google as he was answering some questions, taking some time to read stuff.
You'll have to give somebody the Google Earther tag then.
The Google.
North
spiral on arrival already.
North dipped as I predicted. User
chocolate is problem. Chocolate was so rude.
Chocolate. I don't understand why you get accused of that regularly.
I tend to bring out the feelings out of Globers. I don't know what it is, whether I'm nice or not. They don't like me.
You know what? I think I know what it is, Chocolate.
Chalk was on him hard. That was awesome. Well done, Chocolate.
I think it's the deepness of your voice makes them uncomfortable. What's the word? Insecure.
Yeah. It's kind of like
I really think that might be what it is.
You know when you're talking and somebody comes up behind you,
crying and sharing feelings. Yeah, that might be a problem.
Could you try being more hysterical when you talk? Maybe get to their level and they could understand you clearer and not be afraid of you.
I'm gonna go get a helium balloon and do that.
That would be too funny.
Yeah.
I would die. I would die if I heard that. Oh my God. We need more comedy up in here, so please do that, even though we're joking about it. That would be amazing.
You had one North wanted to get VC verified so bad that he came in here and muted himself. Deafened himself.
Yeah. He deafened himself too? Well, you can't even talk to him then.
Yeah.
That's too bad.
Here,
Maybe
you
he's on the
sure.
phone.
Go ahead, you sure. Give it a try.
Oh, I'm a flat earther, bro. I just get muted because I interrupted by accident. I'm a flat earther.
Why are you aware that the Earth is flat?
Because of the points that you made up. I appreciate your points.
Wow,
Yeah,
the points
how
that
do
you made
know,
up.
How do you know that the Earth
No,
is
I'm
not
in here.
a ball?
The world is flat. I'm on your side, but
How do you know that? How do you know that?
I believe the Earth is flat, man. That's it.
I'm not concerned about your beliefs. How do you know that the Earth is not a ball? You sure about that?
Sure about that?
It's a simple. It's a simple question. You made a claim. Defend it.
Shouldn't be that difficult. It's not that difficult, dude.
Otherwise, you're pretending.
Yeah. He gave up.
He just left too. Yeah. Well,
because other people
you showed up to the club. They asked you the question. You couldn't answer the question, so you don't get to get in. It's that simple. It's just
Right
get the
on,
proof,
brothers.
right? What is it that tells you?
I believe the Earth is flat. Oh, that was the worst thing you could say.
Right? That's not, and it's the craziest thing because when you break down the question and the answer, I believe.
Server.
What do you witness? What do you
You
witness?
should ask, hey, you guys should ask new people when they come in here if they're coincidence theorists.
That dude left the server, guys. That you sure about that?
Okay.
He'll be back. He'll be
What
back.
about North? What about
He
North?
won't be able to help himself.
He'll be back under a new name and trying the same LARP again.
Yeah. Poor LARPers. Gorilla Beard. That sounds promising.
The problem is, Gospel, when you ask the question in the brain was like, fuck, I don't know this.
Yeah. Seriously. He started scrambling.
All right, Gorilla.
Yeah, that's not a difficult question to ask
No,
any
it's not.
person who claims to be a flat earther.
But the last guy said that I'm here because you guys told me that Earth is flat, and that's it.
Yeah, because of the things you made up. Bro, we didn't make anything up. That's just it.
You know,
it was a weak LARP.
I was listening to you, and you said like this, Earth is flat, and I immediately I get it.
That's a problem.
Gorilla. Magilla Gorilla. Would you like to say hello? Bringing out that old stuff with Magilla.
You're dating yourself.
I watched old cartoons as a kid.
I know. Me too.
Fact of the matter is, though, the stuff that was in Syndicate when I was a kid, child, young one, whatever, is not still in Syndicate. Like, I don't think that any person below, 14, 13 years old has a clue what the Herculoids are or any of the other Hanna-Barbera superhero cartoons. Birdman and Space Ghost, not, all that stuff. Yeah, I don't have any idea what that is. You had to have been a child in the 90s. Or in the 60s, of course, when it first came out, but anyway. Magilla. What is going on, Magilla?
Hey, who is this Glat Flobe guy?
A LARPer in the lobby. In the lobby.
Yeah, you gotta watch him.
I want to talk to him.
He's can't get them in the PC.
No, he's right here here. Go ahead.
Oh.
Yo, Glat Flobe.
Somebody is trying to LARP as Glat Flobe.
Yes.
He's very popular.
Well, I'm not even disputing that. It's just how rude.
Well, somebody's got my name wrong. They came in as Radwan, WAN, the other day, and they were like, somebody saw that went poof. They were just imagine they were just gone.
Oh, I remember the person named Slap. Thank you, Elijah. It's our daily noisy noise of New York.
Our daily dose of New York City.
Thank you for reminding me how much I appreciate living hundreds of miles from sirens.
Yep, I knew you couldn't get it anywhere else, so you're welcome.
Yeah.
It's almost goes without failure when Elijah is actually on talking to somebody, and then about 30 seconds into it, it's just you can hear the siren at the one end of the street, then you hear the other one, and maybe they're both coming together because you hear the whole action behind him at the same time.
Doppler.
So Glatflobe went dark.
So I guess you guys didn't. Oh, it was a fake Glatflobe. Is that why you guys were?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Oh, these guys.
Change it back now.
So you guys didn't get anywhere with that last guy, huh? I just got back.
He's spiraled out of control.
He's in Cognis BC. He wants to speak to a mod or a gold plus.
See, people like that. Like
he's going to the top.
He's going to the top.
I'm sorry, I couldn't resist. He's demanding to speak to management. Oh my god, he's back. It's the interweb complaints box.
Yeah, like here's the thing that I'm trying to teach people.
Feelings. My bad.
Right.
you know how I do. Apparently, Globers be feelings whenever they hear me. So
I literally just spat. I was laughing so hard I have to clean my computer screen. Holy crap!
What you told him, Chocolate?
I wasn't even able to get into anything serious. Like, it was just like, bro, calm down. You know, the first.
Would you say some shit like, "How do you tie your shoes?" Yeah, well,
it might as well have been. Might as well, bro. Like, these people are crazy. I heard the emotion in his voice as soon as I came in.
I told him to chill out, and he's like, "Well, the other guy is yelling," and I'm like, "Fam, do you want an environment where everyone's yelling? Is that what you're advocating for? Because I'm telling you to chill." So look, it is my belief that we need to stop talking to certain individuals with certain habitual behaviors.
Yeah.
It's not helpful to our cause. Our cause is to trigger a response from the people that are in authority. That response being anything directed towards us pointing out any of the various inaccuracies, inconsistencies, or contradictions with what we've been told is true. So every time we talk to these guys, all they do is ad hoc build something other than what the authority has told all of us. So now we're not even arguing the model, so-called. We're arguing against people who would rather ask us, well, what do you think then? Like, no. I came here asking for answers. That's how I got here. We are not the same. I came here because there was no one else willing to talk about it and nowhere else to go. You came here following me. You and me should be talking to people like you. You get what I'm saying, guys? Like, whoever NASA is, or whoever the authority is, or whatever teacher that would be telling your kid, "No, this is real." Like, only then, not just random teachers, but only then, anyone who would want to engage in the actual rhetoric. Those are the only people I want to talk to. I don't want to talk to these people anymore. I know as much as I know. The only people that should be talking to them are people who are sharpening their knives, getting ready for battle, like I already am. Everyone in here is already ready. None of us needs to be talking to them. Yes, that's me kind of indirectly complimenting all of you for knowing the basics of water isn't fucking curving.
I wonder throwing this idea out there, would it be a good idea to set up a rookie chat? I know we actually will. No, we already have that though, don't we?
This is the rookie chat.
Yeah.
Well, there's the FE beginners as well, but you can't even go to the FE beginners conversation until the person goes, I want to see the evidence. I want to stop LARPing. I want to stop being awkwardly dogmatic. I want to stop just believing the story. Show me your evidence. Prove it to me. Like, okay, well, now, yeah. I mean, of course, the live stream is the live stream, so there's that. But if there's people that, yeah. So many of the people aren't doing that, though. They only want to play games.
We can open psychiatric room to help some people.
Oh, August 14th, Elijah. This is the date when I get my opportunity. I don't have their names yet. I'm still waiting to get their names. The two astronauts. So it's coming up. I guess 48, 49 days, somewhere in that range.
Hello.
Who said hello?
Flat Earth Effect here.
Hello and welcome to the stream.
Thank you very much. I believe the Earth is flat.
Why do you believe that?
Because, why is NASA hiding a ice wall, and why is the moon?
Do you really want to go down this road?
Horrible. Absolutely horrible. He can't stop touching the hot stove, can he?
Is that Venom?
I don't think so.
Oops,
I don't think so. It might be that other guy that left the server. I think it's the other guy that left the server a second ago. All right. How about you stop the LARP?
I'm not laughing. I genuinely believe the Earth is flat.
It's not a belief.
Nobody believes.
I 100%. I think the Earth is flat. 100%.
Why? Why? Answer the question. Why?
Why?
Say it with your chest, man.
I'll say it with my chest right now. The reason why I believe the Earth is flat, is because how are we a circle? If it was a circle, we'll be like chilling. You know what I mean? Flying through. We're a disc. You get me? We're a big dish.
All right.
How is your reason a question?
We're a disc. We're on a frisbee.
Don't ask a question as opposed to giving a reason as to why you believe it's flat.
Oh my God.
Which most of us don't.
Like, you understand that some days there's higher patience thresholds. Some days it's like, yeah, just get rid of the waste, just burn the chaff, just, trim the hedges here, get rid of the people that don't desire any intellectual honesty, that only want to LARP.
I'm with it.
This guy needs to work at least 1 year to become troll.
I'm gonna give you. I shouldn't. I really shouldn't. I'm gonna give you one more chance.
One more chance. One more chance. One more chance.
I ask you a question, and you'll say yes or no. You'll say yes or no. That's it. One of those two words. Yes or no. One of those two words. Do you want to know why Earth is not a spinning water ball?
Yeah.
What? What again?
Yes.
Okay, that was one of the two words. Good job. It took you 3 tries. It's remarkable.
Oh no, you just didn't hear me.
Yeah.
I said yes before I even said anything.
He even dropped the change while he was trying to answer.
Yeah.
That's what I mean, bro. I was counting my money, yeah, and I was just absolutely starstruck. Do you know what I mean? By you asking me that question. So I want to learn. I'm open-minded. You can tell me stuff, and I'll believe it.
Can you, Flat Earther, can you first put ego on the left side and then you speak with us?
What?
He said Sasha, he said if we tell him stories, he will believe them. He's open to believing stories.
That's why I like Sasha's response. He's gotta be joking. Or maybe he's. I mean, because why the hell would you? So then there's nothing to say. The Earth is flat, therefore believe it. No, that's unreasonable.
I'm saying Earth is flat. Listen, my black little nigga. Listen, I said Earth is flat. So I'm saying Earth is flat. I'm saying Earth is flat. I'm saying Earth is flat. Earth is flat, bro. Listen.
Why is your tongue so heavy, fam? Like, do you have a turtle's tongue for a tongue?
I have a question for him.
That was atrocious.
I was really close to banning him at, on try number 2, and he's failed 3 strikes.
Here's the thing. I'm fucking upset at y'all, all of you, because I'm not competent. What I mean by that is
needs more words.
Yeah, what I mean by that is if the things that were said here was marketed better to the people who don't know this conversation goes on, we would be in an entirely different league.
Earth is flat.
So there's a live stream. It's possible to be clipped. A bunch of you motherfuckers have computers and whatnot. Come on, fam. Well, first of all, let me take time out to appreciate Indio for doing exactly that. He's putting it somewhere. But he can't be the only promoter. Like, come on. There's so much gold in here. There's so much. Like, let me have played this conversation for my mom and she'd be like, what kind of nonsense is that? Now, she doesn't want to think about flat Earth, but she would most definitely go, what kind of nonsense is that?
Sensationalism sells.
The boy sounds retarded. I know, Mom. I know. We can't say that. It's 2022. You can't say retard.
I thought they just passed that law. Oh no, wait, that was a law they took away. No, that was a different law. Anyway, yeah.
But I think let's fill up the ego. Let's see how much ego he wants to. I don't know. Something is like something is feeling him, but making him happy when he's doing this. Let's feel that, and then then we'll ask for the spear.
Yeah, I wish I hadn't have missed the second half of what you were saying there about. All I heard was I'm not competent, and then I got a phone call shortly thereafter. Why you're disappointed, Elijah? Is there like a 10 words or less version?
You're disappointed because you're not clipping the show and putting it out on your YouTube. Gospel.
Oh, my YouTube?
No, it's just everyone in general.
Oh, well, it's because, yeah, I've thought about it, but I have a very particular theme as far as my YouTube goes, and this would be, sadly, these conversations would be a disservice to the kind of things that I'm trying to talk about and promote on my YouTube channel. It would just be, I don't know, man. I don't know. I guess he's not here right this second, but it's an interesting idea. If that was his point, though, thank you, Flatty. Thank you.
He was upset because the guy said nigga.
No, I'm sure that wasn't what he said. Well, no, I'm sure that's not why Elijah would be upset. All right. So, LARPer, you were asked to set your ego aside. Do you think you can do? Can you like be a little less awkward and be a sincere person?
I don't have no ego.
Do you know what sincere means?
I genuinely believe there's a disc.
Yeah. So, yes, this is what we're gonna do then.
He started off with that. What's wrong with these people?
You know, if you want to laugh, you can see what the reason. The reason for his ban, kind of funny. Let the record show. When you click on his name in the ban list, I made sure to make it clear. It's just 2 words. Oh well.
Yes. Witsit Gets It just posted it. I had the same link yesterday. That's a great calculator.
I heard I missed the fun.
I'm back.
Oh, dude. Oh, glad.
Yeah, dude, I heard I missed the fun.
So good.
It wasn't that fun.
It was a great game of hacky sack, let me tell you.
Gospel, did they tell you?
Yeah, I think Flatty basically said you're disappointed about us not putting us being people that have YouTube channels, not putting more of this content on our channel. Was that accurate?
Nah, not even. Fuck a YouTube channel. Right? In principle, however people promote anything, we suck at that. It's people posting stuff everywhere, Indio included, and I recognized him for that and appreciated him for that. That being said, our marketing sucks. I know that I mean, it's not like I'm helping, but I'm just saying, like, there's got to be someone in here that when I say, well, you know, marketing sucks, someone is like, I can deal with that. No one is really. When you market something properly, it goes up. I don't care what it is. Like people who build their YouTube channels from the ground up, there's a certain way that there are people like me who's had a channel for over 10 years and I haven't grown it. Then there are people who are as boring as watching paint dry, but because of their consistency and what they do, their channel grows. And all I'm saying is we need to promote whatever we do, we just need better marketing. Sorry.
I'm going to give a little bit of a different perspective.
Sure.
So I have a small YouTube channel, less than 400 subscribers. It might even be less than 300, but it's definitely less than 400. And I am disinterested in. At one point in time, I was interested in growing it. Yeah, let's get to 500. Let's get to 1,000. Let's get super chats and whatever the monetization. When I was excited at one point, but over time, I realized I really appreciated what I had, and what I have is similar in a different way, but similar to what I have here, in that when I go on stream, there's a small group of people. Now, well, wouldn't it be better if it was a bigger group of people? Not necessarily. See, some of us do the YouTube thing for different reasons. So, like Barricade Garage is another good example. Now he has, a lot more subscribers, but he's like, go away, unsubscribe, leave me alone. I'm here doing my thing, take it or leave it kind of mentality. And that's the thing. I have had the opportunity in what I do of connecting with different people on a deeper level. So quality over quantity is kind of basically my rebuttal, so to speak. That's all I'm getting at.
All right, my rebuttal to that is I don't. Okay, I'm talking about awareness versus community. So in that sense, it has to be quantity, because I just want the awareness.
So some channels are for the purpose of awareness, and some channels are for the purpose of community, and mine is definitely for the purpose of community.
For sure, yeah. I would rather that, but what I think that this discussion needs, and the things that these people say in response to us, because there isn't a Neil deGrasse Tyson responding or anyone else who if there's a fight, we want to see Mike Tyson and somebody who will give him a good fight, not a 5-year-old out there, right?
Yeah.
So when we're having these intellectual debates, we want to see juggernauts go head to head, because some of us don't have the intellectual capacity or the time, mostly it's the time, to actually think these things through. However, there's utility in seeing two people who are experts in something go at it. And when you see someone hiccup, everyone knows what that looks like. That's what I would like to see. And the anti-flat earthers have been getting in the way of real people having real discussions, whether you truly believe that the earth is a globe or whether you do, or whether you don't. All I'm saying is, if there needs to be more awareness so that more conversations can come our way, because people just assume, oh, what I saw on YouTube and what I heard about flat earth 4 years ago will suffice. That's what every friend that I do open up to, they go, damn, I should have spoken to you a long time ago. I've been thinking this whole time, because every time I Google it, this is what I find.
Yeah, I think that's fair. Interestingly enough, so often the expert debates and expert conversations are really disappointing too, though. The people that are subject matter experts can say some of the things sillier than the cheapest low energy LARPer that wanders into this server. Like when you're a LARPer that you're let's say you're a, I don't know, 16-year-old bored kid in the UK, young person, whatever. And you're just like goofing off with your friends. You hop into a Discord server and you're just saying stupid stuff. Some of the stupid stuff that they say is more intelligent than some of the things I've heard from astrophysicists. And that's what makes it disappointing is one thing, but also like demotivating. But it's like, okay, so we get a chance to. Who would it be, Elijah? Who would? Because obviously the science communicators you have to rule those guys out. They're all charlatans anyway. Who would be the brass tacks? It would be people with actual PhDs that aren't honorary. Yes. They develop they develop some type of physics thing or understanding of mechanics or whatever.
Right.
But
and that's exactly who I'm talking about. Like people who have gone further than me, actually in university, and I just want to have a conversation with them. I had a conversation with a theoretical physicist, and he agreed because he was in school. Well, no, he was in school. And when I detailed what I thought was wrong, he said, "Yeah, I agree. These are things that we talk about at lunch."
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, okay. That interaction is what I need to see regular people see more often. That's what I'm saying. See what I mean?
Yeah. You're right. Absolutely. That was
you gotta create
earned.
the opportunity, man. That's all I can possibly say about that. It's almost like you have to create the ring and ask them to step into it. That's all I can my takeaway from what you said. Should we start doing like posts, open mic night, come by and debate somebody? Open challenges maybe? I don't know.
The Earth is flat.
Isn't he a teacher too?
That's my issue with all this. It's like the word debate is synonymous with Royal Rumble for whatever reason. It's not, but that's how people act. See what I'm saying? And it's like, no, I'm not trying to. Okay, so in order for a debate to really happen, there has to be two positions. They know that. That's why they positioned it with flat Earth shape versus. Is this north over here? 3 north? But this is 120. Yeah. Looking for 3 north. Would that be 3 north?
No, this is 3 north. What's the company?
It just says 3 north for Bruce. Does Batman work here? Is that what's going on?
No. Oh, Bruce Hayes, that's right here. That's right here. Yeah.
Thank you. Okay, thank you very much. In order to have a debate, you have to have 2 positions. That's why they put us in this false dichotomy where it's like, well, it's either a flat Earth shape or it's a globe shape. But we don't have a flat dimensional closed shape that we are claiming. There's a difference between a flat closed shape and an aspect of something being flat overall. And number one, people don't understand that that's the difference between the conversation they're trying to have and the conversation that we're having here. It's like Craig fucking is harassing me in my inbox saying that I'm lying, that I do claim a shape. And I said, so flat's a shape? And he's like, yeah, when you close the shape, it's flat. You're saying it's a flat shape. And I'm like, well, no, I'm actually not saying that it's a shape, a flat shape or anything of the sort. Like, I'm just saying it appears to measure flat. It definitely doesn't appear to be a globe because we've done the geometry and it can't be that. And so that's not really a debate. That's someone making a claim and it being falsified. So how do we get people to understand that?
So the most common misconception with flat Earth is that that it is thought to be we are floating through space on a disk. Is that the most common misconception?
From the normie, yeah.
So maybe that's where we need to start.
You know, Dave Weiss does that. He does good at that. He says the first thing you need to know is not a disk in space.
So maybe we have to look at it from the understanding that we're in a closed system. That's the first thing we have to establish.
That's a hard pill to swallow.
Okay.
Trust me. Like all it does is trigger the claustrophobes.
What about?
It really does. They'll say, "What's at the edge? How do we get out?" It's almost, "How do we get out? How do we get out?"
Yeah, it becomes a
chill, man.
Yeah, you can an animal and watch them, or cage an animal and watch them try to get out. I started throwing around the idea of atmosphere. Like, it broke down the word atmosphere. Atmo means air. Fear means structure. Is it worth starting to break down the term atmosphere to show that it actually means air structure?
No, because air doesn't have a structure. Or does air have a structure? Because you're
yeah, gas has a container. Air has a structure. Atmosphere, literally, the breakdown of the atmosphere.
The container has a structure. The container has a structure. So when someone asks you what structure that is, you can't. You have to then tell them you don't know. But but if you just tell them, well, air has no structure, that's why in order to have it, it needs to be contained. That's a different statement.
Well, I mean, as a person following scripture, I go to the firmament being the structure, the air structure.
But when that's air structure is a misnomer, is all I'm trying to tell you.
Okay.
When you word it like that. You can go biblical and you can go to what is it, Psalms 19? What was it? Yeah, anyway, you can do all of that.
The heavens
just do whichever works for you.
Are you talking about the heavens declare the glory of God and the firmament showeth his handiwork? That verse?
Yeah. Yes.
I was just trying to throw around the ball of how we can entertain and the find the most common misconception and attack that, so to speak. Right? Start building from there. I'm just throwing out ideas.
Would you be talking to a Christian when you're taking this approach?
No. This was back to the conversation that you'd brought up regarding how to engage in a more fruitful debate, right? What we can start with and how we can.
Someone who believes. Sorry, go ahead, brother. My bad.
No. I was just saying the idea of us trying to sensationalize what we're doing, right? Because we're trying to bring more attention to what we're doing, and I'm trying to figure out what's the most common misconception with what we witness versus what they believe, and if we can meet on that place and then start moving forward. And I know that they're quick to reference the term atmosphere, right? But when I look up the actual breakdown, atmo and then sphere, it relates to this air structure. So I don't know.
Right, because they're defining air as having a structure without a container. So you don't want to do that.
Hell,
you can find definitions. You can find definitions that are incorrect. That's a thing.
Gotcha.
You don't want to do that.
I can shoot myself in the foot by presenting that. Got it.
Mm-hmm. So the reason I asked you if you would be talking to Christians is because if you were talking to someone who believed that they were an atheist, or even someone who was agnostic, obviously bringing up the Bible would trigger the response from them that, oh, you're about to prove to me the thing you're telling me with the Bible? Whoa, cool story, fam, but I'm good. That's how they're going to respond. That's not the right. I mean, that's as many times as I've done it, that's exactly the response I've gotten every single time. We can't do that.
Well, that's the response you should get. It's not empirical.
From the same people that brought you Air Jordan, we now have you air structures.
Well, you see, Glatflobe is a flat earther, and he even has an allergen to the words that we're speaking right now. So therein lies my
Get
point.
out of here.
Well,
It's
guess
not an
what?
allergen, dude. I'm above it. How's that grab you?
But you're breaking out in hives right now.
Hives? What are you talking about?
So it's
Just
fine
messing
because I know that it's fine, and I know that's where you're at. And when certain key words are said, there are certain triggers in some people. I'm trying to tell him you want to disengage that. That's the whole point.
I agree.
I think you can boil it down to a very few words. Words in books don't prove things about, geometric questions about certain things. So words in a book don't prove the surface of the Earth to be one thing or the other.
Indeed.
This reminds me of wow. Thanks for the sirens. This reminds me of the recording we were listening to about the definition of evidence and proof from last night.
Isn't a proof a mathematical thing and evidence scientific?
No, they're synonyms.
No.
Okay, jeez. I wasn't here for it.
No, I mean, look, like when I say a rainbow is potentially this, and a flat earther says, but isn't it just a whole bunch of molecules in the air that no, you're giving me half of the entirety. Listen to what I'm saying. In that context, not in the last thing I said, but in the example of the rainbow, often flat earthers give me half of the whole of the heliocentric story when they're telling me what a rainbow is. And I'm like, don't you realize you've just borrowed half of the heliocentric story? Because you would also need parallel light rays and the sun being this far, and you gotta, and it just goes right over the head. So why the only people that have been trying to get us to think that proof and evidence is different are the globe earthers who are trying to pass off the mathematical proofs as proof and evidence as some other weird thing that they haven't yet defined. But the only thing that they don't do is use the definition within natural sciences.
I hear you, and
So,
it's like You're good, and I agree that when someone's like, "Hey, prove it," it's like, okay, well, that makes they want me to evidentiate it. They want me to prove it, right? I get it. At least I think I get it. They take us down that etymological rabbit hole. Yeah, here we go. Gospel, evidence, proof. Right under proof. So evidence has its definition with proof in it, and then proof has its definition with evidence in it.
Precisely.
There you go.
Evidence is proof, and proof is evidence. They really are synonymous, and they get used in different contexts.
Yeah.
But yeah.
Well, and the reason I brought it up was
mathematical proof can be both suppositional and presuppositional. That's a problem because in a hypothesis, you want only supposition and not presupposition simply because presupposition already assumes that one of the premises are concluded to be true, when actually you want to suss out all of the premises first before going forward.
Right, and it's just another tactic, like, oh, we're going to tell them that proof's only mathematical. Now what are you going to say? No more globe proofs, because that's just math. Now what are you going to do, flatties? It doesn't work like that at all.
It's premises. The plural for premises? Premises.
It's kind of funny coming from the same people that used to tell us they have all this proof for the globe. Now they want to distinguish between proof and evidence. Say, we don't have proof. We just have evidence. Well, you guys used to say you had proof. What happened? What changed?
Yep.
Nothing. Just a different flavor of sophistry.
They just say, we have a whole bunch of things that equal up to my. We have a whole bunch of evidences that suggest that the Earth is a globe. Like all of that language, people can't step back and go, yeah, that's bullshit. And everyone ever who tries to pass that off as language is bullshitting me. They just think because I've seen it on TV, because my mom has used that logic, because my dad has used that logic, because my friends, because I grew up with that logic, that actually, no, that's fine. No, it's fucking not.
It is a three-dimensional spheroid. However, I don't know that, and it has not been proven. Science doesn't prove anything.
That's one of my
Maybe
favorites.
Mr. Vsauce should try to take down his whole channel, being that he has a whole channel full of what he calls science, proving what he calls a globe. So that sounds like a clown to me.
Hong Kong. How do we not have Hong Kong as a role by now?
Yeah, CB with the...
So everybody heard about my UFO sighting?
No, man. Did you get some pictures or video or something?
Nah, as usual, as the typical UFO.
Yep.
No, but I really did.
I believe you. I believe you.
No, don't say it like that.
I'm not fucking with you, dude. I believe you, 100%.
Yeah,
You
what
have my
did you
word.
see?
I believe you.
What describe what you saw?
A light that wasn't blinking and didn't dim, no matter how far it got.
Okay.
Yeah, I've seen a few of those recently too. How recent?
Literally on what was it, 25th? The 25th. The one of because I'm looking at the alignment, the alignment in but like just before dawn. So as me and a friend is looking at that, I do have a witness at least. Not that matters. I could have just paid her, right? Because I could also be paid, and we could just be paid flat earthers, whatever. I don't know. But
all right, so it was moving fast.
It was moving too fast to be a star. Well, first of all, it's definitely not a star. At the end of the story, you'll know. And it was too slow to be a shooting star. Not only that, but it changed direction. So once it did that, because I was fooling myself by like when I first said, "Oh no way, it's not flat. No way, it's not flat," but I knew it was. When I was looking at it, I was like, "No way, that's a plane. No way, that's a plane. No way, that's a plane." But I still was like, "Come on, Eli, you have to have a certain level of skepticism. You are a flat earther after all." Until it disappeared under this deck of opacity. You know, we all call that when you're watching a sunrise and that purplish pink band is over there by the horizon. It disappeared into that, and I was like, "Oh, that's the end of that." And then the shit came back up and went the other way.
Same line or a new line, new vector?
So it was going diagonally towards the left, and then it started going up diagonally to the right, but it wasn't getting back closer to me like it started to go west like all of the planets I was looking at, because even though it was going diagonally, it never went above the moon. So I saw it above the moon perspective wise, right? And angularly, it began to descend, and it was under the moon, which was at 30 degrees, 35 degrees at the time. And then it began going diagonally to the right, but it never went above the moon. It just kept going and kept going and kept going until I couldn't see it anymore with my binoculars.
So the only way that would explain that is that it did change its vector. It didn't simply return on the same previous line it was traveling. It didn't do a perfect 180. It had to have changed to a new vector.
Right.
I mean, that's what makes sense to me based on your description, at least.
That's exactly what I'm saying.
Gotcha.
And you said it better than me. Thank you. That it was once I saw that, I was like, "Holy smokes, Eli! Whoa, what did you just watch?" I tried to get a video of it, but it was gone by then. And then when it came back up, it was too far. Here's the thing. This is how I know it was getting further. When I first saw it, when it was above the moon. I saw it with the person I was with, and she says, "Well, what planet is that?" And then she said, "Oh no, that's a plane." She's like, "Wait, it looks a little far to be a plane." And I started looking at it, and I was like, "No, oh, it's moving. What?" And I was, with my spatial reasoning you would have to have something to judge that against. But I've seen planes as high as the highest plane I've ever seen couldn't compare to what I saw that night. You see what I'm saying? Yeah. And not only that, it wasn't blinking. So there was that. And I was like, well, it's not a plane.
Well,
but we didn't think it was a plane. We thought it was a planet. That's the point. Like, you don't mistake planes for planets. So that was like flag number one.
I know what they'd tell you. Starlink.
Yeah,
Mm-hmm.
yeah. No, it's funny. I actually saw the same thing, Eli, just without the changing directions part. But I saw the same thing on 3 separate occasions, maybe on the 21st. So I don't know what it was either.
I synced it.
See, here's the thing. It's my suspicion that this is where the aliens thing was birthed. Because you got a whole bunch of shit going on in the sky that local astronomers keep pointing out, and it's going against the heliocentric paradigm. So what do they have to say? Oh, maybe it's aliens. That takes care of the people that are crying, "What's that stuff?" Oh, it's aliens. Oh, okay, cool. I seen an alien. Did you? That's funny. We got any coffee, Jim? You know what I mean? Like, it kind of allows you not to look at it and go, "What's that?" That's not that doesn't appear to be a plane. So again, what's that? Why is it going that direction? And why isn't it accounted for in the heliocentric model in which all things are accounted for in the sky, according to them?
I really love how you incorporate your Discord conversations into your real life conversations.
No, you don't.
I just wonder how many people look you in the eyes and go, "What is he talking about right now?"
And there's been several occasions where people look at me, point, and emphatically nod yes.
I believe you. I believe you. People
that has happened.
Hungry. A lot of people are hungry for truth. That is.
Yeah, it's just that everybody's stuck beyond that first level 1 lock. They see the lock and they're like, all right, whatever. Let me walk my dog. You know what I mean? Like, they just don't, but they know it. And so when they hear someone else, they're like, facts, bro. But they don't have time for it.
What can I do? What can I do? I'm just, who am I?
You know what my favorite nonsense term is? Astrophysicist.
Oh,
it's right.
Is that really worse than theoretical physicist, though?
I don't know. To be honest, it's a good question.
Equal, doesn't have to be. They don't have to be worse. The one than
equally absurd for sure. Yeah.
Yeah. Ooh.
What about theoretical astrophysicist?
Yeah, that's a real title apparently.
Yeah, for sure. Yeah. It's a thing.
Yeah, isn't that the people that invent planets?
Yeah.
I think.
Yep.
How about this though? The word physicist was coined by Reverend William Whewell.
No, really? Wow. Reverend, huh?
What is this? English polymath. Which, by the way, I think that means somebody that's really, 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 really good at math.
Polymath as opposed to unimath?
No, polymath means somebody that is just learned a lot of stuff.
I see.
I didn't know that word. I didn't know that word.
Person of various learning. So like a jack of all trades would be a polymath.
Polymath reminds me of mute math, Another
Great
band
band.
name opportunity.
Dude, the drummer tapes his headphones to his head instead of uses in-ear monitors. That is, I love it.
Yeah. Cultivator physics as opposed to physician. Yeah. Cultivator of physics. How do you what an unusual word to use there. Cultivating physics.
Aren't we all cultivators of physics? Like just putting on my shoes is cultivating physics. Am I wrong?
It means to till, really. Cultivating.
So you're doing something to something that's already there.
To till or to care for. Interesting. Yeah, so we all should be cultivators. Yeah.
Yeah. Oh, I don't know if we have a choice.
Hmm.
Evade. Motivate. Satiate.
I also had a really good discussion with the spiraling phlegm from earlier in VC, and he sounded like he was interested in hearing more and was stopping to interrupt, so it was a good sign. He's gonna come back later.
Okay. This isn't the guy that I put in there for 10 minutes in a Cogdis.
Yeah, it's him. He wanted to whine his way out of VC, but yeah.
Well, his 10 minutes is long over with.
Yeah, I talked to him and explained to him a little bit why he was there, and by the time I was done, his 10 minutes were up. But then he just wanted to talk, so yeah, I went over a few things.
Yeah, maybe he'll come back. What's up?
Oh, sorry. Let me go on mute. But yes, people most definitely hear what I'm saying when I'm doing my thing. Hi, Elisa? Yes. Good, good. Very welcome. Take care. There's water in here, right? Yes. Boom. Thank you. Have a good one.
Boom.
No. If you need some, I can run and bring some back for you. All right. If not, it's not a problem. It's like right around the corner. So.
Shoot, baby, I got you. Shoot.
Y'all hearing my Mac?
Yep.
The game was spat. Past tense of spit.
I'd like to see Elijah blushing right now. Shit.
Oh, let's go.
Let's go.
She had utensils. She was fine.
So she had utensils, and she was fine.
Yeah, she was.
Well done, sir. Well done.
Wait, so Eli actually found measurable curvature then?
Oh, I'm sure he doesn't have any troubles finding that.
I had given, I'm single and whatnot, so My way of flirting is giving you a full hug. If I give you the jigger hug, like the halfway hug, the sideway hug,
ass out.
Yeah, fam, you're not it. But if I
That's
give you
right.
the whole hug, you know what I mean? There's something there. So I had gave there's this girl that I've been friends with for a while. I gave her the whole way hug, and I didn't think nothing of it because she's a friend. So it's like I'm embracing you lovingly. So that's kind of different. It wasn't until today that she brought up that hug. I was like, oh yeah.
Got him.
Yeah.
Go for the neck. You guys ever, when you go for the hug, you just go for the neck?
Wait, you just hug her neck? I don't know about that.
See, I'm too tall. So what I had to do, I'm tall and she was short. So what I had to do was this, right? So I got to kind of bend down a little bit, and I touched the small of her back and kind of pulled her upward a little bit.
That's the scoop.
And when they let it happen, and their body like falls into it, like that they felt the chemistry. Even if they don't want it, even if it's like not appropriate, you felt the chemistry was there. Can't take it. No backsies. Like
can't help it. Just can't. Just it is what it is at that point.
At that point, you whisper in her ear, "The Earth is flat," and you walk away.
And this girl, that she's one of the first people I approach, and she's hit me up to go, "Yo, have you seen the moon?" And I'm like, nah. And she's like,
Elijah, come on. You're describing something real nice now to us, and I'm gonna be like, yo, why aren't you rapping to her a little bit? You know what I mean?
I watch him do fucking man.
I'm still tied and tangled and soul tied to my ex, and I'm not gonna be inappropriate until I fix or decide what's going on there.
Well, that's a gentlemanly thing to do. So kudos.
Don't let those energies.
But it was a hot and heavy hug, though. It was hot and heavy.
Okay, so she asked you, but she's asking you if you've seen the moon, right?
Yeah, because I told her it was flat, and I said I told her about the moon already. That's like one of my go-tos for the normie.
Because next time when you call her up, you'll be like, "Hey, baby, you want to go look at that moon?"
Oh shit! Speaking of, she would have been the perfect person to watch the alignment.
It's not too late. You still have one morning left and a night left too.
Yeah, but she already nah. Nah. I'm gonna let her know though that she should watch it.
Never prejudge a situation. Dre said, say hold her neck, man. I said, go for the neck.
Hold her neck. You're right, Dre. You're right. If you grab that neck and they fall into it, it's over.
Oh, God, I gotta mute. I can't.
If you grab the neck and they go, oh. Yeah, man, it's a wrap.
Eli, you did listen to that song?
Yo, yes, I did. Yes, I did. You see,
it was only
one or two haters in the comments.
She was listening to that and she was like, yo, you gotta hear this. And I was just like, when she sent it to me, I opened the link. I'm like, maybe this is the wrong link that she sent because this is opening up like a King Crooked song, and she was like, "Nope, that's the right one." I'm like, "What?" Wait, somebody mentioned about her in a song with King Crooked. Okay, I listened to it. Now it's only like he dropped like 2 bars. I was like, but that's big, because that King Crooked is not a joke, and that's his man's in them. And you hear somebody in the back like, "Yep." I was like, "Oh, okay, this is cool." Just blowing up.
Yeah.
I'm in the lobby being an antagonist.
Yeah, it's kind of what that place is for. Poking
Awesome.
people.
Somebody tried to check my name. They spelled my my name with a capital K. I'm like, wow, you couldn't even do the first part right.
We got a really big brain person in VC check-in. 0.0006 RPM. They're so funny.
He was in the lobby trying to make it past go. Has he made it? I guess not.
What, that same person?
Yeah, he was in the lobby.
They're in the VC check-in right now.
Oh, we should pass him through. Let's hacky sack. Let's go.
For whatever reason, they currently have the server band role. I'm not sure what that's about.
He said hacky sack.
I don't want to play hacky sack with a rock though. That hurts a lot.
Yeah, I've tried that. Yeah, not good for the ankles, little sensitive bones. I was never very good at hacky sack. I would watch kids be like masters at it and just wonder.
It sucks, but everybody knew it. So good. I get like at least 1 or 2 kicks up. Anyone in here listen to Wu-Tang Clan?
That was literally the childhood, bro.
Alright,
when I was teen.
When you were what, sorry?
When I was a teenager, yeah.
That's why you need to go on Killer Priest podcast with me, bro.
There it is. Killer Priest,
hey, you get off my style or
you don't
something.
Know
You don't know me, and you don't know my style. Who be getting gone when I come to a jam? Here I am. Here I am. The
Method Man.
That's the way.
That's what I'm talking about. Shimmy,
I wonder if Method Man knows the scientific method.
The mathematics. Keep the tongue sharp. Quick with the wick.
See, I think they helped bridge the gap between hip hop and like that gangster rap. Like gangster rap was kind of corny, and hip hop was starting to like fade in popularity. And then Wu-Tang, and this is my opinion, of course, Wu-Tang came along with that, like the grime and the edge, but still kept it hip hop. And you didn't want to fuck with Wu-Tang, right? But well, anyway, that's me.
Wu-Tang was it, man. Wu-Tang is for the children. Keep the knowledge, keep them aware. Spread the science.
And you got your Mos Def and your Talib Kweli and all that.
Yup. Black Star. Hey, that was a great album.
Yeah, for sure.
Speed in, Mos Def. Great track. Data, fuck off the road, homie.
My favorite Talib Kweli lyric is "Shine so bright when I walk by, you gotta squint like the motherfucking sun in your eye." What?
Let's go.
It's so egotistical, but I love it.
Wow, this fake Kiwi guy even sent me a friend request. What the? Oh man. Jokes.
Imitation is the best form of flattery. That's all I'm gonna say, Globers.
I only been here like a week and a half. Is somebody trying to copy me already? You don't know me, you don't know my style. We just said it.
A second ago, when you mentioned the Wu-Tang Clan, you put the thought in my head. Flat Earth Clan ain't nothing to fuck with.
That's right. That's right.
Hey, I like that. Flat Earth Clan ain't nothing with. Flat Earth Clan ain't nothing with. Flat Earth Clan ain't nothing. Just all in the back, just yelling on our microphones. That's a really good track too. We should totally mess it up. We need to sample that. Yo, we got shimmy shimmy ya, shimmy yeah. I wonder if we could doctor that song too. Shimmy shimmy ya. Have you guys seen the show that was on Hulu? The 2-season show?
The show that was on Hulu for 2 seasons.
Wu-Tang Clan.
Oh.
Sorry about that. I left it too long on the hang. I apologize. No, that was my bad too. I apologize, man.
I did not. I've got a new one. You know how they always ask us, what about all the other planets? What about all the other planets? I'm gonna go out on a limb here and say that it's not too long before we start getting the question: if Earth isn't a ball, then why are tomatoes and pumpkins round?
That is what that. I mean, you must not have been around when they start saying the perfect shape is round. Eggs
Oh no,
are
I've
round.
been around. That's why.
The brain is round. The head is round. The eyes are round. Everything that's important is round. That's how they.
Yeah. Yeah.
Can we double back at them with the whole double helix thing, or is that too much?
Yeah, that's. Yeah.
Toroidal field, go.
Double helix, bro. We're talking about people who can't distinguish between round and a sphere. So yeah.
Down, round and around.
Yeah, it's like if Earth isn't a ball, then why do cucumbers exist? Explain blueberries on a flat Earth.
And with that, it's like, when did the public gain such a strong attachment to a sphere? Just the sphere.
It's not. It's not. And I've often said this. It's the religion of the sky. Because really, whenever they go to prove this, they look to the things up there and go, "Aren't we like that?" So they believe that we're like that.
Yeah,
because they have a belief in that.
I agree with that. They try to relate themselves to what they see in the sky instead of taking the view that they are the center of the universe, the seed of the apple, if you will. Seed is, I don't want to get into that, sorry. But Adam's seed of the apple. Yeah, I'll stick with that, damn it. We are the center of the universe.
Apple?
Why are apples round?
I just didn't understand the connection between Adam and an apple. Oh, Adam app. Oh, in the throat?
Well, Adam, the lineage of Adam and Eve, and then we look at the seed. We are the seed, the center of the universe. We are the seed of the apple, right at the very center, and then everything happens around us.
Apple has a pear shape.
Don't apples have an apple shape and pears have a pear shape?
If you cut an apple in half, it actually makes a toroidal field. Like it's two circles joining together, and the center being the core of the apple.
But if you peel the apple, you can know what is in the middle of the apple. If you peel the skin. That's how globe working. If you peel the skin of the apple, then you can find out what is in the middle of them.
I don't like what I started here. Can we talk about trains going uphill or something?
You asked why
I'll say that.
Fruits were round.
Obviously, I should be facetious. No, I was watching this this perennial vegetable video of different vegetables you can grow that keep on growing year after year. You don't have to replant them. So the first one is the globe. artichoke as the first one on the list. So that's what made me start thinking, funny enough. Leeks apparently are on the list. Kale, there's a perennial kale, apparently. Interesting. I like kale. Asparagus apparently is a perennial vegetable. I did not know that. So there you go. Artichoke, leek, kale, and asparagus. Rhubarb apparently is perennial. It's like one of the most popular sour bitter things out there. Well, I mean, yeah, bitter and sour. I mean, can you see the letters ACP and not think of a Mexican restaurant? Am I the only one? Arroz con polo or whatever. Oh, he left. Oh, gee. Yeah, I agree. You left, and I was responding to your ACP thing. I was like, Arroz con polo.
If the ACP.
Yeah, you gotta get that cheese dip on it though. That ACP extra cheese dip, please. Thank you.
Know what he said? No needs for next anymore.
What?
I'm just reading what Sasha said in the text chat. He said, I finally have perfect neck, no needs for necks anymore. And nobody looking at me now.
I think he was talking about how somebody's seeing some girl's eyes or something. I don't know. Talking about something, and then I think he started to get creative with
Yo,
the
Gregor,
topic.
you need all story before that to get that.
Yeah. It snowballed. It snowballed into a whole thing. Hey, all right, completely random. Did anybody see that terrible movie Crash?
Yes.
All right, imagine this. Imagine this.
Oops. Sorry, closing my window for this.
Imagine Seinfeld meets Crash. I had another one of these ideas. I was like, what if there was a show called The City? Just that, The City. And it was like, let's say the whole show, for season 1, it just focuses on 5 different people and or couples, right, mixed in there. So it could be like a nurse a male nurse that works in the city, and then it could be like a jewelry salesman guy, and it could be like the dude that works at the trash man, and like it's imagine a show called The City that's like Seinfeld, where it gives equal, but it gives equal screen time for each of these groups. I think that this idea with our low attention span,
I could see that.
I think that this show could be a big thing.
Because remember, you're dealing with the YouTube generation, right?
Gospel.
Wait, but Seinfeld was a show about nothing.
Precisely. You call it The City, and it's literally not got any plot to it at all. It's just like the trash bag broke again today. Like, nothing.
Yeah, and because you have different characters, you can make it like all sorts of different things and keep their attention on it. But at the same time, because they're watching this show and there's different characters and different people, you're expecting them to meet up at some point, but you just never let that happen.
They never do. They never do. Well, you can even play games with the spectators of the TV show and do like cameos. Like way off in the distance, you can see the trash guy driving by, and you're like, "Could that be him? Could that? I think that could be him." But like stuff like that. Yeah, I don't know. The City. This idea popped in my head, and I was like, you know what? This could be a moneymaker. I keep on getting these ideas, and having the thought, probably the extreme naive thought that my ideas are valuable in the first place. Oh yeah, I'm attributing great naivety to that belief.
Called the idea. You see, when I watch some movies, I cannot help but ask myself the question, whose idea was that? And now I'm hearing you talk, and so I'm like, oh, wait a minute. Is this an opportunity for me to get an answer to my question? How did you get this idea?
All of a sudden, I was like, wouldn't it be awesome if there was a TV show like Seinfeld, but in a city setting, but it was like fractal, and it was a bunch of different people like that. I just had the idea, and I started building off of the idea. I was like, man, I bet that show would make lots of money. I bet it would be like the next Office, the next Seinfeld, the next Friends. It would be called The City, and it would be the show that is appropriately tuned to our modern era. If it was properly done, I think it could be the next thing. But
Seems like an ant farm approach to the story, as though the human civilization were an ant farm on our table, and we just open the lid, and we peer inside, we zoom the camera in on the particular.
Yeah, third-party voyeurism type stuff.
What I like about that is it introduces the perspective of perspectives, because you're looking for different things as well, right? It's kind of like Where's Waldo on steroids.
So another aspect of my idea was, what if they all shared? See, this was my idea, really and truly. What if they all thought in very, very, very similar ways, but had completely different portrayals of that?
Yes. Let me can I I think the word is expunge. Can I expunge on that or explain on that?
You go ahead, man.
Okay, I'm just seeing the idea again as an example, flat Earth, right? But this is maybe like 50 years in the future where it's embarrassing to talk about flat Earth in public. They all suspect it, but they are all afraid to talk about it. And these are all different people that are intertwined into the same cities.
You're talking about 50 years from now when people are embarrassed to say that they ever actually fought for the globe?
There you
go.
go.
No other way around. Oh, that was it?
Whichever way it ends up going.
Which is sad because the people who should be sorry will be dead. You selfish bastards. I can't get gratification ever. That's fine.
Yeah.
Guess you had to put Elijah in on the writing team.
My city.
What are you talking about? He's director. He's directing it.
My TV show idea was very much exploitative, exploiting the current sociological construct. I don't know how to say it exactly.
No, you said it right.
But I think it would. You could easily exploit people's mentality and then manipulate. I don't know. TV is such a powerful tool.
Yeah, you can easily weave into it like storylines where like this one man in this group is having a hard time finding a girl, but another girl is always dating the bad types in another group, and so the audience is hoping that they get together at some point.
Yeah.
But you it's kind of like How I Met Your Mother. They teased a lot of times that this is how they met, but it wasn't.
And and what it results in is you, the spectator, want to solve the problem that's being created by the television show in your personal life, like that silly show, Earl, My Life is Earl, My Life is Earl, something, where he believed that he had to make up for all the bad he had done in his life, or some retarded nonsense. Oh, it's retarded nonsense. Some people believe that. Whatever. It was a funny show there for a little bit, but you see somebody doing all these things, and you're like, oh yeah, maybe I should do these things. Maybe that was a bad example, but oh my gosh, wow. NPCs, wow. Yeah, I mean, again, TV is such a powerful tool. It's almost like they could make you do things if they wanted to. I still think I think that I'm being sincere when I say I think the idea would be profitable. Moral is the question. I'm not claiming that it has a good moral basis or foundation, but I think it definitely has a promise of profit.
It may be profitable, yes.
Yeah. Well-written storylines, easily profitable.
Yeah, I mean, am I wrong? Isn't there kind of a need for another iteration of The Office or Seinfeld or Friends or the quote-unquote light-hearted? You know what I mean? By need, I mean, I'm talking about market need. I'm not talking about substantive or substantive.
Right, existential well-being.
Yeah.
I got an idea. They should start a new sitcom, and instead of calling it The Big Bang Theory, they should call it The Flat Earth Observation.
Would it make it past the pilot episode?
I don't know.
Would it just be like, all right, well, we're done. I hope you enjoyed it, because
like a 30-second episode. One season, one episode.
Not a big deal, guys, for that show. My name is Earl.
Thank you. My name is Earl. Thank you.
Very probably before my time.
Late 90s?
Yes.
Early 2000s? Late 90s. I can't even remember.
No, My Name is Earl, 2005.
Oh, for real? For real?
Yeah.
I must have been watching it when I came home over the summer.
You was watching the show before it was released?
No, I was. My college years are. It's hard to know what came out when I don't know. I was in college from 03 to 07, and it was pretty hectic. Hectic time. Such a life change, departing the home.
Yeah, I remember the character's name, but the African American character was a conspiracy theorist in that show, and he said something about the moon landings like 2 or 3 times in that show. How they were fake, you know.
Are you thinking of Are you thinking of Breaking Bad?
Who?
My name is Earl.
Oh no, the African American character in My Name is Earl.
Yeah.
Oh, okay.
Eddie Steeples, or Darnell Turner was his name in the show.
Because I thought he was thinking of this other scene that is featured in, YouTube videos that are exposing the truth about the Earth, and exposing the how do you phrase it? Those sly movie references where the characters are just saying something about flat Earth, and I thought he was thinking of that.
I could definitely see Darnell doing that. Yeah, he was a pretty funny character in that show.
For that. Gospel, help me. How do I help me make a term for these sly, wicked, insidious, dubious movies making references to truth but obfuscating it? What's the term for that?
Subverters, perverters.
Not for the people doing it, but for the thing that they're doing when they make these sly, all those synonyms I just said, references
Perversion?
to obfuscated. I mean, it does work. Like a perverted.
Perversions is it, because it can be. It's such a good, strong root word. You've got perversions, perverted, to pervert. Because that's what
they're
it
doing.
was
They're
all
taking
about,
the
right?
truth, or you could also call them appropriators. Appropriation is another one, but
Or obfuscated mentions. Because they're mentioning some sort of fact, be it some sort of cataclysmic or tragic event in history or that is yet to happen, or they're making reference to flat Earth, or they're making reference to the fact that NASA lies, et cetera, et cetera. So it's like these obfuscated mentions. They mention it, but they obfuscate it with all the other things surrounding the mention in the show. They obfuscated with the episode in the movie.
Better term. I have to think about. Kind of like the blending of scapegoat and red herring.
Right. We told you, but we didn't.
Yeah.
We told you, but at the same time, we didn't.
Hoodwinked.
Hoodwinked.
I just
Bamboozled.
hoodwinked. Bamboozled. Pull the wool over your eyes.
Get got.
Get got. Get got. I like that one a lot. Get got. Get gotten. We get got. The get gots.
Gotten the get to get the got. Getting our gottens to go get the getting.
The get along crew. The get. Yeah.
Abbott and Costello has entered the chat.
Hello, my friend. Welcome to the chat.
No, it was a metaphor for the current conversation.
Dang it. I'm in copy and paste mode in my presentation, finishing it up right now. I just got sent to management, and I'm just copy and pasting over like 35 slides. Needless to say, I'm in autopilot.
Hello, everyone.
Not thinking.
Hello.
What's
Hello,
happening?
brother.
How are you, man?
I hope you're all doing good.
Yes, sir.
Yeah.
How are your legs after that bike ride?
Oh, I mean, it was 2 days ago, I think.
Yeah. Second day's always the worst, man.
Actually, it's okay. I don't get pain anymore. Only thing I still, for some reason, even though normally your bones get used to it, I still sometimes struggle with the pain on your butt after driving the bike for a long time.
Yeah.
But yeah.
Saddles are a pain in the ass, literally.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I was wondering if I had to slow down for anybody to catch up to that.
Did you try to prove love with a bike?
No.
good, Sasha. Holy crap.
Yeah, because one guy recorded on YouTube that he did it with a bike.
Yep. Oranges and toothpicks and bicycle.
Oh, really?
Crying right now.
Oh,
laughing.
yeah, I see that video. Yeah. What a great guy. His parents must be proud of him. He proved the globe with sticks and shadows.
And oranges. Let's not
and a bike.
forget the oranges.
Oh, okay. Yeah. And oranges.
Those are really important.
I would give him a little tap on his shoulders, just for trying.
A tap on the shoulders, not a pat on the shoulders, not a pat on the back, but a tap.
A little pat. I tend to be very lively when I touch other people because I personally I'm a bit autistic when it comes to giving someone a pet. I just don't like touching people.
You like a spider?
What?
Were you a spider?
No, I'm just weird. I'm just, I don't know.
When you try to congratulate someone and you try to pat them on the shoulder, you tap them so damn lightly, they're like, what the hell is that on my shoulder?
No, I don't have problems with giving someone, with greeting someone with the hand or something, but I don't know. In general, touching other people, I'm not that type of guy, would come over to you and just slap you onto the shoulder or pat you onto the shoulder or something like that. But I personally don't like that, I just don't like when people would just randomly pet me or anything, I don't know. Just, I don't like that.
Just look, you guys, this is ridiculous. I just did this for kicks and giggles and did this. All right, I'm posting now. Boom. Hold on. Hold
it.
Nobody posted anything. Lalo beat. All right, but anyway.
Oh, this woman.
Bruh.
What is that?
Portrait AI, the website here, I'll post the whole actual link.
What have you done? This is so good. When gospel gets in the lab,
it took Michelle Thaler and that blurry, terrible picture, and it's just like, wow.
That's crazy. I didn't even know that this stuff exists.
Yeah.
Oh yeah. That's what I did my profile picture with this morning. I've used this app before.
Oh.
Yeah.
So
it is really impressive. And some people are like, you should never do anything like that because they're gonna steal your soul, and I'm just like, troll.
What? Steal your soul? They will replace you in your sleep.
All right. So I'm gonna I'll post this one too because this one is special. So I took the Yuri Bezmenov. Also super blurry, and I'll do the three main renderings it did, which is really
this is
really
cool.
impressive.
I'm gonna give them my face.
The image, and then here's the Yuri Bezmenov now. It's taking a minute. Did that post?
Yeah, Thaler looks like a female Dave Mustaine.
A female what?
Dave Mustaine from Megadeth.
Oh wow! All right, there's Yuri. Look at what it did with that cropped out, blurry picture.
Insane.
Yeah. Yeah, it's interesting the way that it
Yeah, my face looks too slim. I look like a crackhead.
yeah, you kind of have to take a bunch of different pictures, and then I don't know, it's doing like really, really well. The crappier the picture, the better it seems to do. Very counterintuitive.
Huh.
Very counterintuitive. Yeah, I got to get a picture. Oh, I'm going to try one of the president. Let's see if I can get a. Got to do the president. Got to do that. Was there somebody that hopped in the? No.
It even adds the beard. That's crazy.
Sometimes it does. Sometimes it does not.
But I don't see myself in that for some reason.
All right, save image. Here. Ah, gee. All right, so.
But definitely cool device.
Cool tool. All right, so we're gonna click this.
Cool tool.
Cool tool. All right.
I just wonder what happens if I'm not posting a normal face, but draw. Let me see.
And then so I'm posting the source and its result.
Oh no, this is gonna be bad.
Which one?
I'm just gonna wait.
No, it was incredible when I did the. Oh yeah, okay. Yeah, kind of looks like a really crappy tattoo.
Lol. Makes Biden look very young.
Yeah. He looks more like what's that guy from South Carolina? Lindsey Graham. Kind of looks a little bit like Lindsey Graham in the upper left. Just a wee bit. I don't know. Whatever, we can move on. Looks like Yoke Smasher, maybe I can just unmute you. Were you hot mic and Yoke Smasher? Are you still hot micing Yoke Smasher? Okay.
I must have been. I don't know. Yeah.
All right. Yeah, you probably have high latency if I had to take a guess.
Golly, that looks scary. I just took the globe and I put it
wow.
into the... Yeah, it looks very scary. Let me show you.
Wojak.
Let me show you.
Let's do a Wojak. That'd be good.
That looks like there's like a skull or something on the globe. Here, this is the picture I used. Looks very scary.
Oh man. What it does to Wojak is brilliant. Oh, I'm gonna save this one.
And they're laughing at us.
That's funny. That's really good. That's something I can still draw. It looks really like something that was drawn by someone.
Yeah.
Crazy.
I assume you already tried Gorilla Beer Gospel. I just got here.
Yeah, a couple of hours ago. He's been unmuted, sitting in the chat this whole time. I said, Magilla Gorilla, please say something, and, nothing. We tried.
So I've been looking for a place to do a drop over distance shot up here in near Seattle. And last night I found 2 lighthouses that you can see. You can see the other. You can see each other from the lighthouses. So they're 12 and a half miles apart, and it was just so they're supposed to be 60 feet of obstructed view. And I went there last night, and I could see the light, and that's the first time that I personally have seen the flat Earth for sure, and it just feels awesome.
Yeah.
I was gonna. Oh, go ahead.
You had elevation heights and all that stuff to kind of compare
Yeah,
stuff?
I'm gonna post the info about it right now in the chat, so you guys can kind of double check what I'm looking at. So each lighthouse, the light itself is 28 feet off the ground, and the ground is about 5 feet above high tide. But right here, you can just pull up to one of these parks and just look over and see the other lighthouse. And it's like, I was trying to get a blue laser and set up all this stuff, get 2 teams.
What's the distance between the two things?
12.5 miles.
He's posted his calculator on there. There's the link to the active calculator if anybody wants it. But yeah, he's got the right tools for the calculation as well. That's awesome.
I see it. I see it all now. Thank you.
I've been a flat earther for 5 years and wanting to do this, and I was like trying to get 2 teams together to get to 2 beaches, and then yesterday it all hit me. I was like, whoa, there's just 2 lighthouses right there.
So you're saying 6 feet because you're concluding that both lighthouses are at the same elevation, and that's why you're saying 6?
I was just standing 6 feet high I was standing at Point No Point, the lower one on the map, looking at the other. And I really could squat down to about 3 feet with binoculars and look over and see it.
Yeah, for sure. I'm not surprised of the observation. It's more about when you plug those numbers into the calculator, you typically want to use the elevation height from sea level specifically. So in this instance, you're saying the base of the building is 28?
No, the light itself is 28 feet from the ground. And so I guess the light itself would be about 32 feet high. Or 33 feet off the actual water, depending on how high the tide is.
Oh, okay. Gotcha.
But I could see the whole building, and I could see the water under it with the reflection of the light. And it's like that light is definitely 20, 30, 40 feet above the water. So there's literally zero curve.
Well, you understand, Yogi Smasher, that what you were seeing there was a mirage.
Yeah, definitely refraction just brought that lighthouse to my vision, right?
So if you're 10 feet up from the water level, then yeah, the entire lighthouse on the other end of 12.5 miles should definitely be below the horizon. And that's at a 10-foot observer height.
Yeah. So today I'm going to go back with a tripod in the daytime. I went at night so I could just spot the light because, each lighthouse has its own code of what the light does. And this one flashes a light every 4 seconds. And then the one I was standing at flashes 3 times every 10 seconds. And the Google Maps, my phone wasn't a very good compass, and so I had to just sit there for a while and look around, and then I finally spotted it, and pretty cool. So I'm going to go back today with I just have a Nikon with a small zoom, but I'm going to see if I can actually see the building from the beach and zoom in on it today in the daylight.
It's cool. Well, the fact that you're doing it, but also camera or eyes or simple eyes. There's no curvature. I don't care what device we're using, what kind of optics. You know what I mean? It's fun to go out and prove to yourself, just to yourself. It keeps measuring flat.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, I've believed. I've known that the Earth was flat for 5 years, but now it was pretty cool to actually just see it, and now I can show other people. I'm definitely going to tell more people now because all we have to do is drive 3 miles from my house to this beach and be like, look at that. And I don't have to set up an experiment or anything.
Yep.
For sure. I like that. Sorry, Gospel, I just wanted to ask one rhetorical question to the Globers. Again, it's rhetorical, unless you really want to try to answer. But so the globe mass has been debunked. It's not just flat earthers have done it. The globe mass is bunk. It presents itself as bunk. So, if you still think it's a globe, why don't you redo the calculator after doing a shitload of measurements, okay? And then maybe we could talk about, where we would find curve if your new numbers matched up. Does that make sense? Because your current numbers are, it's as if they never existed. So maybe try again is, I guess, what I'm saying. Okay. Thank you.
Yeah, they never want to specifically prove why they think that our experiments or measurements are bunk, They don't want to get into it.
Something Yoke Smasher you can do as well. Try changing the eye height when you do the Earth curve calculator. Try changing that just to 0, because I know based on that calculator, what it does is it puts you behind the horizon line, so it kind of messes up the overall calculator. If you just take it a 0 observed height and then punch in the distance that you're observing, it'll give you a better relative dimension.
Okay, yeah. I typed in everything from 1 foot up to 6 feet and just kind of checked out, all the numbers, but I didn't put 0. I'll do that.
Yeah, if you do 0, and again, because of the fact that what it's going to do is it's going to change, because that D0 that it's showing on the overall length, it's going to reduce that D0 right to the horizon point. So it's going to assume that you're sitting on the node of the circle. Because again, if we're on a ball, we're always on the node, which is the crown of the circle, which is what you're attempting to illustrate.
Yeah, I see.
But great work, man. Very great work.
Yeah, hopefully I'll have some pictures of the actual lighthouse and try to put a little more info together to post.
Sorry, I apologize. Overlooked it. Whereabouts are you located?
I'm in the Puget Sound. I live across the water from out on the Olympic Peninsula from Seattle, so out west.
Out west. Gotcha.
So I'm in Hansville, which is on the map. That Point No Point lighthouse. I'm just like 5 minutes up the road from that.
Gotcha.
And to get to the other lighthouse, I have to take a bridge and drive for like a little less than an hour to get over there.
A bridge. There's another observable for you.
Yeah.
Right. So I'm over in over by Lake Ontario in Ontario on the East Coast, and I did the same thing similar to yourself, but over the distance with the Rogers Center, the Sky Dome. So the Sky Dome has approximately 85 feet to the peak. So based on a 60-kilometer distance, that would be depressed. But it's not, because we can still see on a clear day from Burlington, Ontario, down to downtown Toronto. We can see the Sky Dome where Rogers are sitting there. And based on a 40-mile distance, that should give us 1,000 feet of depression, which it doesn't.
So, Kiwi, I'm sure you've seen the famous one from like 2016. This girl named Jenna something with her P900 was standing on the beach and got a shot of Toronto skyline from the beach across the lake, Ontario. That's what you were talking about.
I'm talking just my own personal. I was in Burlington on a clear day in summer. So Burlington is 60 kilometers out. And that's just based on my visual. Just being able to see a white dot off in the distance. But I haven't taken in that piece.
Yeah, I'm glad you did that, Yoke Smasher. I keep telling people over and over again, it doesn't require special locations. Really, I mean, there's some spots in America that you could live that makes it difficult, but yeah, I'm still trying to.
Sorry.
What are you
You're still trying to master some.
I'm still trying to map out what I'm seeing when I'm at a certain elevation up here. 'Cause I'm seeing far into Canada, but I'm not 100% sure if I'm seeing as all the way. So, and what I mean by all the way is all the way to what I think I might be seeing. There's this spot. Let me see what the distance is to Esta.
Real quick, it's not just not about distances. It's really about getting out there, getting your hands dirty, and using a little bit of genuine critical thinking.
Mm-hmm.
Critical thinking, no appeal. Try not to appeal to a single thing that you were told or taught before going out and measuring or observing. Take it for what it is. Try your best.
Uh-huh.
Shout out to Dave. Yeah, that video is bloody perfect, man. Bloody perfect. If you guys can check it out, but I shared it in the general chat about the Toronto skyline.
Yeah, that was a good one. That was one of the early ones. Somebody went out with a P900 and capture something like that.
Yeah, so at this, if you put 0 observer height, it's 104 feet. So that's 3 times the height of the lighthouse itself. 12.5 miles.
Yeah,
And
I
it's
wouldn't.
I'm sorry.
Finish up. Sorry.
What I was just gonna say is like we've been equipped with measuring sticks everywhere. The CN Tower, the Statue of Liberty. Like the Statue of Liberty is 306 feet in height. You don't have to travel a long distance on a globe to eclipse 306 feet, right? And you got the Hudson River. The Hudson River has a length. Look up the length of the Hudson River. I'm sure by the time you were to drive the length of the Hudson River, theoretically on a globe, Statue of Liberty would be underwater, would it not?
Yeah. This lighthouse that I'm looking at claims that you can only see it from 8 miles away, but I could see it clearly from 12.5 at night. The light from it, anyway. And the funny thing is has Jesse been coming in the last few days?
Not that I'm aware.
Because he lives like 20 minutes from that other lighthouse, so he could do this experiment so easy. Wow. He could just drive down to the beach and look at me, and I'll wave at him through some binoculars right next to this other lighthouse.
Maybe
Could
you could
I'll tell me if he's a robot or not.
Jesse's globe.
I wish that I had Jesse's globe.
Gonna try to take away Jesse's globe. Why can't I find any curvature anywhere?
I mean, they're only gonna argue refraction or mirage, right, on this.
Gravitational refraction, they'd like to go to. Whatever that is.
Gosh.
I agree with what y'all are saying. There's nothing like just going to nature and let nature talk to you instead of listening to me, you know.
Yeah, if you're looking in Google and all these things, you're going to just get bombarded with propaganda to uphold your globe.
You do have a VC verified here. Greedo, would you like to speak, sir? Or ma'am? Hello, Segredo.
Segredo.
Segredo. I'm going to quit trying to talk to people. I give up.
Yeah.
Maybe I'll sing to him. Sagrado. Join the chat, man. I want to talk to you, buddy.
So yeah, I was just thinking about this idea for a sitcom called, instead of the Big Bang Theory, it's the Flat Earth Observation. And I was thinking, it'd be great if there was like a Flat Earth TV channel where this is playing or something, or like a YouTube channel or something. Where, someone makes a parody, but instead of talking about nerdy shit, they're maybe talking about like cool stuff and actually have funny jokes or something like that. But I was thinking, in the intro or before the intro, if it were a movie or something, instead of playing the Universal logo or anything like that, or play something that is like that, but instead of having a globe Earth, it's just a pear-shaped Earth with the Flat Earth Industries, Flat Earth Productions or something. Those words coming around it instead of Universal. I think that'd be great. Go ahead. Oh, and then the last idea was to have during the commercial break a commercial for Glober Man, for the children.
I was just thinking, like, isn't it kind of what we do here every day, just without the production components?
Yeah, you're kind of right.
I mean, we tell jokes, we talk about really cool things, then every now and then we have to teach people what's up. Nice, Trace. Makes you look a little like Elon Musk, though. Yeah, the AI app doesn't exactly know how to handle glasses. Always does very weird things with glasses. But yeah, Flat Earth TV. Tony, give me a chance to see if your mic was jacked up. Piotr, we've had a Piotr here before. Piotr, hold on just a moment. You're in like a bunch of same servers. Do I know you, sir? I don't think I might have had a conversation with you before. Might not. I've unmuted you though, Piotr. It's fine. If you don't know me, then it's fine. I just changed my profile picture today though, so whatever. You're unmuted though, Piotr. You can say hello. Do you have a microphone? If you just say hello, I see your DMs. I see our mutual servers. If you just say hello, I'll be able to give you the VC verified tag. Otherwise,
hey.
All right, thank you. Now you can chat in live stream voice text. I understand that you're saying you got something going on, but that'll be fine. Vinny. We've talked before.
Who the hell? Larry the same as Dave. Who the hell's Larry?
Larry? Larry who?
Whoever comes in here and has that voice. It's Larry, but his name's not Larry. They keep fucking changing the names, so I can't remember who the hell's who. Guys, stop changing your damn names. Like, I lose track of who the hell y'all are. No, but I'm in Texas, and we're supposed to meet up and go grab a beer, so I'm like, where the hell is he?
You talking about Hank Hill? You talking about Hank, I think.
Yeah.
Okay, somebody get him so we can go grab a beer.
Yeah, Larry is his current screen name, but it used to be Hank or Hank Hill. But yeah, you just ping him. You want me to ping him for you?
Yeah. Ping
Yeah,
him
I can
for
do
me.
that.
Tell him I'm in
Yeah.
It's outside of Dallas.
Is trying to contact you. There you go. So soak up all that heat. All right, Vinny, you wanted to say something?
Oh, there we are. Finally, you're muted. How you doing?
Yeah, I'm okay. Okay, Vinny.
That's good.
Got any questions, Vinny?
Oh, no, really. I just wanted to be able to talk, like in case I wanted to pitch in or whatever.
Did any of your own personal long distance observations to confirm for yourself that Earth isn't a ball?
I haven't done any none. No.
Oh, it's too bad.
Yeah.
What do you think about what was just recently presented? Did you have the opportunity to see it?
No, I've only just joined.
Okay. Would you mind sharing your stuff, Yoke Smasher, again in the chat?
Yeah, I'll share it again. 1 sec.
And just for everybody who just joined, specifically our new friend, how long have you been with us, Yoke Smasher?
Probably only like a month, maybe 6 weeks. I joined the server.
Awesome. And you took it upon yourself to go out there and survey for yourself, and this is the information you found in your homemade experiment, correct?
Yes.
Awesome. Thank you so much for that, man.
Was there an independent variable in that experiment?
Yeah,
What's in
he clarified it was an observation and that he didn't need to do any experimentation. So, as far as Yoke Smasher goes, Yoke Smasher wasn't calling it an experiment. It's just an observation that contradicts the claim that curvature would be stopping him from seeing the thing that he's actually seeing, therefore no curvature. Really, I wouldn't do the zero. I don't think that that's going to be acceptable to pretty much anybody.
Yeah, that's what I figured. Is you got to have some observer height.
Yeah. If you have your camera lens, is it Kiwi? Kilowatt? Kiwi. If you have your camera lens 50% submerged, then it may be suitable to use this number 0. But I just don't think that it's a very
The only reason I suggested using the 0 is because when you look at the drawing at the end, it gives you a graphic, and what it does is it takes the D1 dimension and it puts the viewing point behind the horizon point,
which is
right? And
which would be the case. Which that would always be the case.
So we're not okay. Wait a minute. So I thought that from a standpoint, if we're always standing on the top of the crown of this apparent ball, that our viewpoint would always be the viewpoint, and everything from that advantage point would be at a depression.
Here, I'll explain. H0. It's the. I'll post the picture for anybody else's helpfulness. H0, specifically the tip of the arrow, is the equivalent to your eyeballs or the camera lens or whatever. The tip of the blue arrow is H0. Or rather, the distance from the tip of the blue to the surface of Earth would be your H0. That's more accurate. So the only way for you to be on the horizon is for you to be submerged into the surface of Earth. Otherwise, you will be creating an angle from you to the horizon. Does that make sense, or do I need to keep explaining in a different way?
No, I'm totally taking it in gospel. Thank you.
Okay. That's why you must have some elevation height based on the distance from your observation point to the elevation of sea level. So if you have something like what he was talking about, yoke smasher, if you have a tide, then you need all you really would need to do is take your time of day or some type of measurement from time of day and measurement. You need a handful of different things. Lakes can circumvent some of that with the lack of tides. But anyway.
Yeah, here's an image with a key of how long the distance is up in the corner. And I'm there at the blue lighthouse in Hansville, and then looking at the orange dot up above.
Yeah. Now, just to scrutinize as much as possible, could they say that that there's a lighthouse in between, by any chance?
So my top image, the first map I put, that is when you search for lighthouse on the Google Maps. If you zoom out, there's a bunch more, but that's listing all of them.
Oh,
and
I
yeah,
see.
I was wondering that
The
myself.
tool that you're using, it's showing where the lighthouse is by dots. Gotcha.
Yeah, so that bottom one I just drew dots, but the first one I posted at 11:58 is Google Images searching for lighthouses, so it's showing all lighthouses in the area.
I see. Yeah, I see your other image. Gotcha. Cool.
Yeah, I thought I saw it, and I was like, well, if I point my map around on my phone, it doesn't line up straight with that, but the service is pretty bad out here anyway, and the tool is bad, so I'm like looking around, and I was like, maybe it's another lighthouse, and so I started searching for any lighthouse in the area, and those are the only two in that view. And I could make a view pulled out a little bit so you can see how many lighthouses there are in this area.
Nice.
Yeah, I'll work on getting a picture of the lighthouse today, and I'm going to try to get a picture of both lighthouses, from each end eventually this summer, so gather a little more info.
Yeah, if there's access to the other one, and you were able to invite somebody to give a hand.
Yeah, definitely going to try.
Damn, you really sent me a link to Shapes.
Vinny, do you think the Earth is a globe?
Yeah.
So you don't know shapes then? You need to learn about shapes. See, flat is an aspect of a shape. We don't know the whole shape. See, in the video, you can see each entire shape. If you know the entire shape of the Earth, we'd love to have it.
It's a sphere. It's a ball.
And when did you leave Earth in order to be from a proper vantage to see something like that? When did you do that?
I didn't do it myself.
Approximately 5,500 miles, I believe, is what they calculate.
Wow.
You would need to be.
I can't jump that high.
So there you go. Globe's done. How many? So you got how many sides are on a triangle? How about a trapezoid?
I don't know what a trapezoid is.
Well, and you're going to be here arguing geometry with us, are you?
I haven't argued anything. I've just been answering questions.
Okay. Would you argue that the Earth is a globe?
I'd say the Earth is a globe, yeah.
Okay. Would you argue for the globe then?
I can't really argue against you guys.
Yes or no?
Would I argue for it? Not really, no.
So you're pretty bad at having a conversation.
No, I can have a conversation. I'm just not like you say. I'm not really well versed on it. So we could have a conversation, but
that's fair.
It wouldn't go anywhere, and it wouldn't accomplish anything. If that makes sense.
I highly doubt that. Let's cart before the horse, man. You don't know unless you try.
I've tried many times, bro.
Many, many times. Okay. Well, here's the deal. Don't try. Just do it.
The main issue is maybe you're unwilling to remove your presuppositions from the conversation. Is that probably fair to say, Vinny?
Yeah, I guess so.
Yeah. Presuppositions, they get in the way.
Sure are fun, though, aren't they?
Apparently. People sure play with them a lot.
See, we got somewhere, Benny. You now realize that you're just believing a fairy tale.
Not quite.
Well, that's what you just said.
What do you mean?
Never mind.
Okay, so if you don't already know that we run under the correct objective auspice that the Earth measures flat so far, and it goes directly against the globe math. So that's not an agree or disagree thing. I'm informing you. I'm letting you know. So from that, we need to then converse about, you know, why you still have a belief for the anti-fact of a globe Earth. Basically, why do you still believe it, dude?
I don't know. Pictures.
You said you've tried bunches of times, right, to talk with us?
You guys don't really talk. You just kind of like smack.
Again, that was a yes or no question, sir.
What do you mean? Like, yeah. I guess you could call it talking.
I don't think I'm going to make progress with you, am I?
I did say that.
So, why are you here today?
I decide jamming.
You like jamming?
Jamming, yeah.
Bob Marley, folks.
These are the guys that come in and they're young, and they obviously they're little chubbies or they're obese because they don't have a girlfriend. Because there's no way in here you're going to be in here. You're 16 or 17 if you have a girlfriend. That's saying.
Damn, you're on violence, bro. I just joined the Saturday, bro, and I'm just like,
I go right for the juggler, buddy. I'm sorry.
I just like, I don't know. I just joined, bro, and I've already been after like 15 times answering the questions and that. So
you don't have a girlfriend? So you need to come in here and hang out with us guys?
yeah, exactly, bro. You keep me company.
Hey, I just want to quickly point out something. You just verbally assaulted him, and then he just accused you of being violent.
Yeah,
think about that.
I feel violently attacked.
Yeah, because if you're gonna come in here and not engage in conversation, like real talk,
shouldn't you be in a retirement home or something, bro?
I am.
Oh, then go like enjoy the last years of your life, bro. What are you doing in here?
But that's what old people
Trying
do.
to win internet
Old people ain't got
arguments,
nothing to do, so they do talk. You know,
he's like, you have a bunch of knowledge and experience because you've been alive a while, and I'm going to try to make fun of that. Clown show, dude. Get the fuck out of here.
No, I'm saying like if you're retiring, bro, why are you trying to win internet arguments? Like,
why do you think any of us are near retirement? What are you? Do you know any of us?
He said he's in a retirement home.
He didn't say I'm in one.
No, I'm not. I'm talking to you. I'm talking to him.
All right, so why don't you want to talk about Earth stuff? Why can't you come in here and talk about the actual topic?
I have been talking, bro, but like I say, I don't know a lot about it, so I'm going to struggle to answer most of your questions. That's what I'm saying.
At my nursing home, they teach us that it's still flat.
I'm skating. So if you are engaging, then I take all the shit I said back. You know?
No, he's taking the piss, mate. Taking the piss.
I'm taking a piss. Only if you're being genuine.
I think it's taking the piss. I think they don't even know how to say the words correctly. Taking the piss. Yeah.
It is the. And it is.
Yeah, because.
So funny.
Because you're deficient.
I thought it was taking a piss. Hey.
No, it's right. The Brits, they say the.
As daft as that is.
Are you guys saying that Helio has said that like 1,000 times on here, and every time he said it wrong?
Yeah. 100%. Helio's not Brit, you know that, right?
Yeah, I realize that. I just think it's funny that he says it 1,000 times and he's saying it the incorrect way.
Let's go back to the greatest fact that we talk about, and that's the Earth measures flat against the globe math. Can you talk about that, young man?
I don't know the globe math, so.
Gosh, that's productive.
It's like most people don't. Like most people just know it's a globe. They don't.
They just assume it because they don't know the shit. That's the problem here.
Well, they've been taught it, I guess you could say. Whatever. Like.
What do you mean, whatever? You can't. You aren't going to find out yourself. You're just going to say, someone else did the work. Fuck it. That's good enough for me.
Yeah, they did the work exactly.
And this is a generation coming up here. We're fucked, bros. We're fucked.
This is not just our generation, bro. This ain't just recent generation. The world's been a globe for a long time.
No,
now,
I'm saying you're going to end the world because you're so stupid.
The world's been considered a globe for a long time.
Yeah, that's a big problem too. Big cognitive deficiencies. Yep.
By liars. Liars.
I like an OT.
And people that listen.
He's roboting.
Yeah, okay.
You're roboting, bud. So what say you? Brit trash?
Damn, you're devastated.
Oh, I'm devastating.
Like, I get it, bro, and I don't have the answers to your questions, so you just start insulting.
What else are we going to do, man? You insult yourself. I'm just pointing it out. Here's a mirror, bro.
How did I insult myself, bro? You guys are so
By
angry.
existing at all.
Guys are devastated. Like, what? So I come in here and I'm not good fun for you guys, so you just, like, get
You're
all
great
nasty?
fun. You are super great material. You stay as long as you like.
Thank you, bro. I appreciate it. I've been here 2 years, so...
Ooh, wow. And you still think the Earth's a globe.
And look
I
what
haven't
you've
fallen
learned.
for the propaganda
You
yet.
Look at
haven't
this.
learned anything. You haven't learned anything for 2 years. 2 years.
What kind of idiot? 2 years, huh? What kind of fucking idiot?
Well, swearing, bro. You can't be doing that.
Sure can. Sure. When you become an adult, you'll know that you can swear whenever you want.
You got to keep it Christian, bro. No swearing, all right?
I think this is the case for the court.
Or the arbiters.
No, I'm going to let you speak now and dig your own hole. I just wanted to chime in a little bit. Much love.
Do you need a lawyer?
To you too.
Do you need
Sugar
a lawyer?
muffin.
A little bit of tone policing, I think. Something like that.
2 years? And he's calling people sugar muffin? What's happening right now? Who is this guy?
What's wrong with sugar muffin? Wait, I know you don't like kiwi.
I knew it was going to take long, my guy.
You were the guy who said you speak to like random shopkeepers about like flat earth.
Cashiers, yeah, and I had you laughing and squealing.
I was crazy, bro. I lost my valued roll over that, bro. People got mauled over that. It's like you guys can cloud me as much as you want, bro. I take the piss back one time, bro. That's it. Your roll's gone. Your right's gone.
Vinny, I have a question, man. So since you have been here for 2 years, what is keeping you off from understanding the reality that you're living in?
I know, bro. Like,
are you willfully ignorant of what has been taught to you, or is it just because the pressure around you would be too much to change your worldview?
That's one of the reasons. Even if it was to be real, it would damage my life to a point where it wouldn't be worth.
You know it's real, but because I
don't know it's real now because I don't understand either.
I'm pretty sure you know. You're just trying to keep yourself. You're just trying to lie to yourself, so it's easier for you to stay in that in that paradigm where you can where you don't need to change, because otherwise there would be a lot of things happening in your life if you would change. Well, and be honest about it.
As we've established, bro, I don't know either model, so I can't say either way. But yeah, I think it's a globe.
So you don't know. You don't know the models. You don't know the models, but you think it's a globe.
Yeah.
Do you see the contradiction in that?
I think it's a globe because that's what I've been taught, but I don't know the models.
That's not a contradiction; it's idiocy.
But that's
I think what he's trying to say, Clay, is he's too cowardly to acknowledge the truth.
But that's very willfully ignorant, isn't it?
No, it's cowardly. I'm pretty sure this guy knows the Earth is flat. He's just a coward.
Yeah, but he's willfully ignorant, right? From what he himself has professed.
No, he's only waiting that they say on the news, sorry people, we was wrong because measuring everything, it looks that it's flat, but all these years education, we was wrong and space doesn't exist. but we thought that we are in the space, but we also was wrong about that. We said that the Earth rotates, but we was wrong also about that because we thought that the Earth rotates, and sorry, we were wrong. And when we hear that on the news, then everything will be okay. Isn't like that.
But I don't even think that's gonna change anything.
No, for him will, because then it will be the true, you know?
No, I mean for him, I think there's literally people that are so possessed by the globe belief that even if there would be an astronaut like on TV saying, you know, I actually am, you know, I'm joking, blah blah blah, it's all fake. They would try to
not one, Clay, all of them, you know. They decided now that it's flat, you know, and he will say, "Oh, look, really." Now I get it because you know it's in the news, you know.
Oh, okay. You mean if they completely open up the book, so to say, okay. Yeah. Then he would change his belief, yeah, because then everyone else needs to do it, right? And when everyone else needs to do it, he can do it too.
And it must be on news, and it must, you know, and everybody must say the earth is flat because it's you know there is more people, it's more warm, you know, and it's better to be there than somewhere else where you have some ideas. For example, you have idea that water it's level, and then that sea level it's sea level. You know, you have that stupid idea.
Yep. I think a lot of it is if someone's not ready, it's devastating, to use that word again. Thank you so much for providing it, to their worldview. Devastating to their worldview. I mean, imagine someone came up to you and said, okay, you have to now use your right arm as your left arm as your right, and do really well with it right away. They couldn't handle it all at once. You know, you gotta redo your thinking from what you've been taught, and instead, learn something, get knowledge on the subject. He's clearly saying, well, he's like pulling a Matthew. Yeah, I don't know. I just appeal to the smart guy for my shit, you know. So I think this is a tactic we're seeing now, is to come in and just say flat earth is inconsequential. And yeah, fine, I'll say I don't have any, fucking whatever. Yeah, smart guy, whatever. They figured it out. Flat earth is stupid. Do you understand? We see the tactics. So once again, just go measure the earth for curvature or kick some fucking rocks.
Yeah, isn't that one of the reasons why we refer to sheeple as sheeple or as sheep, silly people as people? Because, the sheep go along with the herd, kind of just go along and get along. And, if the herd's going one direction, then most of the sheep just go that direction because most of the sheep are already going that direction. So that's what most sheep do. They just go in that direction. And it seems to me like it's a similar thing with the Globers. They just go in the direction that most people are going mentally, because that's just where they're going, or where the propaganda brings them.
Yep, propaganda followers prefer path of least resistance. Go ahead, guys.
Because it's so big that it's earth, it cannot be anything else, only sphere, because they know that clever people, that water is curving. They know that they wrote so many books, But when you go out, you cannot find that curve. That's so difficult. That's so incredible. Reality, it's like, I don't know, reality doesn't want to be a model. I don't know why.
Now, wouldn't it be where the sheeple are led, where the fear of the sheepdog lead them?
Yeah, so what's the sheepdog? NASA?
Now, I would say whatever punishment for not doing what the actual farmer wants you to do. Yeah, I guess NASA would.
Oh, the government.
Yeah, with the NASA would be not a sheepdog, but a sheep dressed as a wolf. What is NASA in that analogy?
Fuzzy, I asked today the guy.
It would be a sheep dressed as a sheepdog.
Today I asked the guy.
Yes.
What do you think? Why I'm thinking that Earth is flat? And do you know what his answer was? This: you think that Earth is flat because somebody told you that Earth is flat. That's it.
That's funny, because literally no one is telling us that. We're thinking about this kind of stuff for ourselves, and then finding
Yeah,
out
yeah.
that other people are thinking about that too. It's the opposite. It's the yeah.
But that's the point. Like I want to approach. Like let's see why you people deceive me. You know, with which points you said it, what I get it, and now I'm deceived. I'm deceived by water. I'm deceived by mountains. I'm deceived everything in nature. Because I must be deceived if I think the Earth is flat. Because some people they are retarded. They think the Earth is flat. Now let's hear what is that deceiving points.
Well, I think we can take it down to its most basic point. Let's forget about even pictures. We read the words created by men which tell us what we are experiencing. Would that be correct?
Yeah.
So I want to know who wrote the words. Obviously, I'm being.
You are not on that level.
That's my point, right? I
You
can't.
must be on the level that you understand that other people can understand better how nature works. You know, you cannot reach that level. You need to study that 10 years and then maybe because you're still then will be on some level, maybe you're not on a good level. But like this, you know, to be human and to observe with your senses and to make logical conclusions, no, that's not level.
And that's my point, right? It's like, how much education do I have to consume in order to realize that I'm on a spinning surface versus I hit the dirt, I grow up, I walk, I observe. I don't observe that at all. I observe the contrary to that.
Look at in dictionary how the people all around the world calling sea level. Sea level, in my language, it's nivo mora. Listen, it sounds differently, but it's the same, you know, and it's meaning the same. You know? And that mean if everybody have the same meaning, everyone for the sea level, that mean we have one level.
That is correct. I approve sea levels on the sightings that I review daily. Sea level is a constant measurement, dated, constant. I don't know what else to say other than you can't have a varying sea level
And
on a
look at the
globe.
level,
It's
everything.
insane.
Look at this unlogic. Listen this sentence. Everything above the sea has the height. Look at that. That is retarded. And when you have one level, one base, zero, it's so difficult to measure elevation. It's more easier to measure on curved surface elevation than on flat surface. Only logic. You don't need to go even make observations anymore. When you make observation, then you're only making conclusion. Oh, I was right.
So, question, and this is maybe a stupid question, but how does how I'm glad this is kind of a shout out to the meme you've been posting with the cranes. How does the crane observation compare to the pendulum experiment?
Gravity.
So the deciding factor in that is gravity of the crane.
So many times it's enough to say that word and it's helping a lot. I don't have anything to to go.
Okay. You're
to
just
go
providing a fictitious answer.
that,
Not
that's
fictitious,
enough.
but yeah, that's
That
enough
will
for
be
them.
enough for yeah.
But I was thinking about like how does that those two things differ?
Listen, Kiwi. If gravity is pulling down, mass attracts mass, whatever, then cannot also how to say arrange centrifugal force and to be contained in the same. You cannot do 3, 4, 7 rolls. It must do
Right.
one roll.
Well, that's my point.
If it's doing 7 rolls, it's some different. It's some strange phenomena. It's doing that means it's G. It's G. Gravity. It's a G. Big G. Big God.
Well, okay. Here's the thing, because when I know with construction sites, whenever they set their cranes at the end of a work night, they set their cranes in what's known as rest position. So I observe a crane that is resting. Versus any forces acting upon it.
Yeah, but that's just resting position, meaning, hey, don't put all the weight on the far end of the boom, thus creating the most amount of problem. If there's a wind, it's going to all of a sudden there's nothing to control it, and therefore, so a resting position is like the best weighted, most evenly spaced position for the night is what I would easily read that as.
Okay, appreciate that. Thank you.
I mean, right? Because you wouldn't want to leave the full weight of something at the very end, or you want to, make sure it's all good to go. I mean, that just makes that makes perfect sense. At the end of the night, you don't leave a forklift extended all the way to the top, right? You leave it in its resting position at the floor, causing the least problems. And no one's sitting there thinking about, well, you got to make sure that if the gravity's not going to mess with our boom tonight. That's not what they're thinking.
Everything is burning.
Okay, who killed the convo? You still there, Vinny?
Yeah, I'm here.
You think you'll ever take this subject seriously? Maybe.
No idea.
You never will, or did you say no idea?
So no, I mean, I do take it seriously. I guess to an extent. I just don't believe it.
Well, sir, if you took it seriously and you really been here 2 years, you would not think you're on a globe. That's all I'm saying. Anyway, it's up to you. All we can do is give you information. If you want to ignore it or just act like it doesn't exist, that's up to you. We're just here to supply information to people.
We don't believe it.
By the way, we're not suggesting you believe anything. We're actually suggesting you drop a belief. Flat Earth is an observation. The belief is in the globe.
Believe I can fly. I believe I could touch the sky. I think about it every day and night. No?
What do you do for a living, Vinny? Vinny, what do you do for a living, dude?
And we gonna put him on the spot like that?
Oh, he just left.
No, well, yeah, I guess he did.
Yeah, he bounced, so.
Maybe he
I
thought
don't
I
know
was
that-
mocking him. I literally just got off a phone call and figured I'd sing after what Orion said there.
I didn't think I was putting him on the spot. I thought it was a question that I could ask him for a standpoint to see if there's a level of engagement, just to see. Because the other thing that I didn't think about. Well, here's the thing with it.
No, not you. Why do we have a fanny pumper in here? Papa fanny pump? Bruh. Big Papa fanny pumper? Could you pick a more Gamoran screen name? Hey, citizen of Gamora, would you like to say hello? Big Papa?
That was very well done, must say.
No need to thank me.
Nice. Fuzzy Swan. Hadn't seen you in a while, man. Doing well? Fuzzy.
All right, then.
Someone calling me?
Yeah. I said, how you doing? Hadn't seen you in a while.
Oh yeah, it's busy. I'm just always busy.
I hear that.
This is the busy time of the year. Well, there's a lot of busy times of the year, but I really only have time to talk or when I'm doing something random or walking the dog.
Gotcha. Well, welcome anytime.
24/7, right?
It be like that. I don't be like that. I'm not here 24/7. I'm just here like, 50?
Yeah. You may not always be doing business, but you're always open.
50 divided by 7. That's how much I'm here.
That sounds like math.
I'm sorry. Maybe I should just say I'm here like 9 by 5. 9 times 10 by whatever. It doesn't matter.
That would be 40. I see why you're
Correctly,
gospel bearer now.
You will summon a 7 point something, 0.1.
No,
Listen,
8 hours a day would be 40 hours total, right?
I usually start looking. Here's where the ambiguity comes in. I usually start looking at the server, looking through the chat, somewhere around 5:30 a.m. my time,
Damn, son. Killing
until usually about 4:30 p.m. to 4:30ish to 5 p.m. my time. So that's my involvement. But as far as the VC goes, it's a little bit less than that, probably 80% of that. So that's where the ambiguity comes in. It depends on.
That's 50 hours of engagement, 40
Yeah,
hours
yeah.
of live time. That makes perfect sense.
Pretty much. But yeah, back to the citizen of Gamora. What's with the citizen of Gamora screen name, bro? I have a link of refraction showing the sea rising and falling over the day. Yeah. I've got that GIF. Oh, well, there you go then. Old dude is the winner. Old dude did it. Big winner. Maybe he changed his screen name, or maybe he left.
Felicia.
Is that possibly better than being a citizen of Sodom?
Yeah, you know what? They both got destroyed. It's a pseudo euphemism.
Okay.
And it's a pseudo euphemism. I just made that up. It's a way to talk about the other thing without directly making everybody think about that one thing, because not very many people think about Gomorrah. So if I call somebody a Gomoran instead of the other more popular term, it's less immediately recognizable.
Especially if you're talking to people who are fans of Marvel.
Oh, is there a Gomorrah in Marvel?
Bro, there's a character, this daughter of Thanos, Gamora.
Oh my gosh! I've seen the Guardians of the Galaxy or whatever.
Yeah, she's the green Zoe.
Yeah. Okay. Yeah. Wow.
Yeah.
Wow.
When you first said that was the first thing that popped into my head.
Yeah, definitely was not referring to
I figured as much.
to Marvel. Yeah. So how can you literally be from Kiwi but also free from the place where you're from? Did you escape New Zealand? Kiwi free?
All right, then, keep your secrets.
Pretty much. I like what you did there, Drace.
Yeah, somebody is really on it with the sound bites.
Oh yeah, that's CB.
All right, I gotta go for now. Peace, y'all.
Yeah, we'll see you next time.
My time has come.
What are you running that through, Gospel?
Well, that's not me. I ain't got time for all that fancy schmancy stuff.
Who is that? Who be running them clips?
That's CB, not GB.
Yep, it's just iPad to iPhone.
Oh, that's you.
Nicely
Okay.
done.
Thank you very much.
Gospel, was that a reference to CBGBs?
I don't know what CBGB would be. I was referring to myself as GB.
Gotcha.
Yeah.
So we have a CB and a GB. CBGBs was a venue that a lot of punk bands in the 70s and 80s played at in New York.
Hey, have you had a chance to speak with Yoke Smasher, Napalm?
I have not.
He's another vocal doppelganger. Well, not another, but very similar tone.
Sounds similar to me?
To you, yeah.
Oh, okay. Yeah, there was somebody a couple of weeks ago. I was in the process of running some heavy machinery, and I was listening in, and I was like, I'm not talking, but it sounds like I'm talking.
Awesome.
What's going on?
Yeah, I think Kiwi sounds a lot like Sir Vagabond, and then there's one other guy that's like triple doppelganger, a trio of doppelgangerness with Sir Vagabond, Kiwi, and this other guy. I can't remember what his screen name was. Anyway, it's just different voices, similar, probably similar dialect influence
and inflection.
Mm-hmm.
Different voices.
So you're telling me there's other people on the server with sexy voices like myself, huh?
You said it, sir. I'm not going to necessarily refute what you're saying.
Are you indirectly flattering me as well? Damn, I'll take it.
Napalm, you're probably a little sad today that Lightning did not win the Stanley Cup. Nobody else cares about that, so.
Yeah, I was a little disappointed. I mean, I am a Lightning fan, but I am more of a St. Louis Blues fan. So the past three years, with the exception of this one, have been pretty good for me as far as Stanley Cups have been concerned.
Sweet. That's enough hockey talk. Back to Flat
I also played 2 games of hockey on Sunday, so yesterday as well. My first 2 games back after 32 years of not playing.
Good job, man. How'd it go?
Did you get one behind the goaltender?
I did not. Got a couple assists though, but it was good to get back out on the flat stationary ice surface.
Did you say
the 33rd year?
32. It's been 32 years.
Whoa.
Wait, since you've played?
Yeah.
I thought you were in your 30s.
No.
Oh.
I stopped playing when I was 10.
Okay, gotcha. Well,
Literally, we're the same age. You're 42. That's crazy. I love it.
Okay, boomer.
CB, you just hit him with the boomer? He's straight in the middle of X, and you hit him with boomer? How you gonna do that?
79. We're still cool. 79. 79's good.
I was born in the 80s.
Oh yeah.
Early 1980.
Yeah.
I'm gonna say.
Yeah. Okay. You guys all got me by half a decade. I feel like a youngin' all of a sudden. Yay.
Yeah, there's a few of us that get your old school cartoon references.
Nice. Good. Yeah, I grew up in a different. I grew up very, very much not out of touch with my own generation. I was looking for the right phrase. I grew up very out of touch with my own generation, very much in touch with the generation above me, which would be the late boomers.
Well, technically, you would be you'd be a millennial, wouldn't you, Gospel? You're
technically I'm a zennial because it depends on who you look into, but there's this category of zennial, supposedly.
X-lineals or whatever.
Yeah,
right?
Yeah. It's the blend. It's the transition period from Generation X to millennials. So I share traits between the both of them, and that generation stuff. It may be pseudoscience, but it's not nonsense.
True.
There is something to it.
Yeah, the overarching propaganda and agendas that's foisted upon specific generations has.
There you go. That's a good way to put it. Yeah, I like that. The Silent and Great Generations, both of those guys. I mean, they had very, very particular traits. Very common. predictable almost, I would say.
Yeah, I'm in that X-lineal range as well.
Yeah.
Latter end of Gen X, just before millennial.
Mm-hmm.
I definitely feel like I identify more with the Gen Xers than the millennials.
Yeah,
we were
all that. Go ahead.
The X-lineals. The X-lineals, I think, were categorized because we technically kind of grew up without the internet.
Yeah. Yeah, for sure. I was 13 when I was introduced to that, so a little bit of both.
Certainly not the internet that we know today. I mean, I was.
Well, no, you actually got hands-on with HTML back in those days.
Oh yeah. Definitely no cell phone through high school. Certainly no internet on the cell phone until much older.
Yeah.
So
yeah.
I remember what story I was telling the other day, but I was having to preface it to this kid that I can't remember. Man, I wish I remember what I was talking about with him, but I had to say, this was when we didn't have the internet on our cell phone, so we couldn't figure out X, Y, and Z. I can't remember what I was telling him, but he was kind of looking at me like, your phone didn't have internet? What?
Oh, man. Yeah. Well, I just found out recently, my wife was relaying like some of her childhood stuff, and she was like, yeah, my mom had internet because of something she was doing with work, before her dad passed away, and she was, that was 95, and I was like, wait, you had a family computer and an email before 95. I'm over here scratching my head. I had to go use the internet to find out what in the world anachronistic thing was going on, but actually email was publicly introduced in 93. So I was like, oh man, you were an early adopter, which is super ironic if you knew anything about my wife, which you don't. But yeah, it's just like some people, like you would expect people only to be in the upper echelons of society to be early adopters, but not necessarily. There are exceptions. There are exceptions in statistics.
Yeah, growing up, we had a personal computer, and we did eventually have internet, probably around maybe like 94, 95 time frame is when we got the internet. Dial up, obviously. But I just remember being in like middle school, 93 time frame, 92, 94, somewhere around in that area. And my parents getting so upset that I would procrastinate on printing my my papers that were due for school, right? So I'd be up till like midnight the night before printing off my papers, and this is back when most people had dot matrix printers, and the computer was in my parents' bedroom, so they certainly couldn't see I was printing anything. If you remember dot matrix printers.
Yes. Yeah, they were special.
And you better have those tabs peeled off before you turn the paper in.
Yes. The left and right. The
little dots so that the wheel could grab it and spin it through. Yeah.
Yeah. But those things were tanks, though. All right. We're talking about early 90s. So I'm going to ask you. This is from 1990. I played this in school. Right here. Did anybody else play this game? called Treasure Mountain.
Yeah, on the BBC computer.
No.
I remember that game, Gospel, but I never played it. I remember seeing it on the computer, though.
Yeah. I played that in school, of all places, when the computer was like, new and stuff. Mind blowing.
You had more options than the Oregon Trail at school. That's crazy.
We did have Oregon Trail. We did have that. But yeah, there was this one, and there's another game that, for the life of me, I've looked through Abandonopia or Abandoned Games and Abandonware and all these different old games, and I cannot find this one game that I played in school. It's like it never existed. The title I remember was Dinosaur 2, as in the second iteration. So you'd expect there to be a series, even easier to find it. I can't find it. And all I can remember as far as gameplay goes is you were a dinosaur running around, like eating eggs or other smaller creatures, and you had to avoid the bigger creatures or something. There's probably evolutionary propaganda programming stuff, but I like to reminisce every now and then, go nostalgia, do the nostalgia run around thing for kicks and giggles, as I say. But I cannot find this game. It's from the same time. It can't be old. It cannot be any newer than 92. So it has to be somewhere between 89 and 92. So it's a smallish window. But anyway, I cannot find that thing. And it was a game that I played when I was in elementary school, and thing's been bothering me for decades now.
That could be a Mandela effect. You never know. Maybe that game didn't exist.
Oh, yeah, of course. I'd have to, chop off my own arm and reverse, gaslight myself in order to conclude that were the case. Slap myself with my own hand by holding my arm. I guess you don't have to cut your arm off in order to do that, though. Mission accomplished. I'll just slap myself. Yeah. Dinosaur 2, if anybody finds it, let me know. Oh, man.
Let's test out CB's reflexes while it's quiet here. Hey, Neil deGrasse Tyson, what's the shape of the Earth, sir?
Chubbier. Yeah. Chubby's a good word. It's like pear-shaped.
Thank you, Neil. Hey, Don Pettit, what happened to why went back to the moon, man? What's up?
The problem is we don't have the technology to do that anymore. We used to, but we destroyed that technology, and it's a painful process to build it back again.
Thank you, Mr. Pettit. That makes sense. Thank you.
What an acceptable and reasonable answer.
Pretty good reflexes there, CB.
I mean, really and truly, that was faster than the responses that, actually, Take it back. Other way around. The guys on the moon answered faster. I'm sorry, CB. When Nixon was talking to the dudes on the moon, they actually answered a little bit faster than you. I was going to say you did a great job, but the men on the moon beat you. So.
How dare you?
Oh man. Oh bro. I wonder what Greta looks like in the portrait AI thing. I don't know if I even want to know.
Disgusting!
Disgusting. Perfect answer. Badoo. Someone has joined the text chat. Badoo.
You guys check out the new space restaurant yet?
Space restaurant.
Yeah, it's called Spacies. I just got to check it out. You know, I got some Voyager wings and some Galaxy fries. I got some.
I heard they had good space food. That's what I heard.
Yeah,
Anyway,
yeah.
You haven't got an advert for it, have you?
What's that?
You haven't got an advert for it, have you?
Yeah, we actually recently just got sponsored. They felt like
nice.
they get a lot of traffic here, so yeah, we got to pay these bills, folks. So, quick word from our sponsor.
And where can you find all this spectacular space food? At Spacies. Now with our new Raditz menu. Spacies. It's good food in space.
So yeah, make sure you guys check out Spacies. I hear the Galaxy fries are on point.
How's it spelled?
Space with a YS at the end. Spacies. I'll just post a link. I got you. I'll post a clip.
Yeah.
Like Kevin.
Yeah, I think Kevin knows.
The Milky Way shake. Yeah, exactly.
Mm-mm-mm.
Imagine we live on a flat fucking world. All this time we thought we lived on a round planet, huh?
Yeah, it is kind of funny, ain't it, Mike?
We have no fucking evidence to believe that we're on a round planet.
Oh wow.
It feels so lovely to be here tonight. What a beautiful. Give yourselves a round of applause. You're so lovely. Everyone's so lovely.
That was Eddie Murphy back when he was funny.
NASA is planning on going to Mars. And we've got you here, our first Martian, when I count to three. 1, 2, 3. Just sit up, open your eyes. Hey there, our first Martian. What's your first impression of the planet Earth here?
Big joke, isn't it?
For those of you just tuning in, welcome to the Clown World Circus Sideshow. I'm your host, Glatflobe, and the Earth is not a globe. Can you demonstrate otherwise? Remember, we need direct physical measurement of the Earth's curvature, and please, folks, try not to involve the sky when talking about the ground. Stay tuned as our panel eviscerates the globe narrative. Come on in and change our minds. We'd love to have you.
Was that a recording of Glad?
Mm-hmm.
That was so good.
That was pretty good.
Yeah, I dropped it in the chat if CB wants to get
Wait,
on.
that was a recording?
Dude, that was epic. Grab that, man.
Yeah, I thought that was live.
Nah, the MP3's there. CB. Oh, man.
I keep on hearing Badoops, but no new people in the chat. We've got the Gorillion.
Yep, Gorilla Beard continues to keep his secrets.
Who are you people?
Mm-mm-mm.
Did a quick calculation, and I tweeted. The winning field goal in that game was aided by a 1/3 of an inch deflection to the right from Earth's rotation.
Is that guy that I can't remember the name of? The toothless guy laughing?
Yeah, I need to add some more clips of him because that's so funny.
He really is. I've lost the original video that did all the subtitles, the flat Earth subtitles.
There's a lot of different versions, and they're all funny.
Gotcha. Well, actually, there is also a Glober version of that video.
Interesting.
Yeah, they did that. They did that. We're not going to let them have all the fun. Yeah, pretty much, Trace. Pretty much. I couldn't even make it all the way through because I was just unimpressed. But I took note that it was done.
Hey, we got a globe earther here. Hello, extremists.
Don't mind me. Keep on.
Don't mind me. I am Protoss.
Pretend I am not here.
I am Protoss.
Nothing new in the way that globe evidence or anything. Okay, thanks.
You got that StarCraft soundboard, CB? Probably not.
That's my text notification on my cell phone.
Oh, yeah? It says I am Protoss every time you get a text message? Am I misremembering the...
It says receiving incoming transmission.
Oh, yeah. Trying to... Oh, my life for ire. That's what he said. I forgot.
I was literally saying that out loud. That's funny.
What's that?
I was trying to remember the same exact thing. It's just funny.
Yeah.
My life for ire.
Man, that's weird. I played a lot of StarCraft, and there are like three different things he says in here. I don't remember at all. Maybe he could only. I didn't finish the campaign, so maybe some of the things he said were only in the campaign and not in the multiplayer.
I played a lot of StarCraft 1. I didn't play that much StarCraft 2.
Oh yeah, I never played StarCraft 2. I don't even know anything about it really. I'm talking about StarCraft 1.
Yeah, I played both a lot.
I just went through the I went through the carrier and the probe.
Hello?
What?
Who's
Hello.
talking? What's the subject?
Not me and my faulty memory.
Okay. So we have Patrick here. He wanted to join the voice live stream here, and we had a good conversation up there. He's a little confused, but I think he might have a couple of questions. I'm sorry? Say that one more time?
You don't need to present me.
I do with most newcomers. I'm sorry that you.
I said to you,
like that.
the first time I came, it was in 2020.
I'm pretty sure if I voice checked you in, I'm pretty sure I told everyone when we got into live stream that you were here. So how much information just poured into your mind since you got here?
Well, you must have left the server because I know who you are. I've had conversations with you before.
Of course.
You're slept, aren't you?
Slept was just 1 month alt from 2021 until earlier this year.
And I renamed
you. I had lots of accounts before that.
Yeah, I renamed you to Plat, P-L-A-T, because it's the French word for things being flat. You remember that?
Without the H, yes.
Yeah, without the H. Yeah.
Well, he came in with a different name than Patrick, and we I made sense to him. If you come in with that kind of a name, it instantly makes you think you're a troll. So he decided to change it. And it was a good thing. That was a good sign.
Yeah. Okay. Yeah, last time I think I had a conversation with you, you were unwilling to tell us how many horizons there were.
Oh, I think I remember that.
Well, 360 degree horizon, something like that.
How many horizons are there?
1.
That's the correct answer.
It's 360 degree, yes.
What?
360 degree around you?
Yeah. Pretty much. Sometimes.
Of course.
Sometimes there's things in your way that disallow you from.
Yes, topography. Yes.
Seeing really a good 360 horizon, but yeah. Good. What causes the horizon?
Curvature.
How do you prove that?
Because the horizon is the thing.
Ooh, because it's not the right word. Yeah, I understand there may be language difficulties, but because is not the appropriate response to the question. See, I asked a what question? Because is a response to a why question. So what causes? Oh no, I guess I did say why. No. I said how do you prove that, and you said because. I think that's what happened. And you said because.
Whatever.
Yeah. Yeah, I'll go with whatever on that too. All right. So how would one prove that there is curvature? Do you know?
But you cannot prove curvature unless you're like 138,000 feet high.
No, not 138,000 feet high. But why would you think that you couldn't do it from right here on the ground? Why would you think that?
Too small.
Why? Why would you think that?
We are too
Why
small.
would you think? Why would you think that you're too small?
Can I just quickly remind everyone that not half a minute ago he was claiming the horizon that we observe is proof of Earth curve.
Exactly.
The only way we can have a boat going bottom first is because of horizon. You remove your horizon,
so is the horizon
going
moving?
bottom first.
Is the horizon moving?
No.
The horizon moves in your eyes then?
Never.
Okay, so then the boat is not going over the horizon.
Yes, it does.
Well, it's definitely not going over any
not.
hills of water, is it? Because I don't see any hills of water outside.
You go on YouTube and you say, boats going bottom first.
You just told me that the horizon, though, doesn't move. So,
Wait, is this guy trying to say there's a hill of water that boats go over?
Yeah, he's telling us that there's a hill. But you're saying that the horizon never moves. So how is the horizon moved?
Never.
It just did in your boat going over the horizon picture. That's what I see. And I'm pretty sure that's what everyone else
sees. It's not the horizon that is moving, it's the boat.
So the horizon is not then in front of the boat. Good, thank you. Welcome to Flat Earth.
There's not in front.
I know, thank you. Welcome to Flat Earth.
No. You don't understand.
Yes.
There is no in front.
You just said it's not in front of the boat. So good job.
There is no in front or behind. There is
so now you're not making any sense. Okay. That's even better.
You don't
here,
understand.
I'll speak for you a little bit here. Here you go. Did you understand that? It said no curve. They were all saying no curve, man, no curve, man, no curve, man. I hope you understood. I can still understand a little bit because I try to go to that low IQ all the time to help people.
Wait, but when does the water start going into a hill?
I'm still trying to understand that. That's lower IQ than I can go.
Is there like a certain size it starts doing that, or what? It's always doing that, or what's happening?
Don't make any sense.
Hello?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Patrick?
Yes.
So you haven't answered us.
Where's the hill?
What hill?
Exactly.
That's what we're asking you.
Wait, you're saying there's hills of water. So
your question is, where is the hill?
Yeah, where's that?
Is that a good question?
Yeah, where do you see any hills of water? And if water does that, at what size does it start doing that? Can you demonstrate that for us?
There is no such thing.
Okay.
Well, what else is the boat going over?
The horizon.
So a hill of water.
No.
So what else is the boat? So what else is the boat being blocked by?
Curvature.
So a hump or a hill or a mound, you can call it whatever you want, but a hill of water, basically? Is that what you're saying?
No.
Okay, so what's happening then?
We're trying to figure it out.
So either the water is in a hill and the boat is going over and being blocked by a hump of water, a mound, a hill, whatever you want to call it, you can choose. Or it's not doing
You
that.
don't need that.
The water is level, like, every other example. So are you trying to tell us there's hills of water? And if you are trying to say that, at what size does it start doing that?
Did the question go over your head?
I posted a diagram in the chat.
You make no sense, sorry.
Okay, we'll just check the chat. Are you able to see the chat? I posted it 25 minutes past the hour. There's two scenarios, an A or a B scenario. Which one's happening outside? Are you able to see the chat there, Mr. Frenchman?
He has the roles to do so. Have you
Sorry,
found
guys.
live stream?
He just DM'd me this. I just posted it.
Whoa.
The flat horizon, you're kidding, really. Vessel over the edge. So, it goes back to my original question. Is the horizon moving? Because in that shot right there, it has moved forward. Because guess why? We can see the horizon in every other shot that we have past the tower. So, is the horizon moving?
If you don't walk anywhere, no.
Wow. He's not watching his own video that he's posting.
You don't move. Do you see the horizon moving when you don't move?
The horizon moved is what I am telling you. I see the horizon has moved. It has moved forward. And you are saying it's true. If that shot
you don't move,
you're posting,
you don't zoom in, you do nothing. Do the horizon move?
He's not here. He's not here.
Is that a stationary object?
Yeah, we're not saying the observer's moving, Patrick. So just pay attention. Can you see the chat?
Don't zoom in. You do nothing.
I don't know. The horizon, though, is moved. No, the object in the back hasn't moved, and you have not moved. But the horizon has. What do you not get out of that?
Justin, is that a boat or is that a stationary
I have
object?
no idea. I think that's a stationary object tower. I think that's a tower.
Well, they're using the word vessel in the title.
Wait, it's a vessel? Hold on.
Yeah. So that would suggest that it might be a moving object. It's mutually exclusive, though. This is handled in a lot of different ways, but the fact of the matter is,
What time of day? What weather actually? Because I see a lot of things happening in this.
None of that matters. None of that matters. Stuff obscures from the bottom up, mutually exclusive of curvature. It's end the.
How far is that out, actually, too? Do you know how far that? I'm just asking Patrick. I'm actually Patrick. You know how far that is? Because if it's over 4 miles, then you don't have a globe model. Period.
Well, you see his height, so it might be different. 4 miles. It's again all of this.
He's not even at the shoreline either. Wow, this is insane.
It doesn't matter. None of that matters. Things
This is
disappear
great.
from the bottom up, mutually exclusive of curvature. That's all you need to know to realize that.
Realize what?
I want to know what kind of camera that is too. What kind of camera are you using? I need to know all of it. Because then I can dissect it.
It's not my video.
Well, so Patrick, can I
Posting it.
get an answer, please, sir?
So you draw two lines, one A, one B. Okay. One is curved, one is flat. So what do you want me to answer?
Which one of those is happening in reality?
B, but not perfectly.
Whoa, B. Wait, well, welcome to Flat Earth then, right? Because that's what we're saying.
I mean, 99.9%, yes.
So what is the boat being blocked by then?
99.9% of B.
What's the 1%?
0.1%.
What's that?
Because, you know, it's
1%?
not perfectly flat.
Okay, but where's what's being blocked by how is the boat being blocked if there's no hump in the way?
Explain to me.
Well, you brought up boats being blocked at sea. So something has to be blocking them, right? You said the curvature, which would be the water, which would be a hill. But you said that's not happening. You said B, the water's flat, 99.9%.
On a clear day with calm water, you zoom in, you should be able to bring back the boat. Right?
Well, I don't think the water forms into hills on
Clear
it doesn't matter if
day,
it's raining or
calm water,
snowing or whatever. So.
no waves, super calm. A boat which is like 150 miles away. You zoom in a lot, you should be able to bring it back. Right?
150 miles.
Why not? It's flat. You should be able, no?
Well,
calm water, clear day, perfect condition.
Well, you don't. It's not like you can go out and clear the air. All I'm saying is the water isn't in a hill. That's all I'm saying. So I'm not saying you can see now like Superman just because there's no curvature. We're just saying there isn't any humped water.
You have a camera, telescope, whatever. You zoom in a lot.
Yeah, but how is that proving that the water is in a hill?
115 miles away. You should be able to bring back. But in reality, you cannot do that.
But that's not proving that the water is in a hill, though, just because you can't see like Superman.
But your camera, telescope, whatever, it's not you.
Yeah, but I also can't just walk outside my house, grab a telescope, point it down the street, and expect to see to the next state over. There's things in the way, right?
Yeah, but you look at the ocean. Clear day, calm water. The ocean.
But how is it?
It's super clear.
But like 150 miles is a long way, so it could be a nice
Let's
day.
say 100, you know.
Okay, well, it still could be a really nice day here in my city, and it could be raining and a poor weather in the city next 100 miles away. So you can't choose or clear the weather like that. But I don't know how that leads to humped or curved water, though.
What if you can zoom in enough? What do you think will happen?
Well, it doesn't really matter what we think.
It really matters.
You just go outside and we don't see any hills of water. So we just kind of are okay with the fact that water is level. So you're like asking us, well, why can't we see like Superman? That's not proving that the hill of water is what's blocking anything at sea. So that's what we're trying to figure out here.
You have the best equipment, adjusting for the conditions. You zoom in a lot. 100 miles away, there is a boat mapped by coordinate. You go right to the coordinate. Zoom in a lot. Should you be able to see the boat?
Well, as I've already stated,
the best
it can be in
equipment.
clear weather in your like small radius or wherever you're at. It doesn't mean it's going to be a clear day across this whole flat Earth, right?
I know what it is, CB. They're
the best
part
condition,
of
the best equipment, best day.
Hello. I was in the middle of speaking.
Sorry.
Right in the middle. Right in the middle. They are part of the Sea Forever cult.
Yeah.
Robot and their gospel, robot, my friend.
I went I did that. I shouldn't be roboting.
It sounds fine to me. But
it might be on my end then.
That is true, GB. Is like you say, well, if there's no curvature, then I should be able to see like Superman. It's like, well, why? That's stupid. We have
the best equipment ever.
Yeah, but even still, you don't understand that I can't just take a telescope and point it down the street and expect to see to the city over. You know what I mean? There's things in the air, there's things in the way, trees, buildings, towns, cities, skyscrapers. Even if you go point it across the ocean, like aren't there islands and things in the and lots of things in the air as well? So I don't know where you guys get this idea that we can't see hella far, so the water must be formed into a hill.
It's all about like, dude. I mean, you cannot see forever from your height. Like if you're 6 feet tall and you're looking across the ocean, you can't see to the others. You can't see to another fucking continent, bro. You can't do that. Don't you understand that you just can't do that? And can't you figure out? Can't you just extrapolate why you can't do that without not? I mean, I don't understand how this is so hard to understand. Don't you realize?
It's like they think that because we can point telescopes and see billions and trillions of miles.
The purpose of a telescope is because your binoculars can't see as far as a telescope. That's why you need a damn telescope. And then you need binoculars because your eyes can't see. Why is it so hard to understand, dude? I don't get it.
And even still, even if you can't see real as far as you're saying, you should, it doesn't mean that water is now into a hill. So you have to prove that, right? Or demonstrate that somehow. But I do understand, like, people do come here thinking, well, our telescopes, if we point them in the sky, we can see billions and trillions of miles. So I should just be able to point it down the street and see to China. It's like, well, aren't there, like, cities and towns in the way, bro? You know? Like, even over the ocean or over the water. I don't know why you would think you could see hella far like that.
Well, and then on top of that, right, so these telescopes, these mega telescopes, let's just call them, they're on top of mountains, right? And these mountains are above some clouds. So how the fuck are you going to see through the clouds? Okay? You can't do that. Right? It's not possible, dude. So I don't understand how you guys can't understand this. It's not rocket science. This is stuff kindergarten kids can understand this shit. This is getting beyond ridiculous now because you guys are just making some claims that doesn't make any sense, incoherent stuff, and it's I don't understand. I don't even know how to even help you guys anymore. This is ridiculous.
It doesn't help that when you go to Google, the flat Earth debunk articles say that, well, if it's flat, you'd see forever. So like, that doesn't help either.
The retarded straw men. So, did anybody help Platt or whatever Patrick understand that short distance observations nullify the curvature?
No, we haven't touched on that yet, have we? No.
Yeah, the way I've been trying to phrase it. The way I've been trying to phrase it for these people, this is my little phrase: short distance observations nullify curvature. Long distance observations falsify curvature. Curvature has been nullified and falsified. Thank you.
But I don't think they can even understand. They can't comprehend that.
Well, that's their problem. That's their problem. That's their problem. Like, if you give somebody simple logical syllogisms and they can't break down the most basic logical statements, then what's the point in even having a conversation with somebody so mentally inept?
Didn't everybody do the vanishing point exercise in like grade 2, grade 3, where you drew a
I
point
hope
on a
so.
pencil?
One can only hope. I mean, I don't understand.
You drew a point on a piece of paper, and then you drew all the lines off of that, and that's how you learned what the vanishing point was. Did we forget about vanishing point? I'm asking the Clovers that question.
He probably doesn't even know what that means. He probably doesn't. Because it changes as you elevate yourself. And I don't even know if they understand that. So, like, when you're in an airplane, if you've ever been in an airplane, hey, bro, you could see really far. You realize that? But now you go down to Earth, oh, I can't see as far as I was when I was up there. Vanishing point. It's just like, come on, dude. I mean, it's not rocket science. I just don't get it. You go in an elevator, you go up in a condo or whatever. Oh, look, I can see all the way to the end of the city. If I go to the bottom, oh, no, I can't now. I can only see 2 blocks. Very, very simple.
What's the point?
Wow.
I love that. I love that.
I mean, after 3 different people make very simple, easy to understand points, you go, what is your point?
Is that what he said?
Like this, that's where you start to notice this double standard. Well, if the Earth is flat, it should adhere to this criteria. Okay, well, let's turn around and look at the globe. If it's a globe with this claimed size, and it should adhere to these requirements. It doesn't, and you don't have a problem with that. You seem to have a problem with this straw man flat Earth version that doesn't check out in your mind either. So I don't know. That's that double standard, isn't it?
Mm-hmm. There you go.
Well, how can something be 99.9% aligned and then also be a sphere or a circle or whatever? That does not make sense.
Annulons. Annuls. Interesting. Good word. I am talking about that. I'm not talking about that. Well, I am talking about that. That was the point that I made with your silly response of, what's your point? And now you say not talking about that. I am. That is what I was talking about. Annulons and falsifions.
You suck at French.
So, what's your point?
Just a fact. Sorry.
Yeah. Okay. Your English has a French accent.
All day. This might be the first
Would you expect my American, me being an American, to not have an English accent?
And why is he getting off course? Stick to the subject. Why are you talking about what he's saying? Just stick to the subject.
Quand je parle en français, there's going to be an American accent because I'm an American. Speak English from America. So whatever. It doesn't matter. The point is that short distance observations nullify curvature. Long distance observations falsify curvature. Nullified and falsified. That's the point. There is no curvature.
Let me put it in a language you can understand.
Well, I tried that, and then he tried to insult my pronunciation. Oh, you suck. You suck at the Francais.
Sorry. Did you say that water finds its level?
No, we just said it doesn't form into a hill. We've been asking you to sort of demonstrate when that starts happening. So if you can, feel free to go ahead.
Oh, so he's debunking water finding level.
Yeah, I don't think anyone. We didn't even get there. We're talking about your hill that's supposed to be blocking boats that you posted. So where's that at?
Yeah, but when you say hill to him, that's too advanced. I don't think he understands what you mean. I'm just being honest, because
I know, dude.
With someone who's beginning, they cannot visualize that type of they don't have that kind of imagination skills. It is difficult when you're trying to visualize everything that we're saying, right? When you're trying to put it into all right.
Look, guys.
Does it look right to you?
Look, guys.
Hills.
Look what water does in a tiny little ball in a vomit comet, guys.
Yes, Earth is 0.02% water, so yes.
I thought it was 70% water.
70% of the surface.
It's a lot
Not
of
the same.
a lot of the
surface.
A lot of
surface of a.
Yeah. Okay. So there's.
You know the surface of a tennis ball?
Yes. So I don't. There seems to be
drop one droplet, and boom.
Yep.
It covers a lot.
Yeah. So curvature on a tennis ball is measurable and observable. So if the oceans were doing that, then who measured that and who observed any hill of water?
I never thought about a hill.
So, but you posted the pictures of boats being blocked at sea. So what do you think's blocking them?
Curvature.
Which would be of the water. Pay attention, right? That's the water.
See, I told you he doesn't get it.
It's due to the distance.
What you said is due to the distance. I thought you could see 150 miles.
Yes.
So where's the curvature involved in that?
Do you see the entire boat at 150 miles?
What are you talking about, bro?
Why would you see the entire boat? It's in the water.
On flat Earth, you should.
No. We
because it's flat. Lol.
Yeah. So don't worry about that. We can talk about flat Earth later, but we're talking about the hill of water that's supposed to block your boat.
No, there is no such thing.
So what's curvature then? If we're talking about the ocean, that's water, and you're talking about curvature, what's the is there like an English thing here? What's going on?
When you get far away from something, on a spherical world, you will experience something blocking it, which is called the horizon.
Okay, can you be specific? How far away?
On a spherical world.
Yeah, I heard that part. But you have to be
spherical world.
Yes, on a globe.
You do not experience that on a flat world.
We haven't got to the flat world yet because
you do not get things blocked
always
with the horizon on the flat world. You
don't worry about the flat Earth straw man yet.
Things get smaller on a flat world by the distance, not get hidden.
Don't worry about the straw man flat Earth that you're thinking of.
It's not a straw man. It's a fact.
Yeah. Well, no. Don't worry about that.
It's a fact.
You didn't ask any of us that. You brought that here.
Just a fact.
From your own mind. You didn't ask anyone else
that. Not my mind. I don't have opinion.
I'm going to mute your annoying voice.
Well, it's funny, man. Like, they always bring their own silly ideas of what a flat Earth should be instead of just asking, hey, you flat Earthers, what's up with the flat Earth? Okay, then maybe I can debunk what you guys are saying. You're only debunking your own silly idea that we would call silly as well. So, I'm going to try again.
If you were intellectually honest, conditional statement, if you were intellectually honest, you would have said, show me.
Show me what?
Things disappearing bottom up.
When I said that
I just
short
showed
distance.
you the video 10 minutes ago.
When I said the words short distance observations nullify and long distance observations falsify, if you were intellectually honest, you would have said, show me. You're just you're just living in a world of assumptions on a house built from cards, like a deck of cards. Only in your imagination. Because if you actually had to rely upon it for shelter, you'd realize very quickly how unreliable your beliefs are. They hijack the real world observations and tell a funny story about what actually is, appropriating truth into a really crazy fairy tale.
He said, if the Earth is flat, it should do these things that I say, and that's a fact. No, dummy. No, the flat Earth isn't going to do the things that you made up when you got here. So if you want to know, you could ask the people that have actually looked into this. So don't worry about those straw men. You can leave those for the Professor Dave videos and the debunk articles. So if you want to try and debunk the flat Earth, you might want to figure out what it is first.
Shout out Professor Dave.
Flat Earth is flat. Thank you.
So I think he just said Earth is flat. Thank you. Okay.
Well,
kidding.
Just the water.
Dude, why would I trust anything that you say? You already told us that you believe that you can see infinitely far.
Infinitely? No.
Yes, you did.
No.
Yes, you did.
No.
Yes, you did.
No.
I'm just going to keep saying yes, you did every time you say no.
Please?
That's what I heard.
We all heard
Can you
it,
stop playing,
so
please?
saying no doesn't help you.
Can you stop playing, please?
Well, you could ask me what I mean by that. That would be fair. Now, did you say those exact words? No.
Infinitely?
You didn't say those exact words, but you did say that if the Earth was flat, I would be able to see the entirety of an object at all distances. Correct?
Uh-oh.
Or in other words, see forever, infinitely.
Yeah, so you think that optics which have an angular field of view somehow see in a infinite linear parallel stack field of view.
Nope.
Okay. Yeah. Yes. That's what would be needed in order to see the entirety of an object at all distances.
Yeah, that was the claim inherent within your straw man earlier.
Yes.
What straw man?
What you don't get. Oh, when you said if the Earth was flat, I'd be able to see the bottom of the board at 150 miles and whatever range it would be.
Let's say 80 miles.
Where you can't even do that with a brick on the ground in like a Costco. So why the hell would you be able to do that at like 100 miles? That's crazy.
Even 60 miles. Just 60 miles. Okay.
Dude, check this out, brother.
60 miles.
Can any optic resolve at 0 degrees? Yes or no?
I don't know.
The answer is no.
I never tested.
Yeah, the correct answer
the correct answer is no.
But he's assuming that in his proposal, he's assuming that you can, correct?
Correct. That's what's needed for his.
There's the cognitive dissonance
to conclude.
Sorry for not knowing.
Well, dude, you're making assertions about if this, then that, and you don't know the context of what you're saying.
Because I don't have this optic.
Right, so your statement, if the Earth was flat, then this would happen, is false. You don't even know what you're talking about. So feel free to retract.
Maybe you could break it down to more simple terms. Do you believe that you can see a fly like 10 miles away with your naked eye?
No.
And you probably wouldn't be able to see with binoculars either, right?
No.
Wait.
10 miles away.
Give him a telescope.
But what about a 300-foot boat?
Oh, imagine not knowing what proportions are. Imagine not understanding what proportionate means. Scale and proportion, amazing.
You talk about scale. You talk about scale.
Truly don't even understand these simple
compare a
concepts.
6-foot man to a 12,000 kilometer diameter Earth? Scale?
Who measured that?
Just tell me.
Just tell me.
Why can you not see the fly 10 miles away? How come you can't see the fly 10 miles away? Why is that?
You got the best technology.
Because it's small, dummy.
Wait, but
because it's too small to see, right? At that distance, it's too small to see, correct?
I already told you.
But what if you use the best technology?
I didn't hear. Someone else was talking.
He said it was too small. But again, what if we give you the best technology, bro? Like you said.
For a 300-foot boat?
But we gave you the best technology. Why can't you see the fly?
I'm talking about a 300-foot boat.
Yeah, but we're talking about the best technology in the world.
Okay, fine. We got supersedery, okay? How about a 3,000-foot mountain? How about that?
Okay.
Actually, more than that, but whatever. But yeah, how about that?
You guys are talking past each other. You have to be able to agree on something.
So how far away is the boat?
Let's say 60 miles.
No, not let's say. We can't talk about some hypothetical, nonsensical, imaginary scenario. You got to give us a real scenario.
I don't have one.
So you have nothing to back up your baseless claims.
Man, Witsit just loves coming in with the MED stuff. Yeah, whoever that was that said something about conceding on something, I think that was Godric, maybe. Patrick, it is really embarrassing for you to keep doubling down on your ignorance.
Yeah. Let me help you out a little bit, Patrick. Look at this hallway. And then I'm going to teach you basically how your eyes work and how you perceive the world before you go on and claim that how we perceive the world proves the globe. So if you look down a hallway, the ground and the ceiling appear to come together into a point, and the walls appear to come together into a point. They're not actually coming together into a point, though. Do you understand that?
Continue.
Okay. So once you take away the walls and you end up with only seeing a ceiling and a floor, instead of a point, you end up with a horizon line. This is well understood within art and painting, for instance. If you want to make something lifelike, you gotta follow these principles, otherwise it doesn't look anything like it's supposed to be in reality. So this is the basic effect of how our eyes work and how we perceive the world. And so the reason why there's a horizon right there is because your eyes have a limit. They don't see forever. It's called the Rayleigh criterion, or the diffraction limit, and as the light passes through the aperture of your eye, it diffracts. And so based on the aperture, you have different diffraction limits, so you see the horizon at different distances. Gospel was trying to teach you this earlier, is that we can see that the horizon appears much too close with small aperture close to the ground. It should be further away if the globe was true with small apertures. But then we look with our eyes and we see, oh, the globe appears to be in a just about right place. Because that's where they derived it from. They derived it from looking at the horizon with their eyes. But then now we have access to P900s or P1000s or better optical equipment with bigger apertures. And so we can see much further than the globe claims we should be able to. Not just 10 times, but sometimes up to 30 times. You're asking us to see much further than that, and that's asking for the air to not be the air. You're asking us to be in a vacuum. Whereas in the air, there's atmospheric extinction, there's diffusion as particulates in the air diffuse the light from reaching you. So,
might I add one thing? Not just be in a vacuum, Trace, but have infinite eyeballs.
Yeah,
because even in a hypothetical vacuum, angular the whole thing about angles would still apply.
Yeah. You just essentially need to have infinitely sized eyes, and you have to be living in a vacuum for your postulation to be true. It just doesn't work because that's just not how the world works. Yeah, it's just basic optics. You can look this up for yourself and learn about how this stuff works. We don't need to imagine it's a globe.
It's over, Epstein. I have the high ground.
Yeah, basically the claim is that things will disappear over Earth curvature at the exact rate that things disappear just solely due to the way that the human eye works. And that's a problem.
In other words, if you can demonstrate that over a flat surface, things disappear from the bottom up, curvature couldn't possibly be the cause of things disappearing from the bottom up. Therefore, if you choose to keep on believing, you typically get called names, because once you're presented with this evidence, these proofs, you shouldn't be so obstinate.
Yeah, once you understand how the human eye works and that things disappear from the bottom up on a flat surface due to angular resolution limits, the Rayleigh criterion, you should drop the things disappearing from the bottom up proves globe Earth.
Bomb has been planted.
So it works on a flat plane and a globe.
It doesn't work on the globe.
Why
Our
not?
observations are, listen, observations violate. I already went over this with the most simple words I could
You
think to use.
explained it, I understood. It works on both.
It doesn't, though. That's the point. Nullify and falsify. I gave you the French word annule or annulant, whatever, annul.
Nullifier et falsifier.
Is nullify, that's a cognate?
Nullifier et falsifier. Je peux le dire.
We have nullify and falsify.
Nullifié,
claim.
falsifié.
Yeah, we've done that with the things disappear from the bottom up due to Earth curvature, right? Because we know that this happens on a flat surface. So the claim that I see things disappear from the bottom up because the Earth is a globe has been falsified. We see things disappear from the bottom up because of angular resolution limits to your eye on a flat surface.
Yeah, I don't understand why you're being so stubborn with the translations that I'm providing. You said don't even try. That level of stubbornness is all of these words are synonyms.
It's okay. The French usually want you to speak French, but don't want you to try to speak French unless you can speak French. So
yeah,
it's
I
okay.
know. Yeah, you're right.
I've been to France.
So do things appear to disappear from the bottom up because of angular resolution, or is it because of magnification involved with the humidity?
That can play a part in it. That's one of the reasons why optics is the primary cause, because that's how our eyes work. We only see so far. We have a unresolved line at the horizon. However, when you're looking through so much air, which is sometimes very humid, there can be other effects, and you can have inferior mirage, which can hide the boat or whatever you're looking at, and things can appear to disappear into that. Or, like you said, can you repeat it? Because I forgot which one.
Yeah, you can have atmospheric magnification, right? But it doesn't cancel out the Rayleigh criterion or angular resolution limits. So you can have an object that appears to be larger, but it's still going to disappear based on the same principles.
Yeah, as the image gets larger, essentially you lose the bottom of it. And then there's also other things like, for instance, refractive effects like sinking and towering, or stooping and towering. Stooping essentially is when the thing you're looking at gets compressed, and when it gets compressed too much, it gets compressed beyond your angular limit. So you can't see it anymore at that point, and then it appears to disappear bottom up. And scientists posted a good GIF showing that.
If you use the 0.02 angle limit, and then you do the right angle triangle math for your long distance observations, you'll find oftentimes the really particularly special long distance observations are beyond 0.02, which would lead a person to infer that there are atmospheric effects that allow you to see further than the diffraction limit. So there is that to take into consideration.
Yeah, I can go with that, because when you talk about towering, for instance, you're talking about an image getting stretched upwards, and at that point, you're getting a better view at it, and the angle to it changes.
Yeah, and I'm not talking about quality. I'm just talking about presence alone. I mean, long distance observations are distorted one way or another almost every single time. But the fact of the matter is, there's the diffraction limit, but then there seems to be these other factors that allow the magnification may be a good word for it. But yeah, it's just, I did the numbers for like Lookout Mountain. I did the numbers for the mountain on the Black Swan image, for instance, and they're typically 1 or 2 orders of magnitude further.
So Patrick, Drace posted a good 6-part series on perspective angular resolution that I would suggest you watch, and you might garner a better understanding as to the optics of the eye and the visuals that we see. He's posted a YouTube channel called Life is Short. I've posted some screen grabs from that very same 6-part series as well.
What's that?
So since we've kind of dispelled the things disappear from the bottom up solely due to some sort of Earth curvature, right? Do you have anything else? Do you have anything else you think is globe evidence? Are you still there, Patrick?
Yes, I'm still here.
Okay.
It's debunked flat Earth, I guess.
So is there anything else that you have that you would say is evidence for your globe Earth?
I'm sorry, CB, I muted you because your sound is annoying. I don't have anything to say about Earth. Well, that's it.
Okay. Well, yeah, I mean,
Well, I
if you
guess
want to
he's
do...
done then.
Yeah. Well, that's fine. I mean, this is it's a really good topic to look into, to garner an understanding of how human optics works and how the human eye resolves things, especially at distance. It's kind of a fundamental thing that you would want to understand. We do get people that come in here quite often and don't understand just the very basics of how the human eye works. They think that we could see at infinite distance, even though everything in their reality shows them that things get smaller with distance, right? We get often, why can't I see the Eiffel Tower from the United States if the Earth was flat? Which, if you understand how the human eye works, that would be a preposterous statement, and you would understand that would be impossible.
I think we pointed out before that this is confounded by their belief that they're looking up into the sky, seeing, I guess, what, quadrillions or maybe even just, well, lots of miles, you know,
Yeah.
trillions of miles away.
But
that's what they believe.
Even if they really thought about it, right? If they're thinking they're seeing, a billion light years away and they can see an object, so they should be able to see the Eiffel Tower from the United States, you would think that they would look into what the claimed size of these things that we're supposedly seeing billions of light years away are even claimed to be, right? There is a part of that equation that involves the size of the object that you're trying to view. So if the Eiffel Tower was, if the Eiffel Tower was, 7,000 miles tall, sure, we might be able to see it from the United States.
Yep.
But it's not.
Maybe.
Earth is flat.
Come again?
Can you repeat?
Earth is flat.
I guess somebody is.
Again.
They clipped him
just
already while he's in the chat.
Yeah, somebody was just saying the Earth is flat.
That's some quick sampling.
Earth is flat.
Correct!
Yeah, I guess the irony is that
You make a good point. But
Yeah, go ahead.
can I say something to all the guys who drop some stupid audio samples that are useless?
No, you can't say anything to them. You'd have to address the arguments here.
Yeah, good arguments. So can I say something about the guys who drop stupid audio samples? Okay, I'm muted.
What argument are you trying to... Who are you trying to ask a question to? Or what point are you trying to argue with?
Nothing.
Okay.
There is no Earth curve. There is no Earth curve. Earth is flat.
oh no, that's accurate.
It may offend you a bit, man, but that was funny as fuck, you gotta admit.
Yeah,
Dude,
yeah.
See way too far.
Funny or not, it's just annoying.
Dude, you won't experience.
Well, how annoying do you think it is to hear these things coming out of someone's mouth when we've already looked into it? You haven't, and with such arrogance, you're making false statements with next to no understanding on the subject. You're acting arrogant as if you're some special boy that really knows, but you don't. You haven't even looked into this stuff.
Look, that
We
wouldn't
can
happen
see
on a
way
flat
too far.
plate, okay? Globers can see infinity. We can see to Alpha Centauri, which is 150 trillion light years away, obviously. So that way we should be able to see Mount Everest. So there, logic.
I don't
We can
think
see way too far. There is no Earth curve. Earth is flat.
Is somebody making fun of that last guy?
Yeah,
It's like a French tutorial tape that you've got to repeat over and over.
Yeah, that's funny, Flatty, right there. That I know exactly what you're talking about. Oh, that brings back bad memories.
Yes.
Écoutez à répéter.
Yes. Earth is flat.
Who's server muted, Patrick / Platt?
Nobody.
Oh, I got you. Resolve. I got you. I now remember why that was the case, because of the whole, I'll just mute somebody. Yeah, it doesn't work that way. Although there is a limit to mockery. And that limit is usually resolved. That limit is usually resolved when you concede. You just don't double down on ignorance, and you'll be all right.
You said it. There is a limit to mockery.
Yeah.
You just said it.
Yeah, and I said the resolution too.
That's why I'm muted. No childish play.
Yeah, that's not the functional resolution. I told you what the functional resolution was. Concession is, you say, oh, okay, well, I'm going to keep believing my lies, and I'm going to go somewhere else. That's a method of resolution.
But they played stupid
I
audio
was wrong,
samples that have nothing to do with the subject of the conversation.
or
So,
I was wrong. I completely misunderstood things, and I'll keep on working on making my own observations to see what the Earth, really is, because I want to see for myself what it really is. Thanks. That would be.
You don't do anything else?
Camper.
Play.
Yeah, so when it comes to angular resolution, the Rayleigh criterion, how the human eye works, prior to this conversation, you were probably nescient about the human eye and angular resolution and the Rayleigh criterion, meaning you hadn't heard about it. You didn't know these things. So now that these things have been brought to your attention and explained to you, if you don't take that knowledge and move forward with it as knowledge, or you don't further investigate it to understand the knowledge behind it, then you will become ignorant on this subject, meaning you've heard the knowledge, but you choose to ignore it. So then you become ignorant. So are you going to leave this conversation ignorant? Or are you going to leave this conversation with knowledge? Because you can no longer be nescient, meaning it has been presented to you. So you have a choice now to either further investigate and confirm the knowledge that's been presented to you, or you can choose to ignore it, and thus you would become ignorant. So the choice is yours, my friend. I don't think we care one way or another what you do, but the choice is yours.
How do you spell that word? Nascent.
Nascient.
Yes, nescient.
I think. Is that the... Oh, no. No I. No I after the C.
The Earth is flat.
Nascent.
You'd be taking lessons off Gregory Napalm.
What's that? You're cutting out.
You'd be taking lessons off Gregory. That was very well.
Yeah. What's up? What did you say?
Sorry, dude. Oh, I've just been saying have you been taking lessons off Gregory?
No, I have not, but...
No, that was very, very well put together.
Okay.
Wording then.
I do enjoy listening to Gregory. He puts things together very well, and he's also eloquent in the way that he speaks, in a way that is very rhymey and sing-songy, and I can't do that very well, but yeah, I like Gregory. He's very knowledgeable.
Now that's what this is all about.
Wow.
Yes. Patrick, Schlanger, Campest, Rini, needs to understand that the Earth is flat.
Damn, Patrick, you're just going to let him talk to you like that?
Yes.
Well, he did mention that he had muted him, so.
I would say something about, when the French are presented with conflict, they do tend to back down, but I wouldn't say that out loud.
Oh, no, you wouldn't, of course.
Yeah, I mean...
Never,
Yes.
of course.
Earth is flat.
So are you going to do a little more investigation into how the human eye works, Patrick?
I do investigations on lots of things, so not just the eye. Sorry.
Okay.
I
So
can
was
hear
that
the
a
eye,
no?
but I do on tons of things, so when I get the time.
Oh.
Well, how about, hey, let's make a deal, brother. Fair, when you get the time. But in the meantime, don't make assumptions and assertions based on those assumptions. Don't say if the Earth was flat and eyes did something that they can't possibly do, then this would happen. How about you knock that off until you know what you're talking about?
Mm-hmm.
Fair enough?
Mm-hmm.
Yes or no is
Sorry, I'm just
usually
kidding
the
you. Yes, of
better way to communicate, because nonverbal communication is very
obnoxious.
easily misconstrued. Very low IQ stuff. When you non-verbally communicate, it's better to use words. Just like they say in preschool, they say, use your words.
Speak up, boy! I can't hear you from up there!
What do the French do when Donald Trump tweets something menacing? What do they say? They say, we tweet, we tweet.
You weren't supposed to do that!
Hey, I guess this dude's name is
I will be honest with you.
Patrick.
French people don't give a fuck about Trump. Just saying
Patrick,
it.
if the Earth is flat, bro, would you want to know that?
It's more a joke about cowardice.
Not giving a fuck is cowardness?
What's it? His previous.
Yes, not giving a fuck is cowardice, unless you're talking about, professional football or something.
Every time I've come in here today, we're doing the thing that I pray to God every day we don't do, which is waste our time with people who are clearly just not. I mean, I swear to God, I don't run up on preschoolers waiting for them to say some dumb shit to argue with them all day. You know what I mean? Like, we gotta have a level of respect for ourselves.
I know.
This guy's kind of like the. Sorry.
It's okay. His previous screen name was Platt, also known as Slapth, and he's been around. He's been around handful of times.
So what convinced him that the Earth is round?
2020, yes.
So,
Nothing. He's just a stubborn religious guy.
Hey, French guy, what convinced you the Earth is round anyway? Was it NASA? What made you believe that the Earth is round?
Nothing.
Nothing.
Yeah, this is what Elijah is talking about. I agree, Elijah. It's that weird felt need that, like, even the worst of the worst is better than radio silence. And I think that belief or felt need or something along the lines of that arena is what's going on. I mean, wouldn't you say?
Right. You got to use every opportunity as a foil to posit our message. So, if somebody brings up the eye does this, you could say, no, the eye actually does this, and here's the sources. And this is how you would find out the information. Here's the logic. Then whoever's listening can hear the difference between the one side or the other. So it's really not about the glober that's there presently. If they're not interested, they can still be used. And if they're willing to be used, so be it.
Yeah.
The guy said nothing. He said nothing convinced him that the Earth is round.
At this point, though.
Thank you, Frodo.
Yeah, but AI, that's...
Go ahead, Elijah. Something must have happened.
Don't worry, Patrick. The more I look into it, nothing convinces me that the world is round either.
Thank you, Frodo.
Yeah. And to be fair, I get Elijah's point, but see, the point is lost when flat earthers can't talk amongst themselves and produce the proper content. So if that's not happening and they need a foil or a goad, like a glober in the room, to discuss flat earth stuff, then that's just the way it's got to be. I mean, or we could have, radio silence for hours upon hours upon hours. Or we could have somebody who's brash come in and ban a kid right away, right? Be like, oh, I got you, you're banned. And then we have silence for hours and hours and hours. Or we have people soliloquy, right, with very good content that's about the flat earth, and then they get castigated because they're hogging the mic. Or we could have radio silence for hours and hours and hours and hours.
Yeah. Soliloquy.
Okay, the live stream isn't a therapy session for a specific glober at any specific moment, right? And if they're not willing to be therapized, that we don't waste our time. You know, if they're willing to sit in our couch while we make money off of them in the public arena, then that's, you know, too bad for them. Every flat earther should be adept enough to make use of every glober that comes in here. Really. I mean, it should be like child's play at this point, to be honest.
We should avoid the piranha mentality and the dogpiling.
Do globers still come in here? I'm just interested.
Well, ones that say that they are, but not ones that can even coherently or rationally defend their fairy tale. Really, all we get these days is, I don't know if I would use the word professional, but at least strawman enthusiasts. I wouldn't say professional strawman artists. I would just say strawman enthusiasts. That would be the one.
Yeah, and our most loyal, repetitious customers that are globers claim that they're here to present the globe side. But when pressed into a corner, what they present is, I'm just here to, you know, state my belief that I have no proof for. And so what they're actually doing, and this, a lot of people miss this, is what they're trying to do is equivocate flat earth and globe earth to just both being beliefs. And so you have your belief, I have my belief, I can sleep well at night.
Is there a phenomenon for that? Like the whole dragging you down the well type of thing? Crab in a bucket mentality. If I'm going down, you're coming down with me, right? Nope. Sorry, buddy.
Right.
Well, have you guys seen that new Netflix special called The Future of? And they have a whole on space exploration, and you have these guys saying, like, it's like they're reading from a Glober's playbook, and they're like, we use cell phones, that's space technology. And I'm like, these guys have no idea how a cell phone works, do they? Because there's nothing with satellites that have to work with a cell phone. It's all towers. Like, it's just stupidity at its best, at its peak. And they're even broadcasting it on Netflix, and they make a full entertainment of it. But the propaganda, the brainwashing is continuing in our mainstream. So I guess it's...
Yeah, but there's a hidden claim in there. There's a hidden claim in there that most people miss, which is that it's not necessarily that they utilize space objects at present, but they utilize a principle that has to do with nanoscale and quantum scale mechanics, right? And this principle, so they say, relies on relativity, which they proved by getting a differential reading when they sent something high into the atmosphere, right? So they had this clock, they sent it high into the atmosphere, and the clock had a different time than when it left. Oh my goodness!
Yeah. It's interesting that that they're still out there doing this. But anyways, I guess the world we live in.
Yeah, I was just going to add to it. It's not like if you take a bunch of clocks and you set them in the same room but at different times, and that they will automatically start syncing up. Oh wait, that actually happens.
I was just going to say, wait, don't they do that? Doesn't that actually happen?
Well, the thing is, the thing that they claim is that, so you have a radioactive particle or whatever it is, right? And whatever it is, it doesn't matter. It just vibrates at a certain rate per second, right? Let's just say 1,000 per second for sake of argument. So they send it up, and it comes back with a different time. They do some math, and then they assume that it vibrated at 999 times per second. And then they say, well, because I have two different variables and I know that the rate is constant, then that means that time itself must have changed. Now, anyone who's astute in their logic will notice that there's a bunch of assumptions in there.
Yeah, I've been having this argument with some people on another server recently regarding the atomic clocks, the cesium atoms. They seem to only have these differences when they gain in elevation, right? So you would think that elevation would be more of something's going on with an elevation increase, that the cesium atom oscillates at a faster rate. But like I tell them, just because my wristwatch is not keeping perfect time, or it slows down, or the battery's dying, doesn't mean that time is dilating. There's just a change in the oscillation rate of the thing that is used to measure the time.
Well, I mean, isn't there a simple solution? I mean, something such as, let's say I'm swimming in a thick, deep bottom pool, but as I go higher, it's thinner and not as thick because what has settled is not, higher up because of the density. So now, if I'm wailing my arms, it goes, let's say, faster or slower, or however you want to, put that, in comparison to the other environment that this mechanic thing is spinning. Does that not can that not add to it at all why there's a difference? Because obviously, like you're saying, the elevation, well, maybe because up where there's a thinner pressure, whatever the hell you want to say it is, would mechanics work different in that environment than here where there's more pressure closer to the ground? Like, how does that not come into play?
Yeah, so their rebuttal to the pressure is that the clocks have accounted for any types of change in pressure, meaning they have shielding to guard against any pressure differential. But there are other things at play. We do know that when you increase in elevation, there is a higher potential voltage, right? So if you think about something like a corona motor, where you can just harness the static energy that's in the air, the higher up you go with your apparatus, the more voltage you'll be able to garner. So this is an energetic thing as well. So
okay, so maybe it's not the pressure, and maybe it's the energy, but it definitely can be the environment that changes it, obviously, right? And how do we know that they're shielded against such pressure way up there if they're building them on the ground? Like, I mean, I'm just trying to figure that out. Like, they say that this is what it is, but how do we know that environment at a higher altitude isn't affecting it just because they say it's, oh, don't worry, it's not? Like, what's the point? Like, what's the logic there?
Right, there's many variables at play that they haven't necessarily accounted for. They had an idea, and they got a result that could possibly match their idea without controlling all the possible variables. So they're just going to, this is proof of what we had already presupposed would happen.
Yeah. So that sounds like typical science. Yeah,
without properly accounting for all the variables, right? And to claim that when you look into the experiment with the clocks that they had on planes and the differences that they got, you're talking about 1/1000th of a second difference.
Yeah, within the error margin.
Yeah, within their pre-established error margin, right?
Like, that is just, I don't know. To me, that as smart as they want to sound when they describe these, amazing accomplishments they've gotten to, it just sounds like it's complete stupidity to try to, like, they're making shit up. But anyways,
yeah, this exactly goes back to the conversation we were just having previously, right? Like, if I said, I think the Earth is a globe, and if things moved away from me in the distance, they would disappear from the bottom up, and that's what I observe, and then I make the assumption that the Earth is a globe based on that observation, I haven't really fully looked into all the variables of how the human eye works and how visuals present themselves to us.
Yeah.
Right?
Yeah. Yeah, just like that experiment where they get like a magnifying glass, and they say this is the atmosphere, that's being magnified over distance, and then look at that, it disappears. Something that's completely, like in view up close is now disappearing from a distance. So yeah, no, I get what you're saying. You just, unfortunately, why we have textbooks that are teaching you that's not our reality, and then you have a bunch of idiots that come on here with that brainwashed logic, and then we get into arguments with them. It's interesting.
Yeah, with a lot of these things, it's there's other explanations for what we're seeing or experiencing, right? But
yeah,
they want to utilize specific explanations because it fits. Yeah, because it fits their ideas, right? So it's kind of like cherry picking to bolster the current model or system.
Yeah, they continue to do that.
AI, you still there? AI.
Are you asking for AI, Elijah?
Yeah, maybe he stepped away because he's not unmuting himself. Yeah, just to go back to what you're saying. Oh, go ahead.
His point is valid, but so is mine. I think they're mutually exclusive. On the one hand, when you're cognizant that you're doing something for content, that's great. When a person is triggered and they're yelling or they're annoyed at the Glober, then you're not doing what AI is talking about. And that's what I'm talking about. The times that, we're talking to someone as if they're not a troll, and then we get annoyed with them because no matter what we say, that like, no, you should have come to the conclusion in 5 to 10 minutes whether this person was genuine and how you would approach then utilizing them for the audience. But that doesn't happen. And in that case, it's a waste of time.
I'm sorry, Elijah. Is this a specific critique on something that happened recently?
All I said was every day I pray that we don't waste time with anti-flat earthers talking to them. And then that guy that was just in here a little while ago was yet another example of the 3 people that have been in here today so far. So we've talked to many trolls who really aren't, who feels like they've done a good thing other than think, okay, someone out there somewhere is getting this information and that's good. I'm not talking about that. I'm talking about when you're talking to someone, do you feel like talking to them you've gotten through this? In the case of today, no.
I did have one today, Flem or whatever, who got CogDist for 10 minutes. I spoke to him in CogDist VC for quite a bit, and the sound of him was quite different when he left.
Yeah, sometimes you got to disengage the pride. Just good work on you.
I think it's hard when you're sitting in the hot seat and it's being broadcast on the internet, and you feel like you're looking like a fool. It's much harder to sit down and listen without getting triggered.
That's true. Yeah, I guess that's another element that I hadn't thought about.
I came in to the latter portion of the conversation with Patrick, who's still here, the French gentleman, and I don't know. I feel like I wrapped it up with a nice, neat little bow, and gave him some homework, and he can choose to either look a little bit further into what was said, or he can just continue to be ignorant, right?
Yeah. You want to check in right here? Yeah. Thank you.
Grace did a good job of explaining things to him, right? Like that's really all we can do. We can't force somebody to engage, or you can't force somebody to set aside their preconceived notions and take a legitimate look at something that they don't know.
You did good.
What's that?
I said you did good.
I think he said you did good.
Oh, okay. Well,
How would you rate your own performance there, Patrick?
Well, Patrick, I just hope that you look further into the subject and garner a better understanding and a more well-rounded knowledge of how the human eye works, how we see things with our vision, and then readdress the claims of things disappearing bottom up only being possible on a globe. That's all I ask. And once you have the time to do that, you can come back and discuss with us. If you find any contention with what we've put forth, notate that, come back, have a discussion about that.
Oh, was there someone actually? Was there actually a baller in here? You guys are talking to him?
Yeah, he's still here. He, I think the cat got his tongue recently, though.
Oh. At this point, like even on other Discord servers,
I just deactivate my sensors, nothing else.
Even on other Discord servers, I've really given up on even getting into arguments with some of these guys. It's I think along the lines what Elijah's saying, it's just a complete waste of time. Because they're just not. I mean, not for everybody, not to everybody, but for the most part, is
That's the problem with them. Here's the problem. We ran into people that we never should have continued talking to. What's the proof of that? Well, it's the same circle of Glovers. So why are we still talking to them? The reason being, once upon a time, we came out searching for answers, and then we found people who were talking about the discussion that were more knowledgeable, that may help us make a decision. That's why we watch debates. It's a lazy way of doing your own research, right? So you're going to appeal to the better debater with the seemingly better information. But I mean, how many years? I mean, we've been in. A lot of us have been in here for a while. Like, it just doesn't really make sense for me to. It doesn't make sense for me to debate them. It makes sense for me to be here for people who need to know why we've come into this in the different perspectives. That's important. But what's not important is having a debate with the same Globers who are going to derail the point every single time. The point's not even going to be had or heard. It's not, because they're going to say you're going to say one thing, and then they're going to rebrand or reword what you said, and then the listener is going to get confused anyway. because it's not a decent conversation. It's like somebody like Xanax, they're talking through you.
I was just gonna say like Xanax. I was just gonna throw that out there. That's funny.
Yeah, that's no good for nobody.
Yeah, and not only what he's saying or people like him, but the confidence they're saying it in, that they make it sound like you're an idiot and you don't know what you're talking about, and you're a kid and you're stupid, and listen to me, I know science, I know all the answers, I know how it works, let me help you to understand. That's the way they talk, and it's just like,
I legitimately used to think that the Earth was flat too for a little minute, but then it makes the person listening go, "Oh, I knew there was something crazy about this." Because
exactly.
that's what you're gonna think, because that's what you thought at first anyway.
Yeah. Yep. Absolutely. And you bring up things that you would think you would think that logic would kick in to some of these people, and it would make them like think twice, kind of like the same way probably everybody who doesn't believe it's a ball finally like a light clicked somewhere, and then like logic and reason jumped into your brain, and then it just pushed out all the dumb shit that we learned for like, years, for decades in school. And then, but you would think like, why doesn't it happen to everybody? Why doesn't everybody get like this explanation, this theory, this it makes zero sense. Like it doesn't. Like in the model it does, but in reality and logic it doesn't. So why don't those things correlate in their mind? Like why can't they put it together? I don't know. It's just, maybe it's not meant for everybody to find such truth, to find the truth. Maybe it's just not meant for everybody. I don't know.
I can tell you why. Okay, listen to this.
When has anyone in your group, Nathan Oakley's group, when has anyone measured to that horizon? Because the Black Swan states that every measured horizon must be 1.22 meters times this whatever, right? When have you measured it? And when was the Black Swan put through the scientific method? You can't destroy 2,500 years of science with logic.
Were you around 2,500 years ago?
He was playing click.
Were you around? I'm just that okay, but that's what I'm just saying though. Like a statement like that, when we knew this 4,000 years. No, were you around? What if everything we know today only goes back 800 years, and everything before that was just it was just born into existence on a book, on a story? Of course, we could be like, well, hold on, that's like really, really crazy. It's wild because, like, we have pictures of our grandparents, but really that's as far as it goes, maybe 4 or 5 generations.
At this point, that's way more believable than that we started out, that all this started. What is it? How long has it been since the Big Bang? According to them,
like 5 billion years or 14, but who knows? I don't know. Who gives a fuck? Maybe 4 billion years.
I'm not gonna, that story is not believable. Like 1,000 years, sure, it's much more believable.
I'll go over it.
7 billion is when we got our
years ago.
Right.
The world exploded into existence.
See, but I brought this up before though, because I mean, one night, I don't know who it was, but over in the other server, they were saying, "Oh, we've known this. This is known, for thousands of years." Okay, well, who knew it? Well, this person did. Okay, so were you alive then? No. Was I alive then? No. Was anyone alive today alive then? No. But it's written down, and it's a story. And no, but we have science that could prove it. Okay, but you're saying they proved it back then, but you don't. The test that we are doing today is then we're finding out like, wait, that test doesn't make sense. We can't call that science. Like that one where they say that the two balls start to pull each other towards each other, and that's voila, that's the eureka moment. But yet it's like, no, that's completely stupid because you have to first build that, and you don't see that nowhere in nature. But anyways, that's a whole nother story. But I'm saying the science experiments even of today that they're saying they got from way back then. Well, who knows? We were not way back then. We weren't here 2,000 years ago. No one alive here today was here 2,000 years ago. Who knows if that even existed 2,000 years ago, even existed? I'm just saying. This is way out far, but I'm just saying.
I have a question for Patrick. Patrick, are you there? Hello? Patrick. Patrick.
The Earth is flat. Even Germans know so common French brother.
Patrick. I have a question. Can someone ask him? Maybe he muted me. Can someone ask him what he thinks about Werner from Von Braun?
Hey, well, hold on, Patrick. Can you hear us? Maybe he's just stepped away.
Yes.
Oh, do you have anybody muted?
CB.
Okay, because they might be trying to ask you a question, but you can't hear them.
I'm sorry, they were playing some random audio, so it was annoying.
Yeah, look, we don't have full control over that, and I don't think it's written as like a server rule. But just for basic like live stream etiquette in a chat this big, it can turn into a problem if you mute people. So you mute somebody, maybe try to make it temporary and then remove it until later. You know, like because we don't want people talking over each other on the live stream. Yeah.
Because he has a question for you, but go ahead. If you go to mute him, then he could ask it.
It was Clay that was asking the question, not CB.
Oh, I'm sorry. Clay, you're asking the question. Can you hear Clay?
Hello?
Yes, Clay?
Yeah, so my question is, what do you think about Werner von Braun?
What?
What do you think about Werner von Braun? Werner von Braun.
He doesn't think much about him. He doesn't know who he is, apparently.
I don't know who it is.
Yeah, Werner von Braun was a Nazi scientist that we brought over to the United States.
I know.
NASA. He was basically the founder of NASA, essentially. Like he was.
Everyone knows that. Nazi at NASA, we know.
Okay, so everyone knows that now. I didn't know everyone knew that. You know.
I mean, everyone who knows about NASA.
So what
knows it.
Did you know that's where the Warner Brothers really got their name from? The Werner Brothers.
Since you suddenly know, what do you think about it?
When it comes to ethic, it's super bad. But at the time, they really wanted to get the best technology in the least amount of time. So they got the biggest brains possible, and some Nazis are very expert, let's say. Even if it's not ethical, at the time they didn't care. They just wanted to beat the Russian in technology. So they did everything they could, even if it's fucked up.
Yes.
It was just political, like, it's fucked up.
Yes.
You are aware that that is just a story and that you cannot confirm that for yourself, right?
I mean, the Nazi at NASA are not a story. They were at NASA.
Yeah, I know that, but like, what happens to them and the story of that whole thing is also just a story that we cannot confirm.
I
What
mean,
we can
they
confirm
worked for
is
NASA.
that both NASA and Russia and the UK all got Nazi scientists after the fall of Germany.
Yes, because they are
Because
They
all
have
did
big
it.
brains, to be honest.
That
They have
doesn't
skills, knowledge.
that
So
doesn't
they
make you
recruit.
wonder though.
Yes, it's fucked up.
No, not that it's
But
fucked
at the
up. I'm
time,
saying
they didn't care. They just wanted to get the best technology before the other.
Yeah, they really needed that Velcro technology. Couldn't live without it.
Yeah, it's even worse than that.
I mean, politics is politics.
It's even worse than that. Walter Hallstein became the head of EU Commission. Adolf Hausinger became NATO's chief of staff. Kurt Waldheim became the Secretary General to the United Nations.
So it sounds like the Nazis won the war.
Kept on playing.
I mean, the Nazis were a bit advanced when it comes to technology, so they recruit them.
Oh no, they take orders from
It's
them.
not a good idea, but they did it.
So it sounds like to what Drace is saying that if Werner von Braun got out of there in Operation Paperclip, it happened for the United States, and it also happened in Russia. It sounds like the Nazis won the war, except for a few at Nuremberg, and the Germans lost the war. Because not every German was a Nazi.
That is correct. They went down to control the EU and NATO, and America. And if you watch the video I just posted, this is an ex-CIA official who was talking about child sex trafficking, and in that talks about how NASA is not a space agency, and that is well known within his circles.
Does he say NASA's involved with that crap, Drace?
No, not directly.
Okay.
He's talking about how they recruited all the Nazis into NASA and then did some nefarious stuff.
Yeah. So, I've just had a heavy suspicion that behind the scenes there, like Dom Pettit doesn't look like someone I'd have babysitting my kids. You know what I mean? Like,
yeah, no, he looks like an abuse victim or an autistic child. It's pretty sad.
Yeah.
Oh, come on, guys. Listen, he looks like he has to ask, why is my spacesuit black and has a pink ball?
Well, then you have Elite, and I guess there's a procedure. I'm not sure what it is, but it might require a spacewalk to fix it.
Yeah, and that's the most experienced astronaut. He's done most of the jobs on the ISS, been in charge of those jobs, telling the others what to do, and he doesn't know what to do in case of a leak. And according to NASA, they can just plug the holes with their fingers, so no problem.
Good night, everyone. I'm gonna head out.
Good night. Is that Sasha?
No.
Sorry.
Play.
Good night. Auf Wiedersehen.
Gute Nacht. Auf Wiedersehen.
Good night.
Well, don't they plug holes the same way on submarines? If they spring a leak, they just throw a finger on it?
No, it doesn't work.
Good night.
In fact, if you listen to people who actually work those submarines, they tell you that it's very dangerous when it springs a leak because the air gets compressed and it can really quickly kill people.
And every single person on that sub, if something happens, they know what station to take and what action to do. But on the ISS, nobody knows the emergency procedures if something happens.
Yeah, they have to drill it into them because the submarine is a very dangerous place to be when it's underwater. But the ISS is like always underwater effectively. in this no pressure environment, and its pressure seal is only 1/10 of an inch of aluminum. So like that thing ain't gonna hold much.
I saw one interview, a quick little clip. I'm not sure if it was Michelle Thayer or a different Astro woman, but the question was, if a fire breaks out on the ISS, what's the procedure, or whatever? And she said all the astronauts would meet in the center of the ISS and formulate a plan.
Yeah, so they don't know. They have no plan. They just if something that never gonna happen because it's just a stage and like it's not actually in outer space happens, then yeah, we'll probably think of something, but we never have to do that because it's not where we tell you it is.
And I love pointing out the lack of fire extinguishers when you're looking at the footage.
You want to know how really ridiculous what they're supposed to be, where they're saying they're supposed to be? So submarines go underneath. I used to build valve shafts for valves that let water in and out of the submarine to keep it floating or buoyant. Well, the depths that the submarines go to is measured in atmospheres. An atmosphere is every 6 feet. You go under, you have another 14.7 psi added on in the pressure. So how many negative pressures are there when they're going up into this negative 10 to the 12 torr or anything like that, or even 10 to the negative 6 torr?
Technically, there's no such thing as negative pressure.
Yeah, exactly. I know there isn't. But what they're saying they're doing, it would need just as much protection from the outward going pressure if it were a vacuum, or even less pressure than the inside of this craft they're supposed to be in. It would be blown to pieces. So
yeah,
where's the
the way I like to
where's the armor plated freaking plates that keep this thing from blowing apart?
Yeah, they don't exist. They claim to have some micrometeorite protection around the pressure seal, which is kind of like this tank here, except instead of being made out of steel, it's made out of aluminum and is thinner. The one atmospheric or ATM is essentially a lot of attopascals, and the number is just gigantic. I don't know exactly what denomination that is, but they claim outer space is 10 attopascals. So the differential there is massive. And if you look at the picture I posted above it, there is only a tiny bit of differential compared to the inside of this container and the outside, and it's getting crushed.
Right.
Yeah, the same would inversely be happening. It would be the pressure would be making it burst,
blow apart. Exactly.
Yeah, like a bulging soda can, only like way worse.
Yeah. So even if you just change it to 1 negative atmosphere or 2, let's say minimally, I think anything that is man-made is going to be blown apart unless it has like 10-foot thick walls or something crazy. Okay, maybe that's a little bit too.
Yeah.
Okay, it would like a foot thick. Yeah.
The reason why they want it so thick is because they can't get it lower than high vacuum without having all those precautions and then using a different type of pump than a mechanical pump. They just can't pump it out of there as fast as it seeps through everything and into the chamber again, so they need to coat it with shit.
Yeah, I'd like to see what excuse they make for violating the second law of thermodynamics with these fairy tale craft that are only on TV.
I learned recently soda cans, beer cans, 150 psi before the can explodes. Like if you were to shake it up and get it all expanding and shit.
That's a lot of pressure, man. Fucking 150
Yeah.
psi.
Oh yeah.
Yeah, and I do think there's something to that too. The shape, like a cylinder like that, like what's shown in that gift, or like a soda can is, like it's a strong shape, especially if the pressure's on the inside pushing outward. Like you don't. I mean, just as long as it's all even pressure everywhere and the material is even, like all the way through, and I don't know if I don't think it needs as much strength and support, like Sonny was saying, going that way as it does going the other.
Yeah. And Flatman Can made a really good point, because to detonate the can under normal pressure conditions, you need really high pressure. But if you take the same can and put it into a vacuum chamber that can go low enough, you can detonate the can even though it doesn't have all that great pressure. And so it shows that the differential really plays a big part.
I'm thinking the bottom of the can too. If you notice how it's shaped, it's concaved upwards, and when they start expanding, I've seen them, like you can't stand them up anymore because the bottom's pushed out so much. And you're like, oh my god, it almost blew up.
Yeah, don't leave them in a hot car, right? Like
the freezer is what gets me.
Or let them freeze. Yeah, either one.
Yeah, and then you go to the spacesuits, and that's just laughable, because that's not going to hold anything. And they have so many different versions, and they're just so bad. Like, please, I would implore all the globe believers to just take one of these spacesuits. You can choose any model, go into the vacuum chamber at NASA, and see how that goes.
Yeah, why wouldn't they be willing to just jump right in there, man? I mean, they're so confident on here. I mean, yeah, we got pictures. They already accomplished all this stuff. They're already out there in space. Yeah, it's confirmed, right? Okay, good. Put on the freaking suit and go in the vacuum chamber.
Dude,
let's just test that.
Sonny, for decades, they claim to have been using all sorts of these different types of suits out in the vacuum of imaginary space.
Yeah.
And there's never anyone died from it. It's never been a problem. So they have a flawless record of never anybody getting hurt. So they should have no objection to going in there.
Exactly. Shouldn't be a problem. I'm sure they have an excuse for that, just like they have an excuse for things not getting hot in 3,750 degrees Fahrenheit that melts titanium. They got an excuse for that too.
Yeah, they claim that space itself is cold. The absence of anything is cold, and therefore temperature goes to that. It's so incoherent.
Yeah, that's why they're actors. I'm surprised that, we should look for the SAG cards.
Worst part is, like, for instance, the ISS is supposed to be traveling in the thermosphere, and they say, oh, well, the thermosphere is heated to 2,000 degrees Celsius through the solar radiation, so it's super hot.
No, it's not hot or cold because there's no atmosphere to transfer the temperature.
Yes.
You can fly right into the sun, you'll be good because there's no atmosphere.
Yeah, they'll say it's also, at the same time, super cold because it's so high up and it gets colder and colder when you go into space. So on one side of the ISS, it's hot because of the sun, but on the other side, it's cold because of the space. And it's not getting heated by the thermosphere because the gas is just so little up there that it doesn't actually touch the station, so it just doesn't share any heat with the gas. This is the dumbest thing they could have said, because at that point, the ISS will 100% melt up there, because a vacuum is an isolator. We use it to keep things warm or keep things cold.
Yeah, yep.
So if you have the sun constantly inputting solar radiation not being blocked by the air or diminished, that would be the thing that heated the gas molecules to 2000 degrees Celsius. And by the way, the solar radiation doesn't normally heat gas easily. It generally needs to hit something and scatter to do that. So it's crazy on their part to even assume that it can heat the gas to 2000 degrees Celsius, but not the physical object up there. They're basically in an oven. Another funny part is they don't have enough air or water, because they claim that we have a tank of water and we just use that water and it all goes in a cycle. That's why all of our poop and stuff goes into the machine and we drink it and it's great. Problem is, all of their oxygen they claim to get from hydrolysis or from the water, and that means the water is getting destroyed and used up, and you can't recycle that anymore. And now you're in a net negative, and you need to start transporting water up there all the time, and they don't do that. Nor do they have scrubbers for the farts and all that stuff. So it's gonna be disgusting if it were real. Like, if it were real, and you would have a camera in there. Imagine in a dusty room on a sunny day when you can see the dust everywhere. Imagine that, but 10,000 times worse, with just being infinite amounts of hairs and skin cells. It would be covered. It would be a sea. It would be so disgusting, and nothing would be white up there if it were real. Because they can't afford to be cleaning that all the time. They would just be non-stop cleaning that. Because it's not like the dirt wants to follow their rules in their imagination land. It's supposed to be floating around. It's not falling down and being vacuumed off the floor. It's literally going everywhere. It's really bad. The ISS is one of the funniest things ever.
Okay. Are the Russians and Chinese part of a conspiracy?
Wait, what? The answer is no, but I still want to hear you say that again. What?
The Russians
Are the
and
Russians
Chinese,
and the
they don't
Chinese,
disagree.
are they part of the flat Earth conspiracy? Like,
Basically,
yeah, they're in on it. Like, they all these different, but I mean, not it. Like, when you say the Russians or the Chinese, typically that sounds like next you're gonna like point the finger at them being the cause of all this stuff. They're not the reason for it, like, or anything like that. But no, they're in on it.
Yeah, here's an
Yeah, but in
example.
on what though? So you gotta clarify in on what? In on faking space travel, or in on understanding that the Earth is flat and not a globe? Because those are different things. You can fake space travel while
That's
believing
a
in
good
it
point.
and
I would
thinking it's
say
true.
that's a good point. They're in on faking space travel. I think all the countries work together to a pretty good extent. They all, there is no such thing as like the Cold War. There was really never a threat. Both sides were working against their people. Okay, the enemy was the people, as is today. Like, the enemy is the people, not country against country. It's the people versus government. And so all the governments of the world have the same common enemy that they've pretty much declared us as. And so anytime, like, they're just, if they find a useful tool, they're going to utilize it, and they're not going to sell each other out there. Like, it's going to be beneficial to all of them to use that tool to control their people.
Yeah, did you see the picture I posted, Patrick? Things that make you go, It's from the Chinese space station.
Okay, you post in lobby?
No, in the live stream voice text chat, right above this live stream. Voice chat.
Kind of funny how Russia is always the United States' enemy, except for when it comes to the Antarctic Treaty and space travel. You know, like, I thought we were supposed to be enemies in a space race back in the day, right? And even still today, there's tensions, and there was the whole Cold War thing, and well, I mean, I guess that was the space race, whatever. But you know, we canceled our freaking shuttle program, never replaced it. SpaceX is starting to kind of fill that, but we're still buying. Like most of NASA's money is being spent with hitching a ride with Russia. I don't know. I don't know if that really makes sense. I don't know if that really makes much sense with the rest of the narrative, man.
Remember a few months ago? Screw you, comrade. You keep sending weapons to people we want to take over. We crash ISS into Earth.
So
he was threatening to crash. How could he crash the ISS?
Dude, they just say shit.
It was a bluff.
Yes.
And the cosmonauts are like, hey, wait a minute. What do you mean you're going to crash us?
You know, in poker, you can bluff.
My guess is it would involve a very large pair of scissors and cutting the string that it's attached to.
Good one, good one.
Yeah, I mean, I just don't see how like we would like if we're really being that mean to Russia right now because they're being mean to Ukraine. Like, what happened to our space program? What is going on right now? Is Russia still taxiing us up there and back and forth? We still what's going on with that? I bet you it's still happening according to their story.
Now we don't use Russian fuel to go back and forth.
I buy you fly.
It's funny how Biden tells the American people that it's Putin's fault that gas prices are so high. Meanwhile, Putin's getting Russia's getting really rich off of increasing gas prices and selling it to the world. They didn't choose that for America. That was Biden.
Oh, dude, you don't have to get into this. Everybody knows anything that Biden says is just laughable. It's all such bullshit.
Yeah, it's just funny because it's you can't argue that America and Russia are fighting when it's actually they're helping them get richer. Actually, it's like not if that's them fighting them. I don't know what helping is. Yeah, it's kind of like with the Taliban. Like, nah, you just gave them stuff.
In fact, we have an agreement that goes on till 2030 that I keep giving them stuff. So, even though I'm not very happy with them right now, I'm just gonna keep giving them stuff. That's because our governments, the people that we think are our leaders of all of our countries, they're all puppets. Like this dude says, Biden's a puppet. Yeah, so is the leader of your country. I don't need to know who that person is either. They're not. None of these countries are serving the interests of their national sovereignty and with their people's interests. They're working together on a world level. I don't know why I have to spell this out, but some people just literally, it's like they just don't get it.
Yeah, they'll critique you about your world leader, right? And then you don't even know who their world leader is. It's like, dude, you're so unimportant. I don't even know who leads your country, but you know mine, right? So it's like, why are you issuing out critiques? And it just goes to show that the world is a stage, right? And they have the current events that they focus on that the mainstream knows and the other countries are taught about. So, it's kind of clear who the power players are on the game board, right? But it's not clear who's moving the pieces.
Right. And I think this might go into like the old money. Like nowadays we've got everybody believing that these tech giants that came out of the 90s boom, that these guys are the richest people in the world. Well, what happened to the old rich people and their money? Like, we're supposed to believe that it gets the story is that it only takes a few generations and all of like a mass amount of wealth like gets divvied up between family and family and family, and it's squandered, it's gone in a few generations. But I kind of find that hard to believe. I think they just moved on beyond money. Like they graduated to full on lizard, and just now they're just up there basking.
Like the apotheosis of Troy War.
You were talking about political leaders all being bad. But what about Marjorie Taylor Greene?
No, well, dude,
Representative of
no,
Georgia.
stop. Hold on. Right off the bat, I didn't say all are bad, but in fact, I think most of our politicians, I think they have their job because they're easily controlled. They're naive. They believe in shit. Okay, they believe in the system. They believe that they got themselves there. They believe that the stuff they're doing is right. They believe that it's for the greater good. They believe that they deserve the millions of dollars they get or whatever it is from doing they're just useful fucking idiots. They can easily be led through their life. They're puppets, just like the presidents, just like any leader. They could very well have good intentions, but be so stupid, or just stupid enough anyway, to do what they're told well. And they do this to everybody. Like, look at the stuff people post on social media. They're not even their own thoughts. They're the stuff that came from the media whores. They're stuff that they read somewhere else. They think it's their own opinion. It's not. They're regurgitating stuff. People, yes, I see somebody saying something about sheep or whatever. Yeah, they're all sheep. They really are. Almost most all people are sheep, including in here even. People around here get steered around, led around, and herded just like the rest of the sheep. We're just black sheep.
If you have to wonder if it's you, it's probably you.
But yeah, let's be clear. The idea of the flat Earth gaining steam like it did spontaneously, pretty much out of nowhere, wasn't necessarily an organic movement. Right? There's a lot of things happening all at the same time, and most flat earthers receive their information from the mainstream, whether it be YouTube or Google search or whatever. They didn't think about it or come to it on their own. They basically were led down a path that was presented to them by mainstream media. And then at the end of that path, they were given the flat earth idea. And they think in their mind, oh, I found this truth. I found it, rather than it was handed to you. Like the quote unquote powers that be aren't aware. Like this whole flat earth thing took them by surprise.
No, but then you get your guys that want to think that Marjorie Taylor Greene is like the needle in the haystack, or I don't know what would be a better analogy there. The somehow she broke the system, like people think Trump somehow broke the system, or back I was on the Ron Paul thing back in the day, like he somehow broke the system, and no, man, no. They don't let people slip through. If they're these people might have pure intentions that do get through, but they're being used and controlled. They've got something on them that they're using as a leash, and the person's unaware of it. So are we. But they've got something.
Got to check the backs of their necks. See if they got that little creature.
So AI,
like body snatchers.
AI. When you talked about the mainstream flat Earth and the way it came on the scene, do you feel like it's there's a control in place?
Oh, of
or
course.
some end game at some point?
Yeah, the end game is synthesis. You need a one world order, right? And
So
yet,
they call
the
it
whole
healing.
world needs to agree. And they've said this before in regime changes, right? They upend the current regime, whatever it is, whether it's ideological, political, financial, right? And they basically take it away from everybody, and then everybody has nothing, and they have a void. And then the right power player comes in to fill the void. Right? So think about what the flat earth does for a lot of people that come in here. They basically doubt pretty much all history sometimes. They doubt all power structures. They doubt even legitimate science. They basically say everything's up for grabs. I don't know what's necessarily true anymore. Now I'm going to seek out on my own journey for truth. And they basically become a blank slate. And at first glance, that sounds like, oh, wow, that's a really good thing. But if you upend all the basis, right, that you have, you're really vulnerable. And the majority of people, right, whether they think themselves some kind of astute truther or not, are going to fall for whatever the next synthesis is. Whether it be a pseudo-electric universe, right? Some will fall for that. Well, there was, let's just say for sake of argument that flat Earth is indeterminate at this point, but they believe it, right? Then something will come out with a new explanation of the world and the universe that's slightly different than the previous globe paradigm.
right? And it kind of solves some of the problems, and then they'll go back to that. But what they need is they need everybody on board minus a few dissidents, right? Just like in the Matrix. Most of the people were on board, but the system allowed a very small portion of people to be free and think they were free and think that they had a hero that was fighting for them to free everyone else. And this sense of hope that, we're going to conquer the system and the powers that be kept the people doing what the system wanted them to do. And the majority of people are going to be that way. Like the flat earth isn't going to become a kumbaya moment for the human, society where everyone realizes it and then we all of a sudden hold hands and it's peace, love, and happiness ad infinitum forever. That's not going to happen.
So it's like Tina Turner said, we don't need another hero.
Yeah.
Yeah, no, I get your point, right? So you wipe the slate clean, right? People are ripe for a explanation that better suits the belief they've been nudged towards.
And in the past, whenever these major changes happen, usually what happens is a major war or a major famine or a major disease, right? To where everybody's in peril and they need help from a higher power, right? Who's going to help them. And so the Lord, comes with his horses and his flag and his men, and he says, I shall save you people with my logistical powers, and we'll build castles and we'll have rivers and everyone will have a toilet to poop in and a chicken in every pot, right? And all these people who are hungry, and let's be clear, the majority of people are too stupid to understand that their own poop will kill them. So they'll poop in their own backyard, right? If they have no logistics that are provided for them, and they won't take care of the sanitary conditions of their environment, and they'll probably die. Like that's the majority of people in the modern Western world now. Like they're absolutely clueless. They couldn't survive on their own if their lives depended on it, right?
Wait.
And their lives do depend on it.
Wait, are you telling me you can die if just from being around poop?
Yeah.
Don't you have to okay. I wouldn't want to anyway, but.
Yeah, well, just inhaling feces all day. Yeah, that's not a good thing.
Yeah, and if you did, they don't know it's bad.
Well,
for them,
what about when you live in the country and the farmer keeps spraying freaking shit all over his field and it always smells like poop? Like,
yeah, that's different. So the people they'll have poop around them. So eventually,
animal poop.
They're so stupid they don't know that, like by touching it, like that, or maybe they'll be so afraid of it, they'll like have gloves on, but they won't know how to, keep those separate from the rest of their stuff. So they'll be transferring. Then they probably will be so stupid they think that it's best to restrict their breathing at the same time, and then some poop will be on that device.
Yeah.
you know how shit gets around. It's like,
yeah,
it gets around, man.
Right, and then you have to deal with keeping your food fresh, right? You have to deal with getting food. You have to deal with all of these things, right? Wouldn't life just be so much easier if you just let me be the Lord of the land, right? And me and my men will guard the border. We'll make sure you're fed. We'll guard the crop fields. We'll build aqueducts, whatever it is, right? And obviously, in the modern world, it's going to be a little bit different, but it's the same old story. Most people will say yes. They'll take that deal because, in a sense, they have to. Like everybody right now, just do an inventory in your own life. Like, where would you get food if you couldn't buy it? Well, what would you do if you didn't have running water? Or
We're
running
all
sewer?
about to have that answered probably within a few months by the end of the year. The way everything's going.
They'll just continue pouring more bad stuff into the water. Like,
know.
But you know, like a lot of these zombie shows, where everyone's trying to find the resources and there's people chasing them, right? Which are the zombies, but in real life, it would be the losers, right? The scrubs who don't know anything, and the only way that they can get fed is through violence, right? So they're going to try to steal from the people who know what they're doing. There's going to be all kinds of chaos in the streets, and then people are going to be begging for order, and then the new order steps in and says, "Hey, we're here to rescue you."
Anybody who knows anything about prepping, in fact, like I'm not even a prepper, but like for some reason I like to still know shit. I prep with knowledge. But yeah, like the number one rule is like if shit hits the fan, you get as far away from society as you can, because the next 72 hours are gonna be the fucking purge. And then it's gonna, like and then it'll mellow out a little bit.
Yeah, my
Right, and a
girl.
really good idea is to like go to the Walmart depot, right, where there's all the food you need and everything you need. The only problem is that all the dudes with guns are going to be there too.
Mm-hmm.
So it's like you really just got to book it.
Yeah.
Yeah, my girl, she's out in Arkansas. I came back here to California to do some work. And well, she's been over there like stocking up because she's like, things are looking bad.